Go. Good morning, everyone. My name is Denise White, and I am the publicist for VIP Ignite, and I'm going to be your host for day 2 of the VIP Ignite Model and Actor Spring Accelerator. We are so excited to be here. Zoom, are you excited to be here? Show me how excited you are. Woo! Awesome. Okay. So I know not everyone is watching us on Zoom. So if you are watching us on Facebook, if you are watching us on YouTube, I have a question for you. How do you plan on getting discovered by an agent if they can't see you? So if you would like to come on in to join us here on Zoom, this is what I want you to do. I want you to go to VIPigniteSummit.com. I'll tell you that one more time. Go to VIPigniteSummit.com and get your butts here on Zoom so you can get discovered by agents. All right. Okay. So guys, today is going to be an absolutely amazing day. So yesterday was foundation day. Yesterday, we set the foundation for everything that you need to be successful in the entertainment industry. We learned the science of being an incredible model and actor. We learned that you need to make sure that you have the tools, you have the tools, you have the equipment, you have the team, you have the guide to take you from where you are to where you want to go. We talked about body language. Do you guys know that over 90% of what you say doesn't come out of your mouth? It's communicated through your body. So if you're sitting there like this, listening to me right now, I know that you're not really that interested in what I have to say. Open yourselves up, sit up, bring the energy. Okay. Today, I want you to bring energy because we have so much to go over, but you need to bring your energy today. We also talked about mastering the stage, mastering stage presence. Have you ever met that person where you don't know who they are, but you want to know them? That's the person you need to be when you walk into a casting, because that is going to set you apart from everyone else. We learned all about that yesterday. We talked about what type of modeling do you qualify for, and we went a little bit deeper between the difference between commercial print and editorial. So if you're watching this video, I'd like to congratulate you. You are a model. You qualify to be at least a commercial print model. And by the way, that's where you make all the money in modeling. How awesome is that? We talked about the art of comedy. How many of you like to laugh? Raise your hands. Raise your physical hands. I love to laugh. And I didn't realize not only the joy it brings people when you laugh, but did you realize all the health benefits to laughing? We learned all about the art of comedy yesterday. We also learned all the ingredients you need for a successful career in modeling and acting. And we learned how to write your own monologue. How many of you have ever just engaged with a character on a TV show, on a movie, and you're like, how did that even happen? We learned yesterday how that happened. And we had Alicia Kayback and Ryan Colby on the hot seat at the end of the day. And we learned how to audition, even if you're brand new. So that was yesterday. Yesterday, we laid the foundation. Today is transformation day. So today we're going to take all of that stuff that we learned yesterday, and we're going to start putting it into practice today. Today, we have a huge business leader, a mindset coach who is coming on, who's going to teach you how to crush the one obstacle that holds most models and actors back. How many of you want to crush that obstacle so there's nothing standing in your way? If you want to crush that obstacle, type crush it in the comments. Type crush it in the comments, because you're going to learn how to crush those obstacles today. We're going to hear from a top Hollywood agent today. She books talent on the biggest shows on television and film right now. Has any of you ever heard of a show called Wednesday? Yes, one of the lead characters is hers. How about This Is Us? Last night, I watched a little bit of the NAACP awards, and my favorite character on This Is Us got nominated for an award. He didn't win, sad face, but I was like, oh my gosh. Right? So she has characters on This Is Us. We're going to hear from her. How many of you know that if you could get one tip from someone who's placing talent successfully, that one tip could change everything in your life? How many of you know that?
Not only your life, guys, your friends and family's life, right? They're all doubters till you book, right? Yeah. That's the truth. And then they all put their hand out.
Yep. So all you need is that one thing, right? That one thing. We're going to also have Ryan Colby put some of you here live on Zoom, not on Facebook or YouTube, but here live on Zoom. He's going to put some of you on the hot seat, and he's going to help to break down what you need to do, where you need to live, where you need to be submitting yourself out to be successful in the industry. Because you know what? There's a difference between LA and New York. It's not just the weather, although the weather in LA is more like New York weather today, but that's a whole nother story.
Wait, I want to say something
going
very quickly, really quick. So one of my biggest pet peeves with talent that want to get into the industry is that they're not moldable. How many of you guys have ever played with silly putty or Play-Doh that you're just like, what the hell is this shit? Like it's like hard and it's like crunchy and you're like, I can't remold this thing. Like, let's just buy new. The worst thing in the world is to have somebody like a Ryan Colby or a Tanya, who's coming on today, huge Hollywood agent. If you're looking to get into the industry, take the blinders off and say, mold me. I want everybody to type mold me. Because if you're looking to get into this industry, I don't care your preferences. I care about what Ryan Colby says is the most marketable for you. So today, I want you all to let the love in because we're here. We are going to remold you for success. This is huge. We're doing it today.
Maybe we should we should change the name to the second day to Mold Me Day. Maybe I should learn how to speak the English language as well.
But your hair looks
no,
so
I love that.
But it's true. I said your hair looks so pretty today. But I think that when people are trying to get into the industry, like yesterday, we kind of learned about like where I fit in. But today it's, oh my God. Like if today, if it was reversed, we wouldn't have anybody on day number 2 because they'd all be like this. Right. Yep. But we had to go through day number 1 to kind of, you know, warm up a little bit because today it's going to get real. Are you guys ready for it to get real? So today is like mold me day. Today is, hey, I'm Play-Doh. I want to get booked on a job that pays $100,000 for one episode. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. You're in the industry. Mold me. I want success. I don't care what my mom thinks or my friend who's a struggling actor. I care about successful people that are here because they want to help me.
Yes. Yeah. That's what day 2 is all about. That's what we do here. We're also going to hear from someone who is a member of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame today. I know, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, who is going to talk to you about how to get cast on a music video. How many of you would love the opportunity to rub elbows with someone who's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, who will know your name and who will cast you in a music video? That's what we're going to do. We're also going to talk to how many of you know that you have a story that needs to be told? How many of you know you have a story that needs to be told? Type story in the comments. Today, what we're going to do is also we're going to talk about faith and transformation being the change that the world needs. So many times I talk to people and like, oh my God, Deneen, if people could just hear my story, it would change their lives. There's one thing that you can do that will make people want to hear your story. Okay, we're going to talk about that today because you know what? We can all agree that the world needs some change, right? How many of you could agree that, you know what, if I could just like go like this and throw some change out into the world to make things more peaceful, I would love to do that. Well, you know what? You have that power already within you. We're going to talk about that today. And then we're going to highlight some of our talent who are doing some really cool things. On Monday, Michael and I had the opportunity to go to an event in New York City for a couple hours on Monday night. And we saw one of our talent perform there. And for me, it was really surreal because I'm the person that I work a lot with a lot of our new talent and I see people grow. And I tell people all the time that I'm addicted to success. I'm addicted to helping people become successful. And on Monday, it was a really long day for us. But we went to this event, and one of the first people that performed was one of our talent, Leslie, and you'll hear from her later. And when we saw her perform, it reminded me of why I wanted to be a part of VIP Ignite from the beginning. And we're gonna talk to a couple of our talent today who have had such tremendous life-changing experiences because they showed up for themselves, because they invested in themselves, because they did the work. Alicia likes to say this all the time. This is show business. Show them you mean business. That means that you have to put in the work. You have to show up. You get rewarded in public for those things you do in private. So if any of you here are not getting rewarded in public, what are you doing in private? For those of you that are being rewarded in public, we know what you're doing in private. And I want you guys to think about that as you go through this day, as you hear from our next speaker, as you hear from Ryan Colby, Tanya Kleckner, from Eric Sorensen, Keith Shockley, when you hear from Michael, from Alicia, when you hear from all the people that we have coming on today, I want you to ask yourself, what are they doing in public that got them to that level of success? Yesterday, we talked about climbing the mountain, and we talked about how this whole weekend is a big treasure map. Every person is giving you one clue that's going to take you to that X marks the spot, to that mountaintop. So what I want you to do is right now, I want to introduce our first speaker. And what I want you to do is that you're listening to each and every one of them speak. What is it that they're doing that I'm not, that I can start applying in my life? Start gathering all those nuggets of gold, because at the end of the day, my goal is for you to have a bucket of gold nuggets, and then for you to start working with the right guide, for you to start getting the right training. So you can take all of that gold that you've mined over the course of this weekend and start accelerating your results. Is that okay with you guys? If that's okay, type gold in the comments right now. Type gold in the comments right now. All right, guys, so get out your notebooks, because I'm about to introduce you to our first guest speaker. All right. Oh, look at all the gold. We got a lot of gold going on. I love it. I'm so excited. All right, so let me introduce you guys to our first guest speaker. Eric Sorensen is an entrepreneur, podcaster, author, public speaker, and marketer. Eric has created and sold 9 businesses, including marketing companies, advertising agencies, restaurants, and training coaching companies. In his ad agency, he generated over $50 million in revenue, working with Fortune 500 and 1,000 clients, including Walt Disney, TDS Telecom, Gold's Gym, Ironman, the FBI, the U.S. Air Force, Kia Motors, Maxell Broadband, USA Communications, Rio Alto, and JF Capital, just to name a few. Eric also recently launched a marketing and automation company in the healthcare space that is on pace to reach $10 million in revenue in just 2 years. Eric also launched a speaking, training, and coaching platform to wake up business owners to their true potential, help them level up, rise, and accelerate achievement. It is this effort that Eric is most passionate about. And I want you guys all to understand, as actors and models, you are business owners. Type "I'm a business owner" in the comments. Eric is an Ironman, Spartan, and marathon competitor. Eric is an instrument-rated pilot and has a passion for extracting potential in others. Everyone, please give a rousing round of applause to the one and only Eric Sorensen. Eric, thank you so much for being here today.
What is up, everybody? Oh my goodness, it's so good. Oh, look at the claps. You guys are amazing. Frankie, yes, you've got the hands up. You look good. Norman, too, you got those hands up. Ada, look at you. She's clearly excited to be here today. This is awesome. Deneen, it's so amazing to be here with your group today. Thank you so much for inviting me.
You're welcome. Thank you for being here. We're so excited.
All right, well, let's dive in. How you doing today, Gregory? Gregory, you look good. Nice and comfortable there. Looks amazing. I apologize. I've got like a virtual background, so my face looks a little bit weird because I'm in a hotel today. I actually have 2 conferences that I'm speaking at today, this one and another one. So I had to be traveling today, unfortunately. But first off, I wanted to congratulate every single one of you for investing in yourself, and more importantly, investing in your future. Congratulations. And I want to just ask you guys, as I start out, just 3 quick questions. And by the way, before I do that, I want to welcome all of you to Mold Me Day. You guys excited for Mold Me Day today? Today is Transformational Day. I like that, by the way, Deneen. That was amazing. Mold Me Day. It is time to mold every one of us today. And I have 3 questions for you. Number 1, how many of you all would like to know the secrets of those that get the part and those that don't? Those that show up on stage and those that are trying to get on stage. How many of you go? If that's you, say me in the chat. If you want to be on that stage, if you want to be in that photo shoot, if you want to have that part, whatever that might be for you, put me. Oh, look at you. Matthew says yes. Let's see. Luisa says me. Awesome. Beautiful. Number 2, how many of you would like to accelerate that journey to where you are, to where you want to be by 5 times or even 10 times? If that's me, put 10x in the chat. 10x in the chat. Who wants to accelerate their ability to achieve what they want in life? Put that in the chat. Let's see this chat light up. Oh, looks amazing. Look at you guys. Ada, Gregory, Naomi, Christine. Awesome. Thank you guys for playing full out. Number 3, how many of you would like to step out of scarcity and into abundance and do it right now? If that is you, put abundance in the chat. Ada's raising her hand. Yes, I love that. Using your body. That's perfect. Oh, look at that flex, Norman again. Norman, just keep on flexing. You look great when you're flexing there. Now, I know what you're thinking. What can this guy tell me about acting, modeling, becoming a musician? And the reality is, if you were to ask me that question 5 years ago, I would have said almost nothing. With one exception, my ad agency, we hired models constantly to be in our photo shoots and to be in our TV commercials that we would produce and all of our video content. So we worked with talent agencies for years to recruit you guys, people just like you, to be in various parts on the content and the creative that we would write. So you would be right 5 years ago, but there's a difference. And I'm going to give you a bold promise. My bold promise to you guys today is I'm going to give you 7 strategies that, if you implement them, will in fact give you 5x or 10x your ability to get the result you want. And number 2, I'm going to provide some powerful strategies that can give you unlimited power and an unstoppable mindset. And that is my bold promise to you. But here's what I need from you guys. For the next 45 minutes, we're probably going to move fast. So hopefully you can watch this again if you need to, because there's some powerful things that I've learned over the years that I think will really help you in your journey. But I want you guys to commit to be open-minded. And the reason why I want to commit to be open-minded, because maybe something I tell you or somebody else today is going to challenge your belief. The problems with our beliefs is that we believe them. And I get that can benefit us when those beliefs are very well placed, but when they're misplaced, especially limiting beliefs, and looking at all of you and myself, we all have them, especially those limiting beliefs, they can keep you from playing small. And sometimes when we challenge the norm, or somebody says something that challenges, that triggers you today, that's a great indication of something you must change in your life today. And the reality is most of the people you're going to be hearing from today are 1 year, 5 years, or 10 years ahead of where you are right now. And frankly, some of them might be exactly who you want to be tomorrow. So they've gone down that path. I've gone down that path as well, of having nothing and growing several businesses from nothing to where I am today. So that's the first thing. Commit to being open-minded. Number 2, commit to staying present and engaged. And I know Denise talked a lot about this in the beginning too, but remember, small hinges move big doors. If you've ever read the book Atomic Habits by James Clear, it's amazing. He talks about how tiny changes over time make a massive, big impact. And I need you to drink the Kool-Aid today, and especially for the next 40 minutes. And I'm going to do what Eric says so I can 10x the results in my life. So if you guys are in for that, put all in the chat and we're going to dive right in. Thank you so much. Is that Soraya? Is that how you say that? Love the energy. Well, it's in the morning. We got to get some energy here. And no, I don't drink coffee or caffeine. This is kind of my natural state every time. All in. Oh, Sid says all in. Fantastic. You guys are amazing. So a few years ago, I wasn't who I am today. And for you, you're going to become someone a year from now, or 5 years from now, or 10 years from now. The question is, who will you become? Will you become the same person, or just a different version of the same person that you are today? Or will you be on that stage? Will you be in that shoot? Will you be on the cover of that magazine? Right now, you have an opportunity to make a decision. And a few years ago, there was a time in my life where things weren't going very well, and I had to make a choice. I had this feeling that I needed to leave what I was doing and do exactly what I'm doing right now on this stage. And it was not an easy decision because I had to leave the familiar. I had to get completely uncomfortable. And I kept fighting it over and over again. Have you guys ever had that feeling, that just, whether it be a calling or whether that be just an impression that, hey, I need to go this direction? And then you keep going on the same life that you've been living for the last 3, 4, 5 years, And all of a sudden, the person you know you can become is not the person you're acting like today. And so then there's this disconnect. Have you ever had that? If you've had that, raise your hand. Let's see if you've had that feeling before. Yeah, it looks like most of you. And I was struggling with this, but I knew there was something more for me and I didn't know what it was, but I had this feeling I needed to go to this direction. And things didn't get better. They got worse. I got more, as I kept fighting this call to rise to who I knew I could become. I fought it over and over, and it got so bad. I see you, is it Saray? I see you getting giddy. This must be connecting with you. Yep. I was there as well. And I'm a happy guy. I was happy before I was doing what I love to do. Not nearly as happy, but this may surprise you, but I went into kind of a deep depression. I remember like not even want to get up in the morning. I remember thinking that I did not have any type of compelling future to pull me forward to that person I knew I could become. And I'm sitting there day after day, getting the same crappy results that I was getting before because I did not decide to change and become and step into the uncomfortable and become the person I knew I could become. And it got worse and worse. I started having troubles in my relationships. I started having troubles with my wife. We started fighting and all these things started like falling apart. And I was like this rock that couldn't be moved. And I was just rebelling against that calling for one reason. I was freaked out by it. I don't know if I was more scared of being successful or more fearful of failure. But either way, I didn't want to make that change. So I'm sitting there, this really, really dark day, and I'll never forget it. And I even hate to think about it because if you've had a dark day, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It was horrible. Yeah, I see you, Wanda. I see you. It was a horrible day. And I didn't know where to go. I didn't know what to do, or at least I thought I didn't. And again, I'm sitting in my room and I don't know where my family was. It was a dark night and there was this massive thunderstorm outside. You ever have one of those thunderstorms where your house or your apartment or whatever is just shaking and it's pelting rain and lightning's going on? And what I was seeing outside my house was almost an exact reflection of what I was feeling in here. The wind, the storm, the rain, the clouds, and I could not see past that darkness. It was horrible. And I'll never forget. I don't know how this happened. Call it divine, call it the universe. But I read a quote that changed my life. And it said that the scariest day of your life is the day you die, when the person you are meets the person you could have become. And for whatever reason, that small trigger woke me up. And I'm like, there is no way in hell I will ever let that happen to me. I want the day I die that the person I am is the person I could have become. But frankly, at that time in my life, I was not rising. I was not owning my life. I was simply stagnant. And I finally said, enough. Something that one quote just triggered me. And I was scared to death of not becoming the potential and the person that I could become. And I said, no more. And at that moment, I committed. I would never have been found on a Zoom like this. I hated conferences. I hated summits. I didn't like to go to network at those things. I didn't like to do anything virtually. That wasn't me. I didn't like reading books. I didn't like learning. And that was probably part of the reason why I was stuck. So I went crazy. I read about 50 plus books. I read a book a week for about 3 years straight. I went to, I can't remember how many conferences, but I calculated the hours. It was something like 780 hours of training and coaching and all kinds of things so I could rise to the person I knew I could become. And guess what? 3 years after that, in building a totally different direction, I made the Inc. 5000's fastest growing companies. That was last year, by the way, and grew another company to $10 million in just 2 years. And this is what I do now. Now, I don't tell you that to impress you. I tell you that because it was frankly horrible going through that. But there was something that needed to happen for me to wake up to who I was. And even yesterday, I was speaking at a conference and I was interviewing Nancy. I don't know if you know Nancy Carmen Gonzalez. She's in Real World, TV star, Casey Clark, Big Brother, Spies and Lies. She's also on the MTV Challenge. I think it's MTV. I was interviewing them yesterday. Today, I'm talking with Silva, the MMA fighter. How many of you know Silva? I'm interviewing him at a different conference today. I would have never thought, myself 5 years ago would have never believed that I would be on stage with Silva, that I would be on stage with these TV personalities that I've been talking to the last couple of days. How crazy is that? I would have never thought that. So I'm going to talk about 7 things that you can do right now to 10x those results. And if you guys are ready, I know we're going to go fast, but here is number 1. So part of the reason why I was keeping myself small is because I was weighed down by my past failures, the stupid decisions that I had made, the ridiculous things that I had done in my life that made me, frankly, feel completely unworthy to be the person that I could become. And frankly, part of it was because some things in my life are comfortable. And when you're comfort, there's no incentive, no reason to rise to the calling that every single one of you has. I see you, Wanda. Yes. And it was robbing me. My past beliefs were robbing me from a bright future. So you know what I had to do? Do you know how I had to make my future better? I had to have a better past. What do I mean by that? I realized that the stories I was telling myself of what happened were making me bitter. I realized that they were helping me be small. And I realized that, wow, is what happened, it happened. It happened once, or maybe it happened twice, or maybe I made a stupid decision, or maybe something did something to me and I wasn't forgiving them. And I realized that not forgiving them or even not forgiving myself is like drinking poison and hoping that somebody else dies. And so you know what I did? I changed my story. Because you must have a better past to have a brighter future. What do I mean by that? There is something that is so powerful that I learned that helped me change those stories that were keeping me small. Because I realized by changing my stories, I could remove the bitter you, the bitter me, and have the better me, the better you show up. How? When you think about the stories that are keeping you small and the stories that are telling you right now that you cannot be on that stage, that you don't deserve and you're not worthy of being in that photo shoot or creating the next big hit album on Spotify or on iTunes or whatever. Well, guess what? When you think about those past stories that are keeping you small, they're affecting your present because they already happened. It's over. It's gone. What happened, happened. But ask yourself, is this story true? Is the story I'm telling me about what happened really true? Because it's not what happened. It's the meaning you gave to it. It's what it means to you now. So if you change the meaning of your story, you change your entire life. Number 2, will that negative story that you keep telling yourself, will it actually get you what you want? Will it? And I'm guessing if you ask yourself that question, honestly, the answer is no. So then if that's the case, what's a more empowering story that you could tell yourself? And if we had more time, I would pull several of you out of the audience here and dive into this a little bit more and go one-on-one. But what's a more empowering story that you could tell yourself that will actually get you what you want? My story was, oh my gosh, there's no way. If I felt called to speak and teach and coach and train because I had some things that I had learned. So I was learning from the best speakers in the world. And I'm like, there's no way I could ever be on stages with them. Never. And so that story was keeping me playing small and it wasn't serving me. So I changed my story that I absolutely deserve to be on that stage because they went through the same thing that I went through. Some of them were homeless. Some of them were really challenged. And then I had to commit to the new story and never allow that story to keep me playing small ever again. So anytime that comes to you, that story that comes to you that's keeping you playing small, you need to ask yourself, is it true? Will it actually get me what I want? And if the answer is no, then what's a more empowering story that you can start telling yourself immediately and snap yourself out of it? And I'm going to talk a little bit further of how you can do that. So number 1 is stop letting the past create your present reality. Because if it creates your present reality, your future is not going to be very bright. I didn't have a good future when I was depressed. I did not have a compelling future. I didn't think I could ever get to where I wanted to be. And therefore, I played small. And guess what? Nothing big ever came from playing small. In fact, when I was interviewing Nancy Carmen and Casey Clark yesterday, that have been incredible at all the things that they've been doing on TV, I asked them, like, what was the, like, you're like the overnight success, right? Well, they're like, heck no. Well, what happened? Well, both of them spent 2 or 3 years working on themselves first and doing things that you're doing right now by being here. And then they had to stand in that casting line for 2 hours to try to get on MTV Real World, for example. I think that was Nanny that did that. And Nanny, she's sitting in there with everyone else. Casey actually had a similar experience. She didn't know anybody. It was awkward. And then she had to try out. And she did this several times. And she finally got chosen for that reality series. Amazing. So again, stop letting your past create your present future. Number 2, I had a coach who was coaching me about a couple of years ago. And he said to me something I'd never forget. He said, Eric, did you realize I was homeless 5 years ago? And this guy was like, made multi-millions of dollars. He has his mansion in Florida. And I'm like, what? Like, there's no way. Like, the guy I see right now is not, there's no way you were homeless. He's like, no, I was homeless and I had 3 kids. I'm like, are you kidding me? He's like, no. And he said, you know what changed my life? And I said, what's that? And he said, I hired a coach. And here's what the coach told me. He explained to me a similar problem that I was having. He knew where he wanted to go and he didn't know how to get there. And he kept telling his coach, well, I'm trying this and it's not working. And the coach is like, well, what else are you doing? Well, I'm doing this and it's not working. And the coach said, okay, well, tell me more. And he kept explaining to the coach what was going on. And the coach said, I see. I know what the problem is. And my friend looked at the coach and said, what's the problem? And he said, you're making all the decisions. And my friend's like, well, of course I'm making the decisions. I'm me. I'm the person that wants to become this or that. And the coach says, no, you don't understand. You are making all the decisions. Do you know where you want to be in the future? And he says, yes. He's like, here's what I want you to do. I want you to go home and I want you to look at yourself 5 years from now. I want you to document your whole day from the version of your future self. Where are you? What house are you waking up in? What car are you driving? How many clients or how much business do you have? What does your day look like 5 years from now in your ideal future situation? And I want you to come back in 3 days and I want you to write this down, be very detailed. And I want you to write pages and pages of exactly what this day looks like. And he said, okay. So he did that. And then he came back and he had a really clear vision of what his future self would be at that point. And now his coach said, and he read him, he said, read me this document. And he took some time and read the vision. And he said, you remember when I told you a few days ago that you're making all the decisions and that's the problem? And he said, yeah. And he said, because that person that you just read to me, that guy 5 years from now, he's the guy that needs to make the decision, not you. Because you are stuck in your present reality, your past hurt, you're stuck where you are, and you are not making the decisions you need to make because you're making them with your mindset of today. You are exactly where you are today because of your skill set, your mindset as well. And by the way, mindset is much more important than skill set. I'm sure you learned that yesterday. Mindset is much more important than skill set. So your future self needs to make that decision. So number 2 is you must have a clear vision of the future because your future self 5 years or 10 years from now cannot make decisions if you don't know who that person is. Are you on that stage? Are you in that shoot? Are you on the cover of Vogue magazine? Whatever that might be, create a big, compelling future. And you want to know what happens when you create a big, compelling future and you believe it? Guess what changes? Your immediate future changes today. Is this connecting with you? If this is connecting with you, give me some hands, throw some love in the chat. Let's see, is this connecting with you? Awesome, I see you. I see you, Frankie. I see you, Norman. I see you. Awesome, Christine, Melissa, you look amazing. I love the background of Misa. Diane, Flores, look at you, you look amazing. Oh, love that smile, great smile, awesome. Thank you for the love in the chat. I hope this is connecting with you. Create a clear vision of the future and know why you want it. So do this exercise. Look at yourself 5 years or 10 years. What are you doing? What is your day like? Are you waking up in the mansion? Are you on the cover of the magazine? Do you have a top single? Whatever that might be for you. Are you in a movie that's about to be released to the world? Like, who is that? I see you guys smiling. Like, as you're thinking of your future self, you're like, all right, yes, let's do this. It's a beautiful thing. So, and know why you want it. The why is what the emotions that will drive you even when it gets hard. Here's why. Winners lose more than losers lose. Let me repeat that. Winners lose more than losers lose. The people that are on the stage today that are at the shoot win more than the people that tried and failed, and then stopped and quit. Meaning, the path to you getting everything you want is not easy. I get it. It is not easy. But would you rather fail to success or live with a life of regret, not becoming the person you were meant and born to become? Mark Twain said that the two greatest days of your life are the day you were born and the day you find out why. You know, they say the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. You know when the second best time to plant a tree is? Bam, Norman, you got it. Ada, you got it. Is it Saba? Is that how you say that? I hope I'm not mispronouncing. Yes? Okay. Yes, you absolutely got it. Cassandra, I see you. You look great. Yes, absolutely. So you must have that clear vision of the future, know why you want it. Number 3, commit first to that vision. I'm writing a book that's coming out on May 11th. It's called Commit First. You know, the first thing I did when I wrote this book, if you go back to my Facebook page, actually it's on my Instagram, at Eric Sorensen, Eric with a K and at Sorensen with an O-N. Go to my Instagram, go back to January 11th, and you're going to see that I went live to announce that my book Commit First was going to be released on May 11th. Guess what? I hadn't written a single word. Not a single word. Because I understand the power of commitment. I committed to that without even having written a word. And I knew exactly what I wanted to write. I felt like I need to write this book for 2 years now. So I don't think it's going to be difficult for me to finish this book, but I committed first. I backed myself into a complete corner so I can either be completely embarrassed to my audience or I can actually write the dang book. And by the way, the reason why I chose May 11th is because I had committed first to an event before I ever created the event that I'm doing in Nashville on May 11th. And so that audience knows that's coming to that live event. They know that I've committed to that. And I wanted some really powerful speakers to be with me on stage. So I basically Instagram stopped Molly Bloom. You know, have you ever any of you seen the movie Molly's Game? It's an amazing movie. So the real person behind Molly's Game, her name is Molly Bloom. She's one of the top speakers in the country. I said, will you speak at my event? I committed to her. I paid her $30,000 to speak at my event. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say that amount or not. Anyways, I paid her to be at my event. I hadn't even created the event. I called up Nancy Kerrigan, who is a Olympic medalist, right? She was on Dancing with the Stars and a few other things. And I'm like, you're so inspiring. I want you to speak at my event. Great. I paid her agent, her fee. Hadn't created the event. Then I created the event. Then I got my team together. We got the hotel, committed first. And I'm telling you this for a reason. Commitment means you cut off any areas of retreat. Commitment means you would rather die than not be on that stage. It means you will completely commit to yourself and the vision of your future. So number 3 is I need you to commit to that vision. Number 4, a compelling future will immediately change your current reality. I know I talked about that a little bit, but here's a strategy that I learned that's really powerful. Name it. Any of you heard of that David Goggins? You know who he is? He wrote a couple of really powerful books. Yeah, he's amazing. David Goggins was sitting at 24 or so years old, sitting on the couch, 100 pounds overweight, drinking a milkshake, watching a reality show and realizing something's got to change. And he saw a documentary on Navy SEALs and what they do to be able to go through like Hell Week and become a Navy SEAL. And he's like, that's going to be me. So he goes out and he runs like a half a mile and he couldn't even make it a half a mile. He couldn't. So he quit. And then he got so fed up with his life that he decided to change. He decided to get into Navy SEAL training. He lost 100 pounds. And I think it was like 3 months. He went through Hell Week, didn't make it, like broke his leg or something. They pulled him on a medical. Did it again, pulled him on a medical. Did it the 3rd time, broke his leg again, braced it up, finally made it through Hell Week and became a SEAL. He's one of the biggest, baddest people I ever know, David Goggins. But you know what he did? He created 2 identities. The scarcity David, he named him David. The abundance David, he named Goggins. So he still tells himself, David's the guy that sits on a couch and he drinks a milkshake. That's my past self. At one point was his current self. Goggins is a bad A. Goggins is the guy that gets crap done. Goggins is the guy that will never, ever quit. And I did the same thing. Eric is the guy that was depressed, that believed his limiting beliefs, that wasn't doing what he was called to do. And you know what? Sorensen showed up. And I created that identity. Sorensen's the guy that's making the money. Sorensen's the guy that's in abundance. Eric's the guy that was in scarcity. Eric's the guy that believed his limiting beliefs. Sorensen's the guy that has massive amount of confidence, the confidence that you see on stage today. Sorensen's showing up right now. So name it. I would suggest you name your first name your past and either your last name or pick a really, really cool name, like, I don't know, Superman or Wonder Woman or some powerful, like you're become an Avenger, whatever that might be. And whenever you get stuck in that old mindset, say, is that Eric or is that Sorensen? I'm going to have Sorensen show up instead of having Eric show up. Number 5, make decisions from your future self, not your current self. Your current self doesn't have what it takes to be where you want to be. Otherwise, you would be there right now. But guess who does? Your future self does. Isn't that amazing? Number 6, find somebody who knows the path and get around them, follow them. Guess what? I have to teach people how to do this. You're already here. I see your thumbs up, say that's amazing. Yes, you're already here at VIP Ignite right now, being around people that are on the same journey that you have. And by the way, listening to people today, these speakers that are where you want to be. It is so powerful. Your network is your net worth. So find somebody who knows the path, because this will dramatically accelerate this. I learned this. And by the way, in the last 3 years, I've spent $287,000 in coaching, training, and programs for myself. I don't say that to impress you. When I was Eric, I don't think I spent $10 in 15 years. Seriously. And frankly, I didn't have the money anyway, so it didn't really matter if I did spend $10. But I started investing in myself little by little. So find somebody who knows the path and follow them. And guess what? You already have it. And then the last thing is, don't listen to anyone who isn't playing the game at a higher level than you. By the way, you will only be criticized by people who are either more successful than you or making more money than you. Excuse me, I said that wrong. You will only be criticized by by people who are less successful than you and making less money than you. I totally messed that one up. It's true. Think about the people that criticize you. They will tell you you can't do it. They will tell you there's thousands and thousands of models. You'll never be one of them. They will tell, and frankly, you'll probably tell yourself that too. Don't listen to your current self who's not there yet either, because your current self also isn't where you want to be. But don't listen to the people that are less successful than you. Only listen to the people that are where you want to be, because they're not going to criticize you. They're going to help you. That's why Deneen is here. That's why VIP Ignite is here, is to get you to where you want to go faster than you ever thought possible and open the doors of opportunity. You cannot win from the sidelines. You must play in the arena. And every time you play in the arena, yeah, you're going to get your butt kicked a little bit. And you probably already have gotten your butt kicked. But guess what? Winners lose more than losers lose. And you can't ever stop the person who will never quit. Frankie, I see you. That's amazing. Let's see your hands. Are you guys doing okay? We're going to do something at the end here to really solidify this, because I know I have only about 15 minutes left with all of you guys. Is this helpful? Is this helpful? Put in the chat if this is helpful. I'd love to see it. Okay, somebody said, please, number 4. I'm going to review these really quick. Number 1 is stop letting your past create your present reality, which another way to put that is change your story. Number 2, create a clear vision of the future and know exactly why you want it. Number 3, commit first to that vision. And by the way, if you guys want to copy that book, go to Instagram. Make sure you follow me, because if you message me on Instagram, you direct message me on Instagram, I probably won't see your message. I will send you that book at, shortly after May 11th, because I've got an event. Or sometime in May, I will send you that book, Commit First, so you guys have a copy of that. And I will send that to you at my cost. You don't have to pay anything for that. I'm here to serve you. Where are we at? Number 3, commit first. Number 4, create a compelling future, because it will immediately change your current reality, and name it. So name that compelling future. Number 5, make decisions from your future self. By the way, failing at your future self is way, way better than succeeding at your present self. You know what I mean? Because your present self isn't on that stage right now. And when you become disconnected with your future self, you immediately become small. When I connect with Eric, oh my gosh, the doubts come, the fear comes. But when I'm connected with Sorensen, watch out. Number 6, find somebody who knows. Find a network. Your network is your net worth. Somebody who has been on the path that can accelerate that path and follow them. And number 7, don't listen to the haters. Don't listen to anybody that isn't playing the game at a higher level than you. So And as you have that strong enough why, your why will push you way beyond any how. So there's a couple of things that pro level tools before we go into this last exercise that I'm going to do with you that are really, really helpful, that have really changed my life. So that's the framework that I gave you, but these are things how to really accelerate that framework even more. So that framework alone, if that's all you did, you're going to be kicking butt and taking names. But if you add these things, these are pro level things, you're going to be playing the game at the highest level as long as you do these consistently. Remember, tiny hinges swing big doors. So the first thing I want to talk to you about, you've heard probably your whole life about how you should invest or invest in the stock market. You know, for example, if you're 24 years old and you invest $250 a month from age 24 to 34, so let's say 11 years, you'll end up with $1.1 million by the time you're 65. If you're 35 and invest for 30 years, the same amount of money, you'll end up with $600,000. So the reason why I say that is the best thing you can do is invest as early as you possible. Now, if you're already 65 years old, there's no time that's better than now to start that. But I tell you this because we think of this as an investment. We know we should invest money or something every single month to build a brighter future. But why aren't you investing in yourself? Are your actions borrowing from yourself, or are your actions investing in yourself? Is watching Netflix all day long borrowing from yourself or investing in yourself? If it's borrowing from yourself, give me a thumbs up. If it's or thumbs down. If it's investing in yourself, give me a thumbs up. Yeah. Now, if you're watching Netflix because you're watching that person you want to model that's on that star or on that movie and you want to see how they do it, that's different. That's investing in yourself. But if you're watching Netflix and eating potato chips, that's probably not investing in yourself. Is being here investing in yourself or not investing in yourself? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Yeah. Is listening to your voice, the limiting beliefs that you have that's keeping you small, is that investing in yourself or borrowing from your future? Heck yeah. Frankie, that's awesome. Is it? I'd love to say your name. Miss Rodriguez. How about I say that? I'm so terrible with names. I'm really, really bad. Absolutely. Now, there's this study that was done that's called Change or Die. And I learned this from one of my coaches. Her name is Krista Mishra. I just learned it last week, and I didn't know about this. So they did a study of people that had a condition that if they didn't change, it would take their life. So they had habits, health habits, that if they didn't change that, ultimately they would die within a year, 2 years, 3 years, or whatever. They found out that even with death on the line, 90% of them didn't make the lifestyle change they needed to survive. Is that crazy? You know the ones that did? They took another group. They told them the same thing, and they said, but we're going to give you coaching, accountability, and support. Guess how many of them made the change? 77% made the change. I'm not a statistician, but that is an insane transformation. 90% didn't change when death was on the line. 77 did with coaching, accountability, and support. That's why you are here. I would urge you, and I will not tell you anything that I'm not doing. I'm investing in programs almost every month. I buy every course I can even think of from people that are higher than me. I attend every event that I can of people that are where I want to be in the future. And that keeps getting bigger and bigger. And that's why you are here, is you're doing the same thing. You're 70%, 77% more likely to do it with a group like this right here. Here's another thing. What's the difference between, so there was an author, his name's Dr. Benjamin Hardy. He actually created a book called Be Your Future Self Now. It is my favorite book. If you have a chance, get the book. It is absolutely insane. It's also on Audible, but he did a study. What is the difference between wannabe successful actors, models, entrepreneurs, business owners, etc., and successful ones? Wannabe versus successful. Guess what it is? It was the decision to be 100% committed. Like we talked about earlier. That's not a surprise, right? But you know what was a surprise? You know what drove the commitment in over 90% of the cases? A financial investment in their self. Did you know that? Let me repeat that. Over 90% of them made a financial investment in themselves, which was connected with them committing to their future self. So in other words, I'm sure that Alicia and Deneen will be giving you an opportunity to join their group. Do it. I'm not here to sell you. I'm here to serve you. But I know that means if it's 90% of them were that case, then you're 90% not likely to get to where you want to go without making a financial investment in yourself. And by the way, it is not hard. I remember the very first time I called my wife and I'm like, I'm investing some big, like money we don't have on a credit card to do this program. And there was a transformation in that transaction. It's the weirdest thing. I don't understand it. I think it has to do with the fact that you're committing to yourself and you're actually proving to yourself by putting hard-earned money into something that will pay off so that you can have that dream outcome. And it might be because of the fact that when you do that, it builds a massive amount of confidence, and people that pay attention. My clients that pay me the most money, I have a $25,000 program. Do you think they listen to every single word that I say after spending $25,000? And guess what happens when they do? They get the result. You know who doesn't get the result? The people that don't listen, that don't take action. Yeah, I see you guys. Amazing. Last thought here before we dive into this, just a quick exercise that we'll do at the end. Committing to your future, committing to your future self alters your identity and changes your present reality. It is so, so powerful. And I just said early, growth and commitment, yeah, it's hard, but you know what's harder? Living knowing what you could have been. So I want you guys, if you guys are loving this, I want you to say, I'm committed in the chat. Let's see that chat light up. I want to see who's committed. Let's see your hands if you are committed. All right, let's see it. Let's get some energy here because we only have 10 more minutes left, a little bit less. And I want to take you through an exercise that is so powerful that hopefully will solidify this. And if you can watch the recordings, again, I'm not sure if you have the recordings or not, but if you do, watch it back and go through this yourself. And this is something that you can do every day, 10 minutes a day, that will help you connect with your future self. And it is so powerful. Are you guys in for that? You're in for connecting with your future self? Okay, awesome. Now I know before I do this, I usually have people dive really deep into who their future self is. So I want you to think about who you want to be in 5 years. And then I want you to dream even bigger. Where do you think you can be? Who do you want to be in 5 years? And then 5x that, 10x that. Go crazy. Imagination is unbelievable. Think of Walt Disney imagination. Look what he created. Imagination is so powerful. When you think of your kids and when they imagine big things, as a parent, you're like, heck yeah, you could accomplish that. And we tell our kids that they can accomplish anything they want to. So why are we not imagining? Why are we not doing the things that we know that we can do? All right. So I want you guys for just a moment to close your eyes. I want you to close your eyes and listen to my voice. And if you're in person, I would have you stand up. So close your eyes for a minute. Everybody's eyes closed and just listen to my voice. I want you to first think of your messy past. I want you to think about the failures, the stupid mistakes. I want you to think about you staying where you are today and not growing. I want you to think of you not becoming the person that you could become. And I want you to ask yourself, what is it costing you right now? I want you to feel what it's costing you right now. What is it costing you right now to listen to those limiting beliefs that are keeping you playing small and keeping you from everything that you want to be? What is it costing you right now to not connect with the person you were born to become, the person that is inside of you that's just dying to come out because you know they're there? You know you have a compelling future, but that person is keeping you small. And what if it's costing you now? What if you don't change? Where are you going to be in 5 years? Is it going to be better or worse? Are you going to be in the same place that you are, but 5 years older and even more challenging to make the decision, to make the change? What is it costing you? Do you want to live another 1 year, 5 years, or 10 years with this? I see the head shaking. No, you don't. And the question I have is, what's that story that's keeping you playing small? Because I want you right now in this moment to let that story go, to change that story. Will you allow the past to destroy you, or will you allow the past to define you? Have you had enough? Have you had that experience that I had, where I was standing in that dark room with the thunder and the lightning and the storm outside, matching the thunder and the lightning and the storm that was happening inside of my body, and read that quote that said, the scariest day of your life is the day you die, when the person you are meets the person you could have become. Are you going to become the person you could have become? Will you let go of that story? And will you let it define you? Let it be a part of you. Let it be the stepping stone for which you bounce from here. Now, before we envision yourself, I want you to think, we're going to shift emotions for just a minute. I want you to think of what you do have, the goodness that is in your life. Think of one thing that you're truly grateful for right now. I want you to feel it. I want you to see it. Maybe that's a son. Maybe that's a daughter. Maybe that's a best friend. Maybe that's a talent that you have that you sometimes suppress because you're listening to those fears. Think of one thing you could be extremely, extremely grateful for. And I want you to feel it. I want you to see yourself being completely grateful and giving thanks to God or the universe or whoever, whatever you believe in, or even to yourself. Think of a beautiful moment in your life that you could be extremely grateful for. Think of one more. Think of a different moment that you could just feel absolutely extremely grateful for. A blessing that's happened to your life. Maybe a coincidence. Is it a coincidence that you're here right now on this Zoom today? Or is it divine? Or is there something working for you? Is there something working for you to help you become the person you want to become? And I want you to feel that. Feel that gratitude. Show that gratitude in your face. Let it bring that smile to your face and feel that. Put your hand over your heart right now. And I want you to feel that gratitude. Feel who you are. Be grateful for that moment. Be grateful for that experience. Now, I want you to envision yourself in the future, 5 years in the future. And I want you to think of that goal that you have in mind. And I want you to see yourself as if you are there. You're on that stage. You're in that photo shoot. You're making that recording. You're meeting. You just got the deal. You just got the gig. You just signed the contract. And I want you to feel that. I want you to see yourself. What will that be like when that happens? But I want you to feel it as if it has already happened. And let that feeling come into you as if it has already happened. Feel it, see it, experience it. This is your future self right now. I see your smiles. This is beautiful. Now, I want you to think of another goal that's connected with this goal. Think of another day, 10 years in your future self. Make that vision even brighter, and I want you to see it. I want you to feel it. I want you to experience it. Where are you? Who are you with? What are you wearing? What's your car? What does your house look like? Did you turn on the TV and see yourself on it? Did you turn on Spotify and hear your song? Did you go to the grocery store and saw yourself on the cover of that magazine? Feel that self. Feel that self. And I want you to smile and I want you to celebrate. Now, I want you guys right now, even though you're on the camera, I want you just to open your eyes and let's all celebrate your future selves together right now. Let's put your hands together for all of you guys right now. And I want you to celebrate. That is you. Here's the beautiful thing about this. That is you. That is the real you. When you strip away the garbage, when you strip away the conditioning, when you strip away and truly experience gratitude and truly connect for what, 2 minutes on your future self, that's the real you. Not the one that's playing small, not the one that's not trying, not the one that's not showing up, not the one that's too scared to put the application in or to hire the agent. That's the real you. That's the person that must make all of the decisions for you. So to close, first off, thank you. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for investing in yourself because you guys can change the world. Thank you for listening to this message because I believe it can change your life because it has changed my life. And I get the letters and the emails from messages like this from people that are like, oh, you changed my life. And I'm like, no, I didn't change your life. You changed your life. Now, if not you, then who? I see you, Wanda. I see you, Frankie. I see you, Norman. I see you, Andrea. Gregory. If not you, then who? And if not now, then when? Thank you guys so much. You guys have been amazing. You guys, oh, I cannot wait to see your future selves. Oh, this is going to be, you guys totally got this. It's been amazing. And thank you, Deneen, as well for having me.
Oh, Eric, thank you so much. Like I don't take a lot of notes. Mike's in the other room. I was like, I just look like pages of notes. This is so awesome. Thank you so much for
And
that.
Kristen
That was
says hi. She was texting me as you were speaking because we're also working with Kristen. So yay!
Oh, I love
That was
Kristen. She's
awesome.
so, oh, she's
Your
she's
mentors are everything, guys. If your mentor, I mean, your network is your net worth. So thank you, Eric. That was amazing.
Thank you guys. Sorry about the crappy background too. It's
No,
no,
you're
no,
good.
no, it looks
We
great.
appreciate
I
you
thought
being
you were
here.
sitting in a boardroom. It's amazing. I love it. It's awesome. Thank you so, Eric. Thank
Thank
you
you guys.
so
You guys
much.
got
I'm gonna
this.
text
Let's
you
go.
afterwards.
You got this.
Thank you. That was awesome. Oh my gosh, guys. So here's a question I have for you. Are you being your future self now? That's the question I have for you. Are you being your future self now? That's who you are supposed to be. You have to be your future self now. And right now we're bringing on a huge Hollywood agent. So as your future self, are you guys ready for our next speaker? And I want you to hold on to this thought throughout the rest of the day as we hear from the agents, as we hear from the different speakers that we have coming up. I want you to think, okay, what would my future self be doing in this moment as I'm sitting here listening, having the opportunity to speak with people that can snap their fingers and in 30 seconds are like, change my life. That was like 10 shots of espresso. Okay, are you guys ready? Are you feeling the energy that I am? Come on now. If you show me the energy. Yes, you guys are like, hold on, Deneen. I'm still my future self. I don't know what am I in 2023? Am I in 2033? I get it. All right, so let me introduce our next speaker because I want to keep this going. Let's keep this momentum going. If you're ready to keep a momentum, type the word momentum in the comments. So our next speaker is Tanya Kleckner. Having a well-known and prominent musician as a father, she grew up around many famed and celebrated artists such as Jimi Hendrix, the Beatles, Shirley Bassey, Nina Simone, Billie Holiday, which inspired her to pursue music. The power-packed combination of her ability to play many different instruments, hands-on music industry knowledge, and college degree in music earned her a position as a sound engineer. Tanya worked in many British studios with amazing artists and legends, including Led Zeppelin, Tina Turner, and The Who. Later, Tanya decided she wanted to explore other branches of entertainment and left at the opportunity to work at the BBC. She successfully worked as a producer of children's TV shows, but still felt there was something more for her. How many of you know there's something more for you today? Tanya realized that if she wanted to know more about the entertainment industry, she would have to move to Los Angeles. For 20 years, Tanya worked her way through the talent agency and management system and has been wildly successful. Along the way, she's earned the reputation as being a straight shooter and has accumulated a fiercely loyal clientele following. She has worked with such greats such as Kelsey Grammer, Edward James Olmos, Faye Dunaway, James Coburn, and the Coppola family. Her talent has booked numerous series regulars, including recurring roles on pilots for HBO, ABC, NBC, Fox, for such shows as Constantine, Sin City Saints, Cedar Grove, and NCIS New Orleans. She currently has series regulars on amazing shows, and I'm not even going to tell you them because every time I try to say, oh, Tanya works with this person and that person, she's like, Deneen, you need to update my resume. So please, everyone, join me in welcoming to the stage, the one, the only, Tanya Kleckner.
Yay! Hi, Tanya.
Oh, there we are.
Hello.
Hello, how are you? It's so good to see you today.
Nice to see you. Hold on.
Hello.
I'm trying so I can see myself and then I can see myself speaking so I don't look a complete mess. Hi, everyone.
Hi. So I have to ask you, you're in LA. Are you getting snow today? What's happening
Yes.
over there?
No,
Give us the weather report.
it's been bad. It's been a lot of floods. My son's home flooded, unfortunately. But it's been pretty bad out here, I have to say. Yeah.
That's
yeah.
crazy.
And then we're supposed to have I've got to go to an event tonight actually with a client. And then I just heard that there's another storm coming in. So we're going to see how it goes. So because it's like a 45-minute drive from my home. So we'll see. And I just told him, I'm like, I'm not driving in that crap because the roads get so flooded here so quickly. So, you know, I'm from England. I mean, I can drive around in the rain. I have no problem with that. But LA seems to kind of not handle it very well.
Yeah, it's a lot different than New York. New York, it's
yes,
let's just truck
yes,
yeah.
yes, yes, yes. So I guess I'll give you a few updates on my resume because that's really old and I have to do it. I have to get around to doing it. I might have my assistant just write one up because I'm just rubbish at writing them up.
You could just tell me and we'll just type it up real quick.
Yeah. So I currently have one of the series leads on a small show called Wednesday for Netflix that I'm sure everybody knows
Season
about.
2. Yeah.
We got picked up for a season 2. I have another series lead, should I say, with on the show on CW and Netflix called All American. It's a really good show. Yeah, and we got picked up for season 6.
We're not even going to talk about Mindhunters getting canceled.
Yeah, I know.
I was so pissed when I read that. I was like, Hollywood, come on.
I know.
And I know you have a lot of what else? Kratos, God of War, voiceover.
Kratos. I put Kratos in God of War, and we just won DICE Awards. Oh, I don't know that's not coming out. Never mind. He's won. He's in.
I'll send you all non-disclosure agreements by the end of this call. Just sign them.
Yeah. Oh no, because it's online anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. So
we just won a DICE Award for best performance. So it's all good. And I actually just this morning I booked my client on a guest star on Rookie Feds, like at 7 this morning. So the reason being we booked it so quickly is because she has to COVID test today, and then she starts shooting on Monday.
Okay. All right. So guys, I want you to understand this is not the Flintstone mentality, clock in and clock out. If you're looking to get into show business, it's a lifestyle. And I want you all to type lifestyle because Sunday morning, 7 a.m., she's booking. This is the business. Yeah. So as an agent, you contact your person and you're like, hey, guess what? You're going to need to do your COVID test. You start tomorrow or you start Tuesday. I mean, do you ever stop? Ever in this business?
No. I booked 3 jobs yesterday. I also booked a very large role in an upcoming film that I'm under NDA for, and I'm about to negotiate that deal. I've just started, and I'm about to book someone else in an NCIS. Funnily enough, but we have to get what's called network approval, so they're the top choice. So we're waiting now for network approval, and I'm actually going to a spa day after this. So my phone is going to be turned off, and they have to COVID test later on today. So this is my life. So I'm like, but my phone's going to be off. This is my one afternoon that I've got off. So I've had to
just direct all calls here, and I'll answer on your behalf.
So I'm like, I found a work colleague. I'm like, can you take over and just negotiate this deal? Because they're like, but I don't know. And I've just given them the whole rundown of how they need to do it, what they need to do. And I'm like, I need the afternoon off.
I think as much as everybody wants an agent, my personal bucket list, I would love to follow you. And I've been to your office, so I know what you're capable of, but I would love to watch you straight contracts and red line, because you get so excited because you're like, no, red flag. And you're crossing stuff out like a psychopath, but you're doing it to protect your client, which is so important.
Yeah. I did that. I did a 4-picture deal. We do those with Shazam, and I have one
4-picture deal with Shazam. So we talked about that yesterday, being a likable character. That's the no a-hole policy. If you're going to get a 4-picture deal, you got to be likable. So everybody smile, because your personality is going to help a lot in this business.
Yeah. So, I'm just booking daily, and that's how agencies keep their doors open. We have to book you guys on a regular basis, co-star, guest stars, films, series regulars are our ultimate goal, because those are really what keeps our doors open.
And wait, before we go into this, tell us how much can an actor expect to get paid? Go through the food chart with us, a co-star versus series regular. Just kind of break it down. Now, just so you know, she's a real agent. She doesn't book background work, guys. She's not booking background work for $200 a day, because she only makes commission, which means she's not going to do all this for pennies.
Yeah. If I was to book background, then I'd have to have about 10,000
people
on my books. Yeah. No. So I only do legit acting work that's above 5 lines, or normally above 10 lines for me. So co-star is a one day co-star role pays $1,082 a day. Plus 10, my 10% is that's scale plus 10. Or if they book you on a weekly scale, that's 3,756 plus 10 a week. They'll do a weekly scale, and that's how they'll buy you for a co-star role. Then the next level up from that, which is normally a meteor role for that show, is a guest star role. They can generally buy you for a 1-day guest star. I tend to try and negotiate that rate. They'll normally come in just above scale, normally about $1,250 for the day, but I try and get you up to $1,500, $2,000. My girl that just booked a guest star this morning, I got her up to $3,500 for one day, which is a relatively high fee because she works a lot. Or if you're going to book a guest star where they'll buy you for a half-hour show, that's normally a 5-day job for a half hour. And that's what we call top of show, which is just shy of $6,000. For an 8-day guest star, which is a 1-hour job, so say like an NCIS, that's $9,522 for 8 days of work. And that's generally what it is on a one hour guest star. So that's what I want to be doing with my clients. I ultimately want them to be booking those the 1 hour or 1 or half hour guest star top of show roles, because you have to think about it. If I'm booking 1-day co-stars all the time with you, that's only, you think $1,082 a day, that's $108 commission for me, right? As opposed to you booking the top of show 1 hour, $9,522, that's $952 commission.
You go from like drinking
So
Dunkin'
from $100
like
to $952, that's like
Yeah.
nine times difference in commission. So I want to book those top of show guest stars. Now, then when we get to the films, a lot of these films now are generally paying scale, unless you're an established working actor. I'm going to bump up that fee to $5,000, $10,000 a week, stuff like that, depending on the budget of the film. And that's a studio film. Then when we get to series regulars, also depending on the if it's a streaming service, Apple, Netflix, Paramount Plus.
Which one pays the most? You said Apple, right?
Apple TV right now it seems to be paying the most. That could change. That's just what's trending right now. So Apple TV at the minute. And then generally we can start your fee if you haven't got anything on your resume, 20, 25,000, and we'll try and up that to 30, 35,000. On a Netflix show with somebody that I have put on a series that doesn't have much on their resume, I've got them 40,000 an episode. But that's because I'm negotiating hard to try and get that money and to try and tell the network that, hey, you know what, you're going to be doing a series, you're going to be out off the market for say 4 months to do a series, that you can't go and do any other jobs. And
so
you're going
like
to be held
your actor that did the show Wednesday, like obviously it was the first season. They don't know if they're going to pick up a second season, which obviously they announced. So do they make a higher dollar amount when it actually gets a second season? Is that normally how it works?
No, how it works is if you book a series, you are then going to be under contract for 6 years. They hold you exclusive. However, when they do a first season, they hold you. So they're then allowed, after they finish a first season, they've got some time. You're still under contract with them. You still can't go and do another series regular role. You can go and do a mini series, a movie of the week, a feature film. I still have to go back, depending on that contract, to ask for permission for you to go and do that. When it's normally outside of a production, sometimes when it's outside, when you're on hiatus, you can go and do mini series, movie of the week, things like that. Sometimes if there's a clause in there, but you have to ask permission for everything that you do. And that's my job, to go back to business affairs and ask for permission. But you're still under contract unless they release you
for 6 years.
Contract. Yes.
Okay, I want everybody to type 6 years.
Yes, unless they release you. So if that series doesn't get picked up, and they have to do that within an amount of time, whatever's within that contract. So if that series gets cancelled, then you are released from your contract.
Okay.
Obviously, it's up to them if they want to pick that series up. You're still under that contract still continues.
That's interesting.
And then you normally, season 2, you then get between a 4 to 5% bump for season 2, depending on again what's in your contract. On different networks have 4% or a 5% increase in wage on what you got the previous year.
Now, like, let's say for an example, like Netflix, and just so you guys know, if you're an actor, you should be checking like what are the top trending movies or shows on these networks. You guys, I hope you're all doing that. The top 10. Now that, like, let's say like Virgin River, for an example, or even like Wednesday, trending shows. I mean, like Netflix is making, so much more money now because everybody's obsessed with these shows. Do you find that like now these actors are like a little bit more coveted? Do you feel as though when you're getting them like miniseries, are they getting a bump in pay from other networks? Are they allowed to work with these other networks?
Well, with Netflix, they can't go on any other streaming services. Their exclusivity clause is very tight. But there's other networks that they can go and work for Fox and CBS and NBC and think on shows like that. But there's a lot of great films that they can go and do.
Okay. But they just can't go like Hulu, Netflix. They can't.
No. Yeah, they can go
Okay.
and do other shows. There's other great shows on Netflix they can go and do.
Yeah.
So there's
Yeah.
plenty of other work for them out there.
Because I've noticed a lot of the cast from like Emily in Paris, like doing crossovers now with other Netflix shows. I'm like, oh,
Yes.
I know her. Okay.
Yes. They can go and
So
do
they
that.
keep it in the family.
Yes.
But they don't make like residuals because it's Netflix, so it's streaming. So like they don't.
No,
get,
you do, but you do get residuals on Netflix.
Okay. See, I didn't even know that. See, we're learning today. This is why my mentor. Welcome.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go over. I mean, how many of you guys are looking for a Hollywood agent? And we kind of talked about this yesterday, and I know you and I we go back and forth with this all the time. But so many people looking to get into this industry, they go to they get their headshots or they go take an acting lesson and then they join every website under the sun. You know what I mean? Like the Actors Access and the Backstage and the 99s. There's nothing wrong with those websites, guys, but breakdowns are only for agents. So can you go over what breakdown services are? Because we kind of went over a little bit of this yesterday with Ryan Colby. But can you go over like breakdown services and then what do you submit as a Hollywood agent? What do you submit to a casting director?
Yeah, so Breakdown Services is a company that I use and that I get from casting directors. Basically, it's a breakdown of the project that they're casting. So that breakdown will tell me who's producing, who's directing, what the project is, who the studio is, the network is on that project. And then I will get sometimes it will tell me who's attached to that project. And then I'll get a breakdown of all the characters that they're looking for, the description of the character, maybe the ethnicity of the character, the storyline, all of that good stuff. Then they'll also send me the script code so I can download the script and the sides code so I can download the sides. If I get the appointment for the actor, I can then send that script and the sides to the character. Oh my goodness, sorry. The script and the sides to the actor. So I'll submit my actors. My actors will be on my Actors Access. My breakdown service is the same thing to that on that role. So my actor that I'm working with needs to have the right tools for me to submit. So they need to have a great headshot, a great resume. If they don't have if they don't have a reel, then I normally have them upload a great self-tape from a previous job. I will then submit their headshot resume on that role, and then I'll click it, and that goes straight to the casting director. And I do that all day long with all the breakdowns that come in. And then then I start getting times through Actors Access, and it's comes through what we call a C-mail. I then email you guys your audition ticket along with the script and the sides. The sides are basically a portion of the script or a couple of scenes from the script that they want you to audition with. And that's basically it. So I do that all day long. And then you have to remember when you do get an audition from this, say if it's one role on a show like Wednesday, if it's one guest star role on Wednesday, that casting director is going to receive about 5,000 submissions for that one role. And they're only going to be pulling in maybe 50 people for that role. And then hopefully you'll be one of those people that they will see, because I do generate a lot of auditions for my talent. So that's when I want to make sure that when I do get that audition for my talent, you guys send me that self-tape, that it's going to be the absolute best, because I have a reputation to upkeep as well. So I'm only going to be submitting great self-tapes of my talent.
Yeah, and just so you guys know, anybody can join Actors Access, but what she's getting, the breakdowns, those are completely different than what you have access to. Why is it that only legitimate, like you're a SAG franchised agent?
I'm SAG franchised agent. Yeah. I'm state licensed. So when I only get the breakdowns that no other person can, only people that are state licensed and franchised with either ATA or SAG can get these breakdowns, because when we sign up, we have to show all this paperwork before we can get all the breakdowns.
Yeah, so it's a vetting process. Like you just can't get breakdowns unless you're
Yeah.
a real agent. And I really
Yes.
want to stress that to you because I get talent all the time that are looking for speaking roles. Like you and I both know there's like clickbait, oh, star in the next Avengers or Black Panther. And they're doing that because unfortunately there's a lot of naive, gullible people in this world that want to be stars. So they click on it. Oh my God, they want me to star in the new Marvel movie. No, like what's wrong with you? That's not how this works. And a lot of times you don't even know the name of the project. You just know Netflix or CBS because you're not attracting fans. You want real actors, right? So I really want to stress that to you guys. If you guys are just looking, oh my God, they want me to star in Avengers. No legitimate casting director wants, and I'm not saying this to be mean. I'm saying this to be truthful. A casting director doesn't want to talk to someone not represented, and they don't want to go back and forth with you. Can you tell me more about the role? Is this real? My friend, can you do it another time? Like they don't deal with that bullshit. They want an agent because they know an agent is only going to sign actors, not impersonators.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not training anybody. I
yeah,
mean,
they
not an acting
exactly.
coach.
They don't want train. They want to find actors as well. You don't have to have anything on your resume, but they do want to see training on your resume. These networks and studios want to find people that do have training, so when they do hire you, that you're going to know what you're doing the moment you walk on set. That's important. It's a business for them. It's money to them. They don't care about anything else. They just want to make sure that any actor that they're hiring knows exactly what they're doing. So when they give you
have
redirect,
to stay in class, and I'm just going to stress that again because we had somebody yesterday doing showcases, and are you taking classes? No. Well, how do you think you're going to book work? You have to stay in class. I want you all to type class. Yes, because no casting director wants to take a chance. You're not getting on like set and winging it. Like you have to stay in class. And why is it that you need to stay in class, Tanya?
Why? Because you'll never be good enough. There's a lot to learn as being an actor. It's like being a musician. If you don't practice that instrument, you'll never be great. People just don't realize that acting, people just think that they're going to get out of bed and they're like, you know what, I want to do that. I want to do what they're doing on TV. Yeah. I'm just natural. I can be an actor. But there's a lot to learn about being an actor. There's a lot of specifics, a lot of logistics about being an actor. This is a business. It's the entertainment business. You should, the suits at the networks and the studios, they don't care about anything else. They're about making money. So they need to hire somebody that's going to walk on that set, know exactly what they're doing, can hit their mark every time. When they give you redirects, you're going to know how to turn it up. They don't want to play with you, mess with you, like, oh, it's okay, let's do it this way. Oh, calm down. That you
can't be a snowflake. I'm just going to put it out there. Grow a pair of balls.
Yeah, you can't fall under pressure. You can't burst out crying. None of that shit. You have to be great when you go on set. It's okay to mess up now and again. I mean, we've seen that happen on behind the bloopers and things like that. But you've got to blow people away, because if you want to get the next job, then that's how you do it. Simple as that. And also being an actor is being a salesperson. You need to know how to audition. That's also, you need to know how to get the job. So, when I'm sending that self-tape in, you're going to be up against another 100 self-tapes. It's going to be on one link. So that casting director is going to be watching your self-tape on their couch at home, fast forwarding. So you have to grab them within the first 10 to 15 seconds on that link. If you don't grab them with your read, they're going to move on to the next, onto the next, onto the next, onto the next. So it's also about like selling yourself as an actor too. So you have to be fucking great. Excuse me, are there any children on here?
You can see why we get along. But
it's true. So that's so important. It's so important.
So, I mean, you don't just sign people because they want to be signed. What do you look for? What makes it, like, for you, what do you look for before you put them on your roster?
First of all, talent. I've also been an agent for 30 years. So, I kind of developed this sixth sense where I see an invisible dollar sign on your top of your head. It's weird. Money, money, money. That's what I'm about. I have expensive taste. So, but talent is first and foremost. And then, I'd like to see people do an audition, to do it like a scene or a monologue. And then I can definitely see if you've got potential. And then, then I also want to see if you're marketable. Do you have space within my roster? Are there roles for you? Can I pitch you? And then the next thing I do is I want to meet you. So I want to meet you to see if we're going to get along, if we're on the same page. Do you have the same vision that I have for you? Are you passionate about this? Are you in this 150%? Are you going to give it everything? Are you willing to get to LA if you need to? Are you going to be an LA local hire, which we can discuss in a minute? Like, will you be able to put yourself up here in LA if I book you on a TV show here? Are we, do we have the same goals? Because also I work for free until you book a job. So I'm going to bust my ass to get you work until you book. And then I take 10% and you get 90%. So you need to put all your efforts into this as much as I am. So and I can tell straight away if you're in this or not. So that's why we have that meeting.
All right. So you're in the hot seat and I know you love it, but have you ever
set up? Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I'm making a Hollywood agent.
My background's not professional at all.
Okay, so here we go. I'm brushing the hair back for this one. So have you ever met somebody who has a super attractive resume and headshot, and then you talk to them like live and you're like, oh, hell no. Have you ever met somebody that just like throws you off and you're like, I really liked you until you open their mouth? Okay, so give me some examples. Like what turns you off?
Just last week. First of all, he was so boring. I almost fell asleep.
Oh, I thought you were talking about me.
Yeah, that's exactly you. Shut up. No, he had a good resume. There's a few examples. He had a great resume. Then we chatted, and I was like, and then he gave me his entire life history about how much he hated his wife. And I was like, okay, well, you're a horrible man. And then he told me he hadn't taken class for about 6-7 years, but then he hadn't booked anything for about 6 years. So I was like, okay, and then he told me he didn't need class because he was such a great actor. And I'm like, really? Because you haven't booked anything in about 6 years? Maybe you need some training. And I just thought he was awful.
Maybe that was his improv, Tanya. Maybe he was trying a new skit.
Yeah, I was told, another guy, and I was like, that's not working, because he just started slagging off his wife immediately. I was like, oof. If he's gonna let and then another agent, another actor had a good resume, and I spoke to her, and as soon as I started speaking to her, she started bad mouthing her agent, and I'm like, oh, but I go, but you've been booking, and you're bad mouthing your agent. Why? Well, she doesn't always pick up the phone to me, but I'm like, but you've been booking. She's been giving you auditions. Yeah, but I'd like to have someone I can speak to more. And I'm like, oof. But she's working hard for you, and you're getting jobs and you're booking, but you want to speak to her every day. He goes, yeah. She goes, yeah. And I'm like, all right, bye. Yeah, no, she's obviously working really hard for you, but now you want more time from her. That's
not her job. Like her job is to book you.
She's doing her job by getting you jobs. Yeah. And then another actor was she's a few, and then another actor just like said, I want to only do film. I don't ever want to do TV. And I said, my money's in TV more than film, but film doesn't pay as much as TV, and that's how I pay my bills. Is I will put you in film, of course, but I need to make sure you'll do TV as well.
Do you think there's still like a stigmatism? I mean, back in the day, like, oh, you're a TV star, actors in film were always so against doing TV. But now you see people like Jennifer Aniston and Reese Witherspoon and Harrison Ford doing TV. I mean, do you feel like that it's really gained recognition and respect in this?
It completely changed after 2008. I think everything just changed ever since, that all happened. And everyone's doing everything now because there's so much great content, and these limited series now are like basically like mini movies. I just think that everyone's realizing how great TV is. There's just
nothing drives me crazier than when I see like an advertisement for a movie, let's just say, and I'm like, oh, only in theaters. I'm like, I'm not going to see it unless it goes to streaming. There's no way. I have a 2-year-old. I work from home. I travel. I need something I can download and stream. Like,
you can watch it now. I mean, you can pay for it for $20 now. Once it's in theaters, you can get it. I
didn't know that.
Yeah, for $20 you can get it at home.
So okay, so now we know like what you look for in talent. I hope you guys all so let's say someone has a great headshot and a great personality, but they're lacking experience. Then what?
Well, I've just found somebody exactly like that. Well, she's great personality, really wanted this, 18 years old. Actually, my friend referred me to her, and she's like really wants this, and I could tell how much she wanted it. She was a great type. So I said, right, this is what you need to do, and this was in just before Christmas. I need you to get great headshots. I need you to sign up in a class. And I gave her a list of great classes. And within a month, she gave me great headshots. She's in a class. The coach reached out to me to say she's doing amazing. And now 2 months in, I've signed her, and now she's already auditioning. So, you know, and I just love her. And just the fact that she did this so quickly.
Yeah.
I'm just really happy with her.
Well, then I'm happy with her.
And that just shows
just
shows how much passion she has and how much she wants this.
Yeah, she's
You
not,
know?
and I want to really stress this to you guys. Like, if you're trying to get into show business, this isn't an entitlement. Tanya, just so you know, Tanya, yes, only makes commission, but Tanya, a lot of people, how many of you guys, and I want to see the truth, how many of you have ever been told that an agent only makes money when you make money? Type it, right? Because that's the truth. Like, unless you're booking work, an agent doesn't make commission. So, but I want to stress this to you guys. An agent, again, and I know, like Tyra Banks, oh, if somebody really wants you, you should never pay for anything. How many of you guys have ever heard that one? If somebody really wants you. But if Tanya really wants you, you have to come to the table with things you've already invested in. Tanya does not pay for jack shit. You need headshots. What is she going to submit you with? A selfie? She's not putting her reputation at risk.
No.
For you. You need a real headshot. If your headshot's shitty, she's going to say, hey, you need new headshots. She doesn't care if your uncle did them or if you just spent 500. She needs a quality headshot. Why? That is your marketing tool. Like, you could look like an idiot. She's not going to look like an idiot. Do you guys understand? As far as training, yeah, she only makes money when you book work, but you have to be in training. Whether or not you have a thorough IMDb and you have this great resume, you have to be in training. And Tanya, do you pay for training?
Nope.
No
training.
You don't pay
I
for
don't pay
headshots.
for anything. Nothing.
Pay
I pay
for nothing.
Well, actually, you know what? I'm using all my time for free, and that's not cheap, by the way. So, you know, so all my time is free until you book something, and I'm working many hours a week on you. You know, so
like, for an example, if let's say Frankie, hi Frankie, let's say Frankie is up for a new role and you submit him and he books it. This isn't okay. I'm going to take out money for headshots. I'm going to take out money for training. I'm going to take out money for, website fees or union fees. Frankie had to come to the table completely built. And then that's what you're submitting. And I want to make sure you guys understand that. Don't think that by getting an agent, we're rolling out the red carpet, like Coming to America, and throwing rose petals on your feet. You have to come 100% not only driven and passionate, but you also have to be reliable, which also means financially responsible for yourself. Yes. An agent does not cover any kind of cost. You need to get to LA for a live audition. That's on you, my friends. Do you guys understand that? And I really want to preface that. Yeah, she makes money, her 10% when you book work, but an agent does not lay out money and then recoup it out of your earnings. I want you all to type your responsibility upfront fees, because they don't take out back-end fees from your work. And I really want to stress that to you, because Tanya, I get a lot of people, oh, well, if I get signed, they'll tell me I need training and they'll pay for it because they want to book me work. He's going to go with a real actor.
I need people that are already training. What's the point in me taking somebody on, getting them in class, and then waiting a few months for me to start selling them as actors? I haven't got time for that. I need to take on an actor that's ready to sell. You know, I don't want a bunch of my actors that are just starting out, that are going to start training and sitting on my books doing nothing, and me trying to work with them. Saying, how are you doing now? How are you doing now? Are you ready to go and audition? I wouldn't make any money.
You don't have time for that.
People to sell. I need people that are booking.
So you submit over a headshot and a reel, and if they don't have a reel, which is kind of like showing your range in acting from past work, then you're going to expect a self-tape, which must mean it better be good.
Yeah, it better be good.
You guys understand that? Because if the casting director likes you, oh shit, now they're going to be sending over sides, which means now this is you actually auditioning for the role, for the character. So if you don't know how to do a proper self-tape, you're done. Because Tanya is not going to make money, and she doesn't want bench warmers. And I know it sounds sexy to say I have an agent, but they don't sign you because you want to be signed.
No,
they're looking to book you work.
Yeah, and if I sign you and then you send me a self-tape and it's just awful, I'm going to put you on hold for a while and say you need to go in class for 6 months. Like, we're done. I can't send you out again.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go over. So you send over sides, and again, the actor, how long do you give them before they have to submit to you?
It depends. It depends on the role.
Okay.
Episodics will normally be like the next day or within the next couple of days because they move very quickly because they're, these are episodics that, they'll probably be filming the following week. So the casting director will send me a link and tell me, then it'll need to be uploaded onto a link, and then that link will go to casting. The casting director will watch that link, and then they'll pull the selects to go to producers. Normally, if it's a pilot or if it's a film, that could be a little longer. Again, depending on when it's shooting, it could be the following week. It could be, it could be a couple of days, or it's normally about a week on a film. But whenever I send you your audition ticket, it will have when the deadline is.
Okay. So let's say someone is not a member of the Screen Actors Guild. How many of you guys are actual SAG-AFTRA members? Type, I'm part of the union or I'm not. Let me just see if there's anybody on here that's SAG. Frankie, I love you, but don't keep typing exclusive contracts. Like, calm down. Okay. Because
what do you mean by exclusive contract? Oh, he's asking a question.
Well, he made a comment about, let me see, I'll go back. Here, I'll just take him off of mute. Frankie, what do you mean by exclusive contract? What is it that you want? And then what do you bring into the table to get this exclusive contract? Here, go ahead, Frankie. I'm unmuting you for a second. He's typing. Okay, let him keep typing. But I think everybody wants these like Patrick Mahomes type, exclusive contracts, 500 million. That's not really how it works, just so you guys understand. So Tanya, let's go over, if somebody's brand new, have you ever booked them for like a SAG project where they weren't a member of the union?
Yes. For anybody that I take on that's non-union, don't worry about becoming union. What I do for anybody new, if they're non-union, I will submit you on SAG projects. The only projects I do are union because I'm SAG franchised. Then if you book a SAG job, I will let casting know that you are non-union, and then what they will do is they will Taft-Hartley you. They will sponsor you into the union for that first job. Then you will become SAG eligible. Then the second SAG job we book you on, you're okay to do it. The third SAG job that you book, you will have to join the union, which is like 3,000. That's all you. Ali,
yeah, 3,000 initiation
3,000. You do this like in a nutshell. I just need to.
I know. I'm like Rain Man.
Speech. So it's like you are. It's exactly who you are with this stuff. So it's $3,000 to join. So normally on your third SAG job, when I have an actor that has to join, we try and offset that by a third job that will kind of help pay for that too. But I always like to make sure that my actors that I'm working with know that fee's coming on their third job, so they're not going to be surprised. They're like, I can't afford it. But this is part of being an actor, that these fees happen. So there you go. It's your turn. Your turn.
Well, SAG, I'll give you guys the cost. So SAG is film, Afters TV, the unions merge, so it's SAG-AFTRA. So the laws of the land on film, also in television. But SAG-AFTRA, you don't just join. It's not like Netflix. Oh, I have my American Express. I want to be a member of the union. You have to earn waivers or vouchers, and we can go over that quickly. But when you are eligible to join the Screen Actors Guild, again, you pay the initiation fee, which is $3,000. So your friends and family that are idiots going, oh my God, if somebody wants you, you shouldn't pay for anything. Okay, you're a dumbass, because not only did you provide your own headshots, your own training, and your own reel, but then you also have to be able to do self-tapes. But when you book that job and now you have to join SAG, it's $3,000 initiation fee plus $227.42. So it's that in order to join, and then it's $227.42 annual fees. You pay the $3,000 once, so it's the 3,000 plus the 227.42, and then you also pay a small commission or residual on any of your earnings. So it's 1.575 on the first $250,000 or $750,000, and then as you start making more money, obviously the rates go up higher. So somebody like a Tom Cruise or a Will Smith, they're paying a lot of money to SAG because they have union, and the union, they're going to feed you better. You're going to get health insurance. But I'm going to be honest with you. You don't just join the union because you want to join it, because you want to be union. And again, it's a sexy term. I'm a member of SAG-AFTRA, but you join when you're ready. And I really want to stress that to you. So like Tanya is booking like speaking roles in major motion pictures and TV shows. A lot of you aren't necessarily ready to join the union because once you do, a lot of times, unless your resume is where it needs to be, you just shot yourself in the foot because you're now going against the big dogs for projects. Do you guys understand that? So like SAG is a union fee you pay on your own. Like your agent does not pay for that for you. Do you guys understand that? So again, like we're breaking like the fallacies here that like an agent covers your expenses. Who said like your parents, are they in the industry? Then tell them I said to shut the hell up because that's not how the business works. So Tanya only makes money when you make money. So when you have to cover these expenses, this is not a hobby. This is a business. And Tanya, your people do very well. 40,000 an episode, 60,000 an episode. Like this is an investment. In order to drive for Uber, you have to have a car. You have to pay for insurance. You have to pay for tolls. You have to pay for your cell phone. Like Uber does not cover anything for you. Do you guys understand this? So Tanya, you book these major motion pictures, television shows, voiceover work. I mean, your people are booking real opportunities. Do they
Yes.
have to live in LA in order to work with you?
No. I have people that live all over the US and also even in England and Australia. The only thing is if you book a co-star or guest star on a TV show or any show actually that's either shoots here in LA or shoots in New York, you need, and it's an LA local hire, you need to be able to get yourself to LA. So and all my people that I do work with, they have an address here in LA that they can use for the contract. So, you don't have to show a utility bill or anything like that. It just needs to be an address of a friend, family member, or anybody's address that you could use here in LA. Or if you have an address that you could use in New York, I can have you, be local hire in New York as well. So, if I get to work with any of you, or, we're moving forward or anything like that, I just need to make sure to know which city I'll be working with you from, because I have an office in New York and LA.
I love that. Okay, so you've been to our Hollywood events. Why do you like coming to our events? And what happens when our talent come in from out of town and they you end up signing them? What is expected of them? Like, what are the next steps?
Well, I love coming to your events. I love hanging out with you guys, with you, Mike and Deneen.
Yeah,
it's always fun, and I love listening to you speak as well. And I love like how much you big people, help people and advise people. I just think it's wonderful what you guys do to help these actors. And then what was the second part of your question? I'm sorry.
You come to our live event and you meet a lot of talent, and
Yes.
I know that you end up signing some, but just because you go to an event doesn't mean you're like, oh,
No.
I'd like to get signed by Tanya, please. Like,
yeah,
so
no,
what do you look for like in the talent? And then when they go back home, because a lot of our talent don't live in LA, what are the next steps? Like what are we working on after that?
Yeah, the next steps. I mean, I love to see all the talent that's at these events. I love chatting to you all. I think it's great fun. I love advising people and helping people in this industry because it's so hard, and I've been in this industry for so long. So I love to give back something and to help people that are trying to get into it, because it is a really tough industry.
Yeah.
And then when I do meet the few that, some that I do really want to kind of, maybe chat to again, or, I feel that they're really dedicated to this industry and really want to kind of give it a go. And I'm thinking, oh, maybe I could work with you. Maybe you do, I do feel that you've got what it takes and you're passionate and dedicated to this. Normally what I'll have you guys do is do a self-tape. So I can see kind of where your acting chops are at. And then I'll give you my email address and I'll have you email me a self-tape. And then I'll see kind of where you're at, where your acting level skill is at. And then we'll take it from there. And then we'll kind of chat between us.
Yeah. And for those of you that want to work with people like Tanya, and again, we work with tremendous agents all over the country. You really have to exude something. Just so you guys know, like our services aren't for sale. So even right now on a free Zoom call, I actually have a gallery view so I can see all of you. Are you paying attention? Are you taking notes? Are you actually looking like you care what we say? Or are you just like, hey, I want a Hollywood agent because I want to book 6 figures. So just so you understand, like a lot of times Tanya will come to me and she'll be like, are they nice? Because that's a big thing. Like it's the a-hole test. Because when you're on Zoom and it's just like a thumbnail of, somebody on camera, again, she loves meeting people live and in person, because even if you're lacking the experience, you may have the personality and you're moldable, right? But
and I've been looking at everyone on here too while I've been chatting. I've been going through everyone. I'm seeing all your faces.
And cool. Yeah. But
Bye, Cassandra. She's waving. CIC and Angel and Norman.
so let's say somebody lives in Mississippi, right? Now, what happens? Like, so a lot of the stuff that you're doing, obviously you're in Hollywood, you're getting the breakdowns. That person would need to set up an address in LA in order to book real work in LA. Is that?
No, you can just when we book you a job, we can just add your friend's address to the contract.
What if you don't have any friends?
Well, then you need to make some.
Okay, so everybody start making friends in LA. Okay, so when somebody lives in Mississippi and they're submitting over a self-tape, when is it the right time to go to LA? Like, do you ever just tell people like you need to be here? Do you ever just say like,
if you start getting some great momentum and you start getting callbacks on a lot of jobs, I think it would be time to come here. That would be the right time. Yeah.
okay,
I think,
Okay,
once we start realizing that, you know what, I think you're starting to do great. The cast directors seem to be calling you back a lot, then I'd advise you to move here.
now when would a casting director ever pay for you to fly to LA to audition?
Right. A casting director would have you fly here to LA or to New York if you are up for a series regular on a pilot. So the time they would fly you out if you are out of state is if they want to fly you in for a chemistry read. A chemistry read is when they're going to have you read with the lead of the pilot who has already been cast, or they're thinking about casting. So they want to kind of see how you work together on screen with the other lead or the other members of the like ensemble piece of the pilot, or with the producers, and the network executives. They'll fly you in for that, and the test of the pilot. So a testing for a pilot is when I've done your 6-year contract already, and then they'll fly you in to test for that pilot. They'll probably fly you and maybe 5 or 6 other people in, because it's basically between you guys to see who they want for that pilot. So that's when they'll fly you in. They'll give you a hotel, they'll give you a per diem. You'll come in for a couple of days, and then you'll see.
When you test, I mean, that's pretty stressful. Who are you testing in front of? Like, what?
You're testing in front of the studio and the network. But lately we've been having people test on Zoom because of the pandemic. But who knows? Sorry, I'm losing my iPad. Who knows if that'll ever go back to in person, but they will generally fly you in for a test. That's the only time they'll pay for you on that. Also, if you book a film, if it's a feature film or even a TV show, like I had a client that just booked FBI last week. I booked him on a big guest lead for FBI that shoots in New York. He's based in Dallas. So I had to fly him from Dallas. He got a round trip ticket, business class, from Dallas. So they flew him from Dallas to New York for a week to go and shoot a big guest spot on that. So some shows will do that. Sometimes Law and Order, they'll fly people into New York. So if you're in Mississippi, they'll fly you from Mississippi to New York for Law and Order. And if there's another show, say if it's another show that shoots in Utah, they'll fly you from wherever you're out and fly you to Utah.
Now somebody's asking, Saba's asking, or Norman, is pilot season still a thing?
Kind of, although this pilot season shit. We haven't had as many pilots at all. Yeah, it's there's not that many, but we're hoping there'll be more coming next month. I've just got the pilot TV grid, so there are a few more pilots coming out, but I think generally it's going to be throughout the year.
I really wish you would speak like from the heart, Tanya, because I feel as though sometimes you're holding back. You're like, F this shit. Can you go over?
I'm sorry. I'm going to be much more professional and polite now.
No, you're not. Okay, because we wouldn't love you.
No,
as
just
much.
like my Zoom. I'm
I
sitting
love
on
your Zoom.
I'm sitting on my big
zooms
Sunday
in.
morning chair.
All right. So what type of materials do they give you for a chemistry read?
It can vary. It doesn't matter. It's whatever they just pull material from the pilot. It depends. Sometimes it can be from the initial appointment. It can be material from callback, or there could be all new material. It absolutely depends.
Okay. And
Varies.
with the C word, the pandemic, do you miss the old way of going to the office every day and seeing talent?
No.
Okay.
I feel you.
How do you really feel? I mean, you had a great office. Just so you guys know, I'm going to tell you a quick story. So Tanya's old office, one of her old offices, she actually had a trailer on the Universal movie lot. So like Mike and I were in LA and Ryan Colby facilitated this relationship. And he's like, oh my God, you have to go meet Michelle and Tanya. They run, you know, HRI and, you know, it's so cool. So Mike and I pull up to the Universal Studios line, you know, and we go to like, oh, we're in the King Kong parking lot, right? And you see all the rides. And Tanya's like, where are they? We're like, oh, we just got to Universal. She's like, that's the tourist entrance. You guys, like, you need to come to like the real. So like Mike and I had to leave. And for those of you guys that don't know, like Universal Studios parking is like $25, right? So we left. We had to go find the movie lot. We're like, oh my God, this is so great. So then you go and there's like real security. It's like crossing the border. And they swept the car. Like they were looking for stuff. Like with the, I was like, oh my God, the gates are there. I was like, this is like a dream because I'm like a Hollywood fanatic. And I'll never forget, we parked the car and there's like all these like trailers everywhere. And like literally there were trams driving by. Michael's like, put down the Starbucks and effing wave. So I'm like, right? Because like here we are on the lot, like we're real Hollywood people now. And I'll never forget, I went into your office and you had like some amazing movie posters like Twilight, and you had Hollywood Reporter everywhere, Variety. And I was like, this is where I belong. And that
You
was
know
like
that
15 years ago.
you know our office was the production office for Twilight.
No, I didn't know that, but oh my God, that is huge. Now you tell me
Yeah.
this now.
And
But-
by the way, Vin
What?
Diesel used to always hang outside our office. We'd
What?
see him a lot outside, just hanging out.
A day in the life, guys. Welcome to Hollywood. But how many of you guys have ever seen Pee-wee's Big Adventure, right? Like, so that was a movie that like, I was like, oh my God, Hollywood, right? We're here. And I'll never forget, Mike and I walked into the trailer and we're like, this is so cool. Because for us, we had this tiny little office in Philly and, you know, we went strictly off of like, hey, you know, we want to start this real company. And like, even getting somebody like you, and I'm going to be honest with you, sometimes like this friendship is surreal to me because I know who you are and what you're capable of. And
Oh.
obviously I know everything about your bio because I'm a psycho, but I say psycho because I'm really passionate about helping people. So it's my job to like know my shit, right? But there are so many unscrupulous criminals in this business that do take advantage with the fake showcases and the fake pageants and the pay me money and be on the cover of my magazine. You just need your friends and family to vote, you know? So like when I met you, I was like, oh my gosh. And then you come out to our live events, you do our Zoom calls, even on a Sunday. And I know, you know, it's not even like you're like taking off because I know like you love helping people that want help. But if you can go back and tell your earlier self, like, what are some of your biggest, like, holy crap, I wish somebody told me this about the industry? Any?
Oh, I didn't realize how difficult or how long the hours would be, how stressful it could be. People seem to think that it's Hollywood, it's so great, you know, red carpets,
Yeah,
you
Vin
know,
Diesel just
fancy
hanging out,
events.
but yeah.
But it can be very, very stressful. You know, a lot of work. You know, we have a lot of downs where, you know, we lose pilots. We have to wait to see, you know, if I book a client on a pilot, and then we have to wait to see if that pilot gets picked up. And then if it doesn't get picked up, that's a lot of money that's just been lost.
And then that actor can't work, right? If they're
if it doesn't get picked up, they can work.
Then they can. They get released.
The contract's null and void then. And then I have to call the actor and tell the actor that they've lost that. I mean, I've had an actor that's booked a pilot, gone to the table read, and then the producer's like, yeah, we don't want him anymore because we don't like him from the table read. And then I've had to call the actor and I'm like, yeah, they're cancelling your contract from the table read. So he didn't even get to shoot the pilot. So, you know, that could have been just $500,000 that he suddenly lost because of the table read. And I have to tell the actor that, you know, so there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that. And it's very, very hard. But, you know, then you get the good days that kind of outweigh those days. And, you know, it's 16-hour days a lot of the time. And sometimes I'm like, what else can I do? What other job can I do? Like, you know,
it's
but
like
I
a
don't know
sickness
what
thing
else
in
to
this
do.
industry. You love it, you know, it's like,
and then
it's
you
like,
book it, then you have
yeah.
a day where you like book a huge job for a client. You're like, oh, it's fine, I'll keep going, you know. So yeah, it's very different than what I thought it would be. But
what
I've
do
met
your friends think you do? Like, I always joke around about the unglamorous, glamorous life because I mean, we're friends outside of this, so I know you go to like red carpet events and you're always like rubbing elbows with people, but what do your friends think you do? And do you ever
They know
like,
how hard, they see how hard I work. They know, because if we go out or I'm sitting in my friend's house, we're having drinks, my phone's consistently going. And I'm like, hold on a minute, I've got to take this. Hold on a minute, I've got to take this. I've got to do this because it's 24/7.
yeah,
So they see it. They see it. And you know, if I go to a red carpet event, I'm the first one at the bar. Do you know what I mean? So
I do,
and-
because I would usually be right there with you.
and luckily,
Cheers.
I'm actually going to a big event tonight. But I'm
Weather
like I said,
permitting. Yeah.
I'm hoping it won't pour with rain, but you know, I'd rather, I'm a bit of a homebody now. I used to love the events, you know, my 20s and my 30s, you know, all these red carpet events, but I'd rather be at home now, to be honest. I try not to go to as many, but I have to support the client and go to these events, but I try and get home as quickly as I can. I'm too old.
You're not. Stop saying that. You are not. I didn't want to hear that. Well, I can't wait till we can drink together again. How many of you guys want to have a drink with us, right?
Me.
She's awesome now, but
A drink or three.
But I absolutely love this. Did you guys learn a lot? I know I always, every single time I talk to you, I'm always like, oh my God, I didn't know that. So again, this is what we do. And I know Denise keeps, you know, it sounds gross when I say dropping nuggets, because then I think of like a bunny I had when I was 5. But, you know, when you're trying to get into the industry, who would you rather take advice from? I mean, you could do research or watch Entourage. You know, what is Jeremy Piven like? You know, Ari Gold. Would you ever say you're like Ari Gold, Tanya?
Well, he's nuts.
I love him. He
I
lived in
can
my
go-
whole building in New York.
Did he?
Yeah, he never looked up though. I was like the psychopath, like in the elevator going, and he would just sit there.
Never look
I
up.
think he had some like party issues. I'm just gonna put it out there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I can go from 0 to 100 very quickly though.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
you
I do
definitely
that.
need a certain personality to do this industry. And I
Yeah.
you know, when we do these, when we do these like model and actor spring accelerators, like the reason why we do these 8 hours, this is a test. If you can't deal with 8 hours, 2 days in a row, how in God's name are you going to deal with 15, 16 hours on set? You can't. So like, for those of you that were on all day yesterday and you'll be on all day today, like this is why we test you. You want a recommendation to work with Tanya? Great. Try me. You got to show us you're serious.
Yeah, that's what I need to see. I need to see the dedication, the passion, everything. That's why, you know, I want to meet you again. Like if I'm interested, so important. Be amazed to see who's not dedicated like I would be. So, hi,
How many of
Denise.
you guys want to meet Tanya?
Hi, Tanya. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I was listening. You guys are amazing. Like I love the Ali and Tanya hot seat. I always learn so much every time I learn another nugget that I can put in my tool chest. So thank you so much.
And I always
I
feel
love
like
you,
sometimes I'm
ladies.
interrupting. Go ahead.
No, not at all. I love you, ladies.
Well, we love you. But sometimes like when Tanya's telling a story about like chemistry, so I'm like, wait, what is a chemistry read? Break it down, you know, because I want to make sure everybody's like following the story. But I love you and thank you so much. And I know you're busy, so we love you.
I've got a spa to go to. I've got a spa to go to now.
Well, go get your spawn. You deserve
I
it.
need one moment for nostalgia. We were out in Phoenix last week, 2 weeks ago, and we were driving by the exit for that amazing coffee shop that we went to. I was like, oh my gosh, we have to stop. We never made time, but oh my gosh, I thought of you all weekend when we were in Phoenix.
That was the
It was
best coffee
snowing
ever.
when we were there.
So
Yeah.
good. So good.
Yeah,
I
it was
love that.
snowing when we were there. It was
What was
raining
it?
when Tanya and I were there. It was snowing when you and I were there. It's apparently, Phoenix and I have weird weather issues, but Tanya, it's amazing to see you, and I can't wait to see you soon. In just a couple
too. I'll
months, we'll be seeing you. It's
Yes, I know, right? Not too long.
gonna be
Well,
awesome.
guys, it's nice to see everybody on here as well, and I'm so happy to see you all.
Thank you, Tanya.
Have a great rest of
happy
your
to.
day.
Thank you. You too. Have a great day. Thank you.
Bye.
Love you.
Love you.
She's so
Oh my
fun.
gosh. I love the hot seat because the questions that you ask are sometimes the reason I love that so much is you ask questions that people don't think that you would never even think to ask.
But like, you know, when we go out drinking, I'm like, tell me everything, you know, and like she doesn't have a filter, just like Ryan Colby, who's coming on, and we wouldn't have met her without Colby. So sometimes like in this industry, it takes one connection and it's like octopus, you know what I mean? Like, who else do you know? But then the question is, is, and I know this, like Ryan Colby has a very tight inner circle. He knows a lot of people, but like his inner circle, he would never go out on a limb unless he knew you were good for it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So like even Ryan facilitating this relationship with Tanya, he would have never done that unless, like, we can't go like, hey, we want to add some agents to our roster. Well, tell me more about your company. If she didn't 100% believe in us, she wouldn't even do this. Like, it's Sunday,
Yeah.
Amber, we don't, I love you,
Just
Amber.
let it go.
We don't.
We don't care. Okay.
Okay.
Awesome. All right. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how amazing has this day been so far? On a scale of 1 to 10, let me know in the comments right now. Like, are you guys energized? Are you ready? Like, is your future self like freaking the fluff out because you're here right now? I know the answer. The answer is yes. Right? Your future self is so excited right now. Are you acting as your future self? Remember, Eric just talked about that. Every decision that you have to make right now, you're not making as Sid on February 26th, 2023. You're making as Sid February 26th, 2028, Sid February 26th, 2033. And I want you guys to bear that in mind right now as I introduce our next guest. Okay, you just got a bunch of golden nuggets from Tanya Kleckner. What did you learn from Tanya that you can ask Ryan to expand upon if you're called upon to be on Model Garage? Start thinking about that as I introduce him. All right.
Put your feelings aside on Models Garage, guys. Leave your feelings at the door, because Models Garage, remember, we talked about Play-Doh. Step right up, kids, because this is it.
Step right up.
Step
You're
right
the next
up.
contestant. All right. So let me introduce our next guest to you. So our next guest has been labeled one of the top 7 most powerful agents in the world. He started his career at the age of 12 and now has almost 4 decades in the industry as an icon of fashion. Fun fact, his first gig was for Benetton. He opened the Emmanuel Ungaro show in Milan at the age of 15. He has art directed over 20 covers of Vogue. He has been proclaimed to have one of the best eyes to scout in the business. He has run his agency successfully for 12 years through the good times and the bad times. He has never wavered. He had the record number of covers for the agency, a total of 72 in 1 year. He has also for 2 decades styled some of Hollywood's biggest stars, taking them from the worst dressed to the best dressed list. He has placed talent worldwide for campaigns for top luxury brands in the world. Everyone, please give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Ryan Colby.
I put him on mute for a second because I heard somebody talking in the background. So I know he's going to like slap me with his rhetoric when he gets on. How dare you?
That's fine. Hello, how's everyone doing?
Hello, Ryan.
Put baby in the corner, Alicia Kayback. I don't know why you would ever do that to Ryan Colby.
Hi, Ryan.
Hi.
All right,
Hello.
Model
How's
Garage.
it doing? I saw Tanya tried to say hi, but nobody alerted her.
What?
I'll text her right now and tell
I
her
tried
that
to
she
say hello
missed
to
out.
Tanya, but nobody alerted her.
Oh, I'm sorry. We were in the middle of doing a Zoom. I didn't know. Next time.
It was literally like 2 minutes ago. It's fine.
Okay, sorry. Sometimes we don't read the chats. Okay, so hello, Ryan. How are you doing today?
Hey.
Okay.
I'm good.
Good. Are you ready for Model Garage?
I am.
Okay, so Model Garage, Saba is so excited about this. I know, Saba, me too. So Model Garage is something that we kind of started creating, and here's why. So many people want to get into show business, but they're half-assed backwards. Like, they don't know what they're doing. They don't know where they fit in. In their mind, they think they're this, but Ryan, of course, is going to have not even an opinion. It is going to be fact of where you fit into this industry. So I want true transparency here. This is going to be blunt. Can you handle it? Type, I can handle it. Because if you can't, just come back in an hour, because this is going to mess up your life. Because here's why. We want to help people get to the finish line. I don't care where you think you are in this business. I care about where Ryan thinks you are in this business. It may be New York. It may be LA. It may be, hey, just sit at home and keep taking selfies, my friend. Okay. He may go over hair color. He may go over lip color. He may go over hairstyles. He may go over anything. Welcome to Model Garage. So who's going to be our first? Now, I don't want to see show of hands. We're not doing that. People that have cameras on will get called on. I'm not saying every single person with a camera on. So I'm going to go through very quickly, Ryan, and I'm going to pick somebody. Now, just so you know, I'm going to take you off of mute during this, and I will highlight you. So let's go first with Robert Brown. Hello, Robert Brown.
Hello.
Hello. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to state your name, your age, and where you're located. And not like creepy Lifetime movie way. Like I don't want like street address. I want city and state. Go.
My name is Rob Brown. I live in Michigan, Howell, Michigan, and I'm 58 years old.
You look good for 58. Okay. So Ryan, what?
Okay, so Howell, Michigan, is that anywhere near Detroit?
Yes, it's about 45 minutes.
Okay, and do you have a reliable car?
Of course.
Okay. Chicago may be a good, you're very, very, very commercial print. You're very specific. You have a very strong, unique face. So you'd be very specific for character, commercial print, lifestyle. So you would probably have to start in Chicago just because that's the closest, biggest city to you. Detroit is, considered a big city, but there is zero commerce there. So I would consider sending you to Chicago first. And if you actually like it and you do some good things, then you're for sure a New York face. So you would have to go straight to New York. I highly doubt there'd be any gigs for you in LA unless you're an actual really strong actor, then that would be different. If you're a strong actor, there's plenty for you. You have a very specific face that's very unique where you could be, the henchman in a movie, some sort of bad guy, some sort of, bully type, the mean principal, stuff like that. That's the look you have. Now, if you have other facets to you inside.
Yeah.
I'm just going off visuals. I'm going off visuals, which is what all casting firms do and all producers do and all agents do until you show us other things.
Like a
so if you have
on Ozark, yeah, I see it.
Something like that. Exactly. Yes, a drug lord on Ozark, something like that. So until you show us something different, if you're funny, if you're lovable, then obviously that opens more doors for you. But you'd have to show us that after you're represented.
Okay.
Do you have any training?
Yes.
Okay, discuss your training.
I've done acting classes in Royal Oak, the acting loft. Been in an indie film called Half Dead Fred as the dead lumberjack that comes in and kills somebody. I just
do you have a reel like with these roles? Do you have anything like?
I haven't personally made my own personal, but the things that I have done, I keep reaching out for them to send me, but I haven't had any luck right now to get it from anything. I just got casted in The Sins of a Ghetto Angel. It's a series. I'm not sure what's going to be on or anything. The 7th series. I'm the ghetto type hotel manager guy back behind the counter that comes out, does this thing, comes, the lady walks up or whatever.
You gotta get this footage. None of this means anything without the footage. So you have to get this footage. And if these people aren't cooperating, then you need to stop working with them.
Okay. All right.
You have to get
the footage. On websites to get these castings? You're going on like different websites?
Yes, I've the one I've gone that I got off Facebook. And I'm like you talked yesterday about all casting and backstage and the 9. I belong to all casting and the 9, and I got these off of the all casting.
Okay, so like any of those casting websites, including Facebook, those are indie films, student films. Right. There's not a lot of pay, but the whole purpose of an actor doing them is to get the freaking reel so that you can splice and dice it so that Ryan or any agent could sell it. That's why you do it, because you're not going to get easy roles out of the gate and have like a meaty part, even if you're playing a serial killer, because who knows, like maybe somebody like a Ryan Murphy had like a kick-ass, reel of you like not murdering people, but like having like some kind of real character-esque, like splice and dice. I don't want to say montage, but showing your range. That's where the money is. You also have to be very careful going on Facebook, by the way, about any castings.
Yeah.
But even like 99 or any of those websites, again, you're getting stuff in your local market. There's not a lot where
Right.
you
There's
are.
not a lot out there. Right.
And you're certainly not going to get real union projects. And I want to really stress this to you guys. Backstage, Backstage was a newspaper. I don't know if you guys have ever seen Backstage back in the day when it was a newspaper. You would see people like with a red pen circling auditions. Back then, it was like the end all be all. Okay. But when it switched to digital format, they sold Backstage. It is not the same owners. And that's why you're not getting like the real stuff Backstage used to portray. Okay. And I really want to stress that to you. So headshots, Ryan, what would you suggest for headshots for him?
Oh, he needs like nicely lit headshots with a leather coat, with a, darker colors for him, like browns, dark greens, black.
Like Sons of Anarchy stuff. Okay.
Sons of Anarchy stuff, exactly. A black jacket, a white shirt underneath, a dark suit with a tie, so you could be like, a drug lord, stuff like that. You could even try some sort of, nice dad situation, shave, and see if you can pull that off. You could shave and try and pull that off and see what comes of it. So there's nothing wrong with trying things and giving people options that they may not see looking at you.
So you think Chicago is a good market for him, and then New York, not LA?
Start, because New York is if he can get these reels, if he can get these scenes spliced together, maybe you can go to New York and try. But unfortunately, you've got to have the scenes because you're at an age and a look that the casting people in New York aren't. They'll be into it, but you're not a take a chance kind of guy. You've got to show them. You're not, you know what I mean? Like, you've got to show them what you can do, and then they would take a chance. It's just, the facts of life.
Correct.
It's just the facts of life, Robert. Have you enjoyed like this weekend so far?
So far, yeah, it's been a lot of information, a lot. I understand a lot more on where I have to go if I, can make this happen and stuff. So
yeah, and you can't do it on your own. You know this.
No. Yes, I learned that all day yesterday. So that was my point about
on your own. Yeah.
Right. So that's why I'm taking your stuff now, is because to go any further in this, I know I need an agent and I need to do other things. So I can't just keep doing it on my own with these Facebook and stuff like that.
But he could book real work, Ryan. I mean, that's why he has.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, there's always room for a villain. There's always room for the bad guy. There's always room for these things, and every movie and TV show has one. So yeah, why can't it be you?
Why not you? How much time have you put into this so far, Robert?
I have about 3 years wrapped up. That's it.
Okay.
I started late in life because, of course, social media back when I was there, it just wasn't, you either lived in LA or you lived with these places or you knew somebody. And it wasn't until my wife used to body paint, and she got me started on body painting, and I used to be her model. And then from there, I just started applying. And like I said, I joined that and got into that one movie, and I love it. I love doing it. I get to be somebody I'm not. And I mean, I just love doing it.
Okay, great. That's how it gets started. You get the bug and then you move forward. Yeah.
And there's a difference between like, I love doing it, it's a hobby, or I'm going to buy like a house based on like doing one episode of Grey's Anatomy. Right. So that's like where we're trying to take you from like hobby to career, and you got to follow the steps. All right. So when was the last time you got headshots done? A while ago?
A while ago. I want to get a headshot, but I'm not sure if I leave my hair or do I.
That's why don't do anything. Don't do anything. That's why we exist.
I would leave the hair. I would leave the hair.
So let's do headshots right. If we're gonna do them, we're gonna do them right. No more like I'm gonna go find my own.
Yeah, I would leave the hair. The hair works for you. It helps sell the dream. I would leave the hair.
The bad guy dream.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So welcome to Model Garage. Let's see. I'm going to remove spotlight from you. Next up, Ashley. Hi, Ashley. All right. So I'm going to unmute you. I'm going to add you to the spotlight. All right, Ashley, go ahead and give us a little description about yourself, where you're located, your age.
Hi, my name is Ashley Grimmage, and I live in New York, and I'm 20 years old.
You're 20. Okay,
Yeah.
Ryan.
Okay, you're very soft-spoken. You live in New York City or just New York State?
New York City.
Okay, cool. You have a good look. You look like that lead girl on that new show called Harlem. You know that I don't know if you've seen it, but it's like a new Sex in the City, but for black girls, and it's set in Harlem. I think it's on Stars or BET. I'm not quite sure, but anyway, you look like that girl. So there is, and especially now with BET and Stars and AMC, they're doing all of these shows with young blacks, males and females. So there's definitely room for faces like yours, but you got to speak up and you got to be more commanding when you introduce yourself. I literally almost didn't hear a word you said. So you've got to just be a little more commanding with your presence so people pay attention to you, because there's a million black girls auditioning for things now that the floodgates have opened, and there's so many black themed television shows on TV now. Everybody and their grandmother is, running to get a headshot and auditioning for things. So you got to compete with those people. And a lot of them have training, a lot of them don't, but you still have to compete. So, but you have a good look. You have a good college, high school senior to college look. You look very nice and sweet. I wouldn't, unless you can read strongly, I wouldn't send you for like the sassier black girl. I'd send you for the sweeter, nicer black girl parts. And unless you can show me, just like the guy, unless you can show the agent that you can do switch off and on, be the bad girl, be the good girl, then, you got to, based on visuals and your demeanor, I'd send you for the good girl parts.
Okay.
Okay. And what about the
But
hair?
you have good skin, you have a good look, the hair. Actually, the hair doesn't 100% bother me. The only thing, it's got to be redone and just maybe a little fresher. But braids are popular with your age group and with your look, so it's not a problem. It's just got to be fresher.
Okay.
And LA, New York, Chicago, Atlanta, Miami.
New York, and Atlanta. Yeah, New York and Atlanta.
Every time we do this, I think of Harry Potter.
Until you work. And when you work, then probably, obviously LA would open up because there's a lot of sitcoms over here. Yeah. There's, other stuff that you could be good for if you're mildly funny. There's sitcoms here. But in the beginning, I think New York and Atlanta would be best.
All right. So you're 20, Ashley. Are you working? Are you in school?
I'm working.
Okay. Does your family know you're on this call this weekend?
Yeah, my mom knows everything.
Okay. Well, that's good. That's good. We don't want any surprises. Do they know you're trying to get into acting?
Yeah, almost everybody that comes in path with me knows that I want to do this.
Okay. And have you taken any classes? Have you joined websites?
Yeah, I did classes in high school, and outside of high school, I went to college for 1 year, and I did theater classes, and cool. I just started classes in Times Square.
Oh, good. Okay, yeah. Awesome. Really cool. And what is it that you want to do? You want to do like film? You want to do theater?
Theater, film, TV, all that. And like voice acting too, because I feel like I have a voice for it, since I have a very like squeaky voice that everybody says I have. So yeah.
Okay. All right. Good.
Yeah, it's very possible. Right. Yeah.
And
you just have to get more commanding, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I do that. I like shake a little bit, but I'm trying to get over that. So
do you know how to do a self-tape yet, Ash?
I'm working on it. I think I could be a little better, but I have like all the equipment for it, as you can see right now.
Yeah, that's a self-tape background.
Yeah. And
that's a self-tape background she's in front of.
I did a couple of self-tape. I just did one for a student film, and I just sent it in, and I think I did pretty well about it. So yeah.
Good. And you have headshots?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So you put some money and time into this. How much time have you put into this?
A lot of time and a lot of money too.
A lot of time and a lot of money. Did you learn a lot today on a free call?
Yeah, I learned a lot in like everything. I'm in the office hours too.
Oh, good.
And I think this is like at least my 5th time doing this call.
Good. Every time it's fun, right?
Yeah.
It's always different. It's always the same, but always different. We always mix it up. Okay, good. Who is your favorite speaker so far, other than Ryan, because he's here?
From yesterday, Mark
Christopher Lawrence.
Yeah.
Cool. Start watching the TV show Chuck if you haven't.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
it's
will.
really good. And then you'll be like, oh, it's Big Mike. Okay, good. Well, you're absolutely adorable. All right, so let's see. Next up on Actors Garage, Actors and Models Garage. Who are we gonna go with? Hold on. I'm looking. Hold on. I'm going through. Hold on. Shut up, Ryan. All right, let's go to Frankie. Frankie, who wants an agent. He is ready to go. He's not a member of the union, right? So Frankie, I'm gonna unmute you. So you got it. Hit okay. Unmute me or whatever. Tech it. We don't talk tech. Oh, there you are. Hi, Frankie.
Hello, Team VIP Ignite and Ryan. Thank you for having me.
Hi, how are you?
All right, so
I'm
Frankie.
Frankie Madruga, 55 years young, formidable actor in Miami.
In Miami.
In Miami. Okay. Miami, unfortunately, does nothing. They do nothing. So you'd have to.
Except for Swim Week, which I don't know, Frankie, about Swim Week with you. But keep going.
Miami does nothing. It produces nothing. It does nothing. So you'd have to.
Okay, but keep going.
What?
I'm from Miami. Keep going.
You'd have to. I mean, there is a Telemundo office there, and they do their
Yeah.
shows, but you're a little too white for that. So you'd have to. You'd have to go to. Yeah, you're more of a New York type of guy. So if you have any modicum of training, New York would be the best place for you. You have a New York face, you have a New York look. Have you done any theater whatsoever?
I've done for usually it was the scare actors for these theme parks down here. And,
oh, okay, for the Halloween thing.
Yes.
Okay.
10 years ago.
Theater training sometimes. Yeah, I mean it's still acting. So, but I would suggest New York. New York is more of a city for you. And I also would suggest going to a brown color with your hair. The color you've chosen is a little too unnatural for your skin and also your beard. It's not flowing. So if I was to photograph this for a headshot, it would be extremely jarring, and it really actually wouldn't work because you're very pale and you have the salt and pepper beard and the auburn hair. It just all put together in a soup doesn't work. So I would go back to. Is this what they
mean by the curtains have to match the drapes? Is this what they mean?
Well, it doesn't have to match, but it can't be so off.
Okay.
So I would go back to a dark brown so it matches and you look a little more uniform. I would
like a
push
black,
you for
not black.
No black. It's got to be
like a warm brown. Okay. He would look a little
warm brown. It's got to be brown. But I would push you for like the principal, the doctor, the detective, the granddad. Like I would push you for those roles. And it would be believable. Your look is believable for that, but for sure, New York. And luckily, flights, I guess, are kind of okay from Miami to New York, as far as monetarily. And yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
But you do have a good actor's look.
Yeah.
Well, you do have a good actor's look. You just have to fix up a few things.
Okay. Thank you.
So obviously, Frankie, here at VIP Ignite, this is why we do things like Models Garage, because if you're going to go out and get headshots done and spend money, don't do them like this. I mean, Ryan, what would you like to see him wear? Like you kind of said, like cop, you kind of said like detective.
What he's wearing, actually, the shirt he's wearing is not so bad. That would be fine for a headshot with like a blazer on top. Stuff like this is fine. When a light hits your hair, it would just be so problematic for casting. Like, yeah, it just wouldn't work. Okay. That's my biggest worry is you just got to fix the hair. That's all.
Okay.
Now, you said you did the horror stuff. Ryan, would you ever put that on your resume, your actor's resume? Doing
if it's a big place, yeah, you can. I've seen it. If it's a big place, I mean, if it's like, your hometown or something, no, I wouldn't. But if it's like Miami, New York, and or Universal here in California, and you did that and you did a run like 2 years, 3 years, and you constantly were called back, yeah, of course you can.
Okay, good.
because it's actually considered acting, and people, it's not like impressive, but people find it interesting that you did that, and they would probably ask you questions. It's a conversation starter. So I would actually, if it's a big place, like a big, theme park in Miami, or I don't know
Like
where you
Halloween
worked, but
Horror Nights or something.
yeah,
like
something
that.
like that. Yeah, I would put it on a resume. I would actually accept it, and I would think it would
also-
be a conversation starter, because I'd be like, well, why did you do that, and what did you, like,
That's
I
like
would want to know.
improv,
And then
live theater, interactive.
Can you hear
Yeah.
me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? I've
Yeah.
also worked on a bunch of episodes for the TV shows that used to shoot down here 10 years ago. Burn Notice, Graceland, Magic
Okay.
City, Charlie's Angels. And then I've also done a bunch of commercials and radio spots in English and in Spanish.
Okay, that's great. That's good to know. And having the fluent Spanish background is great, because I mean, the one thing Miami does do is they have to tell them when they do everything in Spanish. So if they do a Coca-Cola spot in English, they got to do it in Spanish, and so on and so forth. So that's great for voiceover, but for long-term work, it's just not a strong enough city. It doesn't
No, not at all.
produce enough.
Exactly.
So.
Okay. Frankie, are your friends and
But
family?
it looks like you have a little bit of a good start, an okay start.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Thank you.
And coming from Miami, are your friends and family supportive of you doing this?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yes.
so this isn't like, what's Frankie doing today? I don't know. They know you're an aspiring actor.
Yes.
Okay. And what do you feel like your okay? And what do you feel like your number one obstacle is in this business?
That I have to somehow impress one agent to get an exclusive contract, because I have several non-exclusive contracts, but that's exactly what that means, not buying it to me, so they don't really submit me anywhere.
Well, when you say exclusive contract, and you said
That means the agent is gonna submit me wherever I fit. It's gonna, help put me out.
Well, non-exclusive contracts mean like,
I think he's confused.
they're not really putting too much effort into you, but they're getting you stuff when they can, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
But
but
need
you
real
have to step it up.
headshots. Yeah, like Tanya wouldn't sign you because you need real headshots. You need to be in class. You need to have, like, these are all things that you need to do in order for an agent. Okay, but are they good?
Yes, they were done by a
Well, I don't know, because you're not booking real work. So you could say they're good. I may tell you different because I'm in the industry.
Mhm.
Just because you put money and time into something does not mean it's useful. You got
Of
it?
course.
Do you have any SAG vouchers or waivers?
No, I never received any, and I never asked.
Well, you don't ask for them, just so you know.
You
It's
don't
not
ask,
like-
they give them to you.
Okay.
You don't ask. They decide who gets them. So you do have a little bit of work to do, but at least you have a jump start, and you know what a camera is, and you've been on a set, and you know the protocol when you're on set. So at least you have a leg up on other people. So that's good. But if you don't have any vouchers, then you do have a way to go, and vouchers are given to you. You don't ask for them. The production decides who gets the vouchers based upon the agents that are submitting. So if you're kind of cold walking in on set from an ad or from answering an ad, they're not going to give you a voucher. But if you are submitted by an agency and they are like, okay, I'm, here are 5 people for today's shoot for Charlie's Angels or whatever, the production may be like, hey, we have like 4 or 5 vouchers. Do you want to give them to your people? And the answer would be yes. So that's how vouchers work.
Yes,
Most of the time, that's how they work. Most of the time.
But I really want to express this to you, Frankie. Just because you want an agent, you need to be an asset, not a liability. And you're going to need real headshots. You're going to need real training. And financially, you're going to have to be able to, really do this. If you want to do this for real, do you know how to do a self-tape? Do you know how to,
Absolutely. I do them all the time.
Okay. But you're also not booking a lot of real work. That's my fear. Because if I was doing things all the time, well, what do I have to show for it? Like, I don't want to see you sharpening crayons. I want to see you actually put them to paper. Right?
Absolutely.
Makes sense? Okay.
Yes,
Do you have a reel?
Yeah.
Do you have an actor's reel?
Okay, good.
I have a bunch of self-tapes and reels on YouTube.
Okay. All right. That's fine. But what do you feel is your number one obstacle? And don't say an agent. Because
I'm
you
in
wouldn't like if
Boston.
I approached you to Tanya, she would say you're not ready yet. Just so you know.
Mhm.
Okay. You have to take classes. Are you in classes now?
Yes, I'm always doing online training with the industry pros like Janet, um, Bonnie Giuseppe, Amy Brown, the Actors Channel, Amy Jo Bourbon, Janet and Films. All those ladies are always
Okay.
constantly offering online seminars,
Okay.
usually joining them. Been doing it for like almost 7-8 years.
Okay. My fear is
Okay.
that you've been doing this your way. Are
Mhm.
you able to change? Because again, I
Yes,
don't want Play-Doh
absolutely.
that's like old and because I would just throw it out and start new.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
not
Are you
getting
glad
anywhere.
you're here? Are you learning a lot?
Absolutely. Got 8 pages of notes now.
Okay. That's good.
Okay,
That's good. I need them all
good.
typed and you can email. I'm just kidding. But I think that's very important. And I really want to stress this to you guys. 7 or 8 years doing it your way, joining all these websites and taking all these classes. My goal is for you to stop the insanity. If you keep doing the same shit over and over and over again, you're not going to yield new results. Do you guys understand this? The true
Absolutely.
definition of insanity is right here. So my goal for you is to stop doing everything your way and to get onto the right path.
Exactly.
Okay, so we need to update headshots. And I'm not opposed to the online trainings. I mean, we do online trainings, but obviously you see the people that we work with here. But if you're going to do this, like you need a new captain of the ship, because unfortunately, a lot of times you're left to your own devices and you're Googling and you're joining every single website possible. And nothing drives me crazier than a casting director selling like workshops. And I think that's really sweet. But at the end of the day, they're not acting coaches.
No, exactly.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Frankie.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see. Who's next? Sharita, what's up, girl? All right, so add spotlight. There you are,
Okay.
Sharita.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sharita. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I am 50 years young.
All right, nothing pisses me off more than somebody that says 50. I don't care if you're 12 years young. Don't say that. Because then it makes you seem arrogant. It just doesn't start the conversation off well. Ryan, would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I'm 52. I'm 50 as well, not 52.
Okay. Okay.
You just say,
But that's fine. I mean, what she said is fine. She just feels happy and young. It's no big deal.
I know, but when it drives like
the
with a lot of
greatest
casting directors I know, it drives them like fucking bonkers, like nails on a
Okay.
chalkboard. You got it?
Okay.
No, none of that. Okay, so you live in Philly. That's awesome. I'm really you're close to New York City, so you're in close proximity. I'm sorry you didn't win the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Okay, go Eagles, fly birds fly. Okay, so what have you done so far, and what is it that you want to do?
The last time I did an audition was in community college. With her name was Summer. Yeah, she was the manager. It's been a long while ago.
Okay, well, that's a long time ago. That's literally a lifetime. So unfortunately, you can't really put that on your resume. But as far as your look is concerned, you have a good face, but your hair is a little too young for your age.
Okay.
So, I mean, I know you like, feel young or whatever, but for presenting you to clients and agencies, you kind of need to look your age. You don't need to look like an old lady, but you also can't look like you're trying to be 18.
Okay.
So you've got to have more of a sophisticated hairstyle.
Okay.
That hairstyle is a little for like the younger girls. I've seen that hairstyle. It's very popular, and that's fine. But it's more for the young girls going out at night, going to the club and stuff like that. You need to have more of a sophisticated hairstyle, like a senator or a leader of a hospital or the head of a household, the head of a company, the head of something. You need to look expensive and high end.
Okay.
So as far as your appearance, now you have a good look, but for your personal life, you can dip it and do it and be as young as you want.
Right.
But when you're trying to be an actress or commercial print model, you do have to fit into a little bit of a box
Okay.
and make sure you're booking work and make sure the clients are like, okay, she looks like I would, she's the head of an insurance company for a pharmaceutical ad. You know what I mean?
Okay,
So you got to
yeah.
look like that.
Right. Okay.
Okay. But you have a good demeanor, you have a good spirit. I can tell you're, fun and talkative, and you're not a wallflower, and those are good things. So
Yeah.
you just need the photos and you need the look to back that up.
Okay. All right.
And as far as bangs, it's always up for grabs, Ryan. Bangs or no bangs?
I'm not a fan. I mean, there are certain times bangs are okay. I'm not a fan I'm not a fan. I mean, I would have to physically see her in person and redo her hair. Not myself. I would have to just verbalize it to a stylist or something.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like for a headshot, Sharita, like again, blank canvas, you want to be moldable. You know what I mean?
Right.
No crazy lipstick. So like for anybody
Okay.
that ever gets photos done, like you show up typically with just light moisturizer on your face. That is it. You don't come with eyelashes done.
Yeah,
no
a little bit
lipstick.
of mascara is fine. A little bit of mascara and a tinted lip is fine, especially when you're older. Like when you're past 30, they don't expect you to put nothing on your face, but they don't want to see it.
Right. Okay.
Okay. And New York or LA
There
for
can't
her?
be color. So when you go to an appointment, yeah. So I would think Philly is a good start because there are some commercial print jobs there, but obviously you're more of a New York type of girl. So luckily you don't have to relocate. You're right there. You could go back and forth as much as you want.
New Jersey Transit. Yeah.
People do it every day on the Amtrak.
Yeah.
They do.
So luckily the city that you're good for is right there. So you've kind of got a little bit of a leg up. You don't have to move. Philly is close enough where you'd never have to move. I mean, you're at that age where you could work with the right photographs, but you wouldn't be working 7 days a week where you need to rethink your living location. You'd be working a couple times a month, doing cute little commercial print jobs here and there, commercial, TV commercial. You could just go in and out. So you actually have a great location that you should be taking advantage of.
Okay, thank you
and
so
then,
much.
As far as headshots, right? What would you suggest she wears for these, like most marketable?
Pantsuits, skirt suits, a nice wrap dress, a nice sweater and a jean jacket on top to look a little younger. For a pair of jeans. There's multiple things you could be doing.
Okay.
But very sophisticated and mildly conservative. You may have your face looks conservative, but your spirit is very feisty. And that's great because then you can show that to agents and you can play those roles. You can play the feisty neighbor, but you could also run a hospital as well. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can do both.
Okay.
Awesome. And your friends and family know you're here and they're supportive of you doing this?
Yes.
I always have to ask that because, Ryan, over the years, it's so heartbreaking when we get people, I need to ask my wife for permission. What do you mean permission? Ask her for support and go grow a pair of balls and come back. So if you're really trying to do this, I want to know, especially when you're 18 to 25, I need to ask my parents, or I need to ask my spouse, or I need to. So I always want to make sure everybody on here can make their own decisions, because here's the thing. If Ryan says, hey, I think you have a great look, I want to submit you for a casting, or he just does submit you, I don't want to hear it. My husband won't let me do it. You know what I mean? Then it's like, why did you even come here? It's like a puppy. I don't want to
absolutely
give you a name and fall in love with you if I know I can't keep you.
Right.
So
yeah.
I always, yeah. Okay, cool. All right. Let's see. Next up on Model Garage. Let's see here. Winna, chicken dinner. Saba. Let's go to Saba. Add spotlight. There you are. Ask to unmute. Hello, sir. Wait. Okay. Wait. I'll do it again. Ready?
Too fast. All right. Good. Hi, everybody. Hi, I'm Sava Korlev. I'm from Chicago, Illinois. and I'm willing to shave. I'm 46 years old.
You're 46. Okay, and you're in
Yes.
Chicago. Okay, and OK City. How tall are you?
I'm 5'9".
5'9". Okay, that's good. That's a good height for your age and for your look. Okay, so for you, I mean, you definitely have a foreign diplomat look, an American senator look, if you can do an accent, because you clearly have one. But if you can do an American accent, you could do a foreign diplomat and you can do an American senator at the same time. You look, like, the head detective, the head doctor, the head, the granddad. I mean, there's a myriad of things you could be doing. You have a really good classic white male commercial look that is extremely prevalent in our, television and film, annals. So you have that look. You could be military, you could be senator, you could be, lots of things. So you definitely have the physicality of it, and the 5'9" is good because you're not too tall, but you're not 5'4". So it's a good height because you could be imposing easily, and that's a good thing for television and film. So, and for commercial print as well. So yeah, you have the physicality of it. Do you have any experience, photos?
I do. My headshots are out of date. I'm looking forward to get my new ones. I've been doing a lot of independent projects. I've been doing some of the Chicago Med, Chicago PD featured extras. Yeah.
The Chicago Med TV show or the Chicago Med commercial print?
Chicago Med, Simon Casting, yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so do you have a reel put together with these independents you've done?
I do have a demo reel, yes, but not with the independents I've done yet.
Perfect. And it's recent, the past 2 years, 3 years?
It is not. I took a step away, and that's why I'm coming back and going all in to put myself back together.
Okay, so how old is the demo reel?
The demo reel is from 2019. It's 4 years
okay, that's
old.
not horrible as long as it's good material. It's not horrible. As long as it's good, if it's good material, you can do a 5-year round, 5 to 7 year round, situation as long as it's good material. Okay, I mean, as long as it's a good reel, 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes, with different slots of work, then, you have a good jump. You just need to freshen up your headshots. And do you have a way can you get rid of your accent? Can you do an American accent?
I've been trying to. I'm working with a coach, and she's putting me in the right way how to even difference between Chicago accent and Boston accent and South of America, and yeah. So I'm working with that, and but some people say not to get rid of it, but learn not to use it in a way.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was just going to say. I'm not saying get rid of it because I can understand you and your English is perfect, but
thank you.
This is limiting. So you're not some 21-year-old hot guy from Spain with an accent. It's not gonna, you've got when you're a Salma Hayek and you're 19 years old and you come to America, nobody cared that she has an accent. I mean, yeah, there are certain people, but she's pretty and she can get away with it. When you're older, you kind of have to drop it for work, put it back on for personal life. So you have to find a way to drop it for work. I'm not saying get rid of it because it might be too late for you to get rid of it because of your age. Like get rid of it, but you can drop it for work. So that's what I'm saying.
Excellent.
And beard?
Because it's limiting because you look like an American senator. So if I, say House of Cards decides to reboot, which would not surprise me. So if House of Cards decides to reboot next year and they want a bunch of supporting roles of, dastardly conniving senators, I would submit you. But once you open your mouth, you wouldn't get the part. So you'd have to, figure out how to get rid of that accent.
Got it. Thank you.
And Ryan, as far as the hair, as far as the beard, yay or nay, glasses?
Oh, no, it's perfect. It's perfect. It works. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. And New York, LA, where?
I think both. I mean, because you could do both, but I would focus a little bit more on New York just because of your look, but I think you can work in both markets.
Perfect.
Okay,
Thank you.
You
I
know,
appreciate you guys.
perfect. And how many
but the hair,
languages do you
and
speak,
the,
Saba?
and the facial hair,
Yeah.
the hair and the facial hair is great. I would definitely, when you do your headshots, if you do them in Orlando, or if you know, I would definitely make sure you have a clipper and a razor, because I would keep the hair. The hair is great, but I would definitely for sure shave as well during the shoot,
Okay.
meaning
Okay.
halfway through.
And
Got it.
Saba, how many languages do you speak?
How many languages? I speak 3 kind of fluently. I'm learning Japanese and some other languages. I love languages, so I pick up as much as I can when I travel.
Okay. All right.
Great.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you, Saba.
Thank you guys so much.
Okay.
You're
Let's
welcome.
see. Going through. Alan. Hello, Alan. Hi, Alan. Are you in San Francisco?
Hi, yes.
I was just there last week.
How you
Okay,
doing?
go ahead.
Hi, I'm Alan C. I'm 44 from San Francisco, California.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead, Rye.
44 from San Francisco. Okay. You have a good look. Could you take off your glasses? Yeah, I mean, can you see without them?
Oh yes, I work context. It's just that I'm at home, so I'm just, you know, kind of comfy right now.
Okay, yeah. Okay. But I would definitely, for sure, when you shoot, never wear glasses. It kind of pigeonholes you, but you have more range without the glasses. You have a good look. San Francisco is an okay starting market, especially for commercial print. There's actually a fair amount of commercial print clients in San Francisco. I mean, for print work. As far as film and TV, I'm sure there's plenty of local commercials shot there and stuff like that. And luckily, you're kind of close enough to like where an agency would take you if you ever materials, because you would just take your butt off and come in for important auditions or gigs, and it's close enough where they would feel comfortable submitting you, because you get overnight. It was like, you know, whatever. So you do.
Brian, your internet's doing crazy things. Can you guys hear Ryan?
So commercial print work for sure. Get some photos that reflect that.
Wait, Ryan, stop. Time out.
Fuck. Hold on.
Breaking up. Breaking Bad. It's happening. He hates technology, guys. Ryan, log off and then come right back.
Hold on. Hello?
Yeah, no, it's still bad. Try logging off and coming back.
Okay.
Log off and come right back.
Okay.
Okay. That's always fun. He hates technology. Nothing like booting the king off. Okay. So, Alan, so you live in San Francisco. Is your family supportive of you doing this? Does anybody know you're here? Like, I always like to ask. Is he frozen now too? Norman, you know I don't speak tech. I don't even. Norman, what do I do?
There's not much that can be done. It looks like the
He's
issues
frozen
are
in
on their
time.
end, because you and I can talk to each other. So it looks like it's on their side.
Okay. See, this is good. This is, I need to know that. Like, I always feel like you or Deneen, you're my voice of reason. Hi, Sid. Yeah, you know, as much as I love technology, nobody had to fly here today. I mean, I'm not even at the office. I'm here at home.
Right.
But I guess you'll log off and come back. But are you guys learning a lot? Let me ask you a question. For Alan, what would you think Alan would best be portrayed as? Like, I want you guys to be the casting director. If you were to do a casting, where would you best fit Alan in? Go, type it very quickly. Yeah, it could be the weather in California for sure. Thank you, Marianne. Didn't think about that. Austin's lawyer. I'm back. Okay, so let me go back to Colby. Please hold. Because he does not like to wait. There he is. Asked to unmute. You're back.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, okay.
Okay. Yeah, so
All right.
Alan has a great look. I feel as though for Alan, let me bring him back. Where are you, Alan? Alan, you gotta come back. So I'm gonna ask to unmute and then add spotlight. Alan's back with a
All right.
vengeance. Hi.
It's funny. My machine crashed too, right when you it
Oh
crashed.
no. Oh no. Okay.
Okay, great.
Do tech support. Sorry.
There's
I'm
too
so
many
proud that
people
we
in
were
this
able to do
world.
this.
It's too many people. It's too many people on this planet, too many people in this world, too many people online. We were not made for this. Anyway.
You should really write for like Hallmark because every time you speak, it's just so heartwarming. Okay, so Alan.
Okay, so his look is very athletic. He could be a college professor, a scientist, a runner, he could probably pull off some villainous things because he's got the cheekbones. Cheekbones tend to be a villainous quality.
Oh. Just go with it, Alan.
In movies, and television. So I would definitely just not wear glasses when you shoot. And I would definitely get some photos of you being athletic, being nice teeth, smiling, because San Francisco does have.
Let's see your teeth. Everybody show your teeth. If Alan's doing it, everybody else do it. Good. Amber, I see your teeth. Jen, I see your teeth. Cassandra, good.
San Francisco has a lot of commercial print, and there are agencies there that specialize only in lifestyle. So lifestyle meaning, biking, eating food, walking on the street, talking on your cell phone, stuff like that. So you would be great for stuff like that. You could do that all day. As far as acting, I would have to hear your abilities, but there's definitely a range of things you could do, and being closest to LA is beneficial because, like I said before, the agencies would take a look at you because you're kind of close to Los Angeles. So yeah, I mean, you have a good start. You just need photos and training.
Photos and training. And I know that there are some things that film up that way, like 10 Things I Hate About, like Netflix has done.
There are some things, and there are agencies in San Francisco, of course, and obviously they would know better. The day-to-day operations of San Francisco, I'm not aware of. And are there things that film there? Of course, it's California, so all of California is utilized at some point. So when it comes to filming, but what's shooting there, I don't know. Are there major studios there? No. But the agencies there would know, oh, hey, there's a commercial coming to town, or there's a movie shooting next week, or they would know that. I wouldn't, but they would.
Okay. And Alan, how long is your hair? Can you like turn, or let me see. So it's short on the sides.
He's got a classic commercial cut. It's fine.
And you like having a little bit of hair, so that way you can like do something.
Yeah, his hair is fine. He's got a classic commercial cut that lots of men have. It's pretty standard and normal.
Because I've heard you yell in the past, Ryan, about men's haircuts when they're too short, because then you have nothing to go with.
Yeah, when it's too short, yes, of course. When it's too short, especially if it doesn't work with the face, it just depends. Some people need short hair. Everyone's different. It just depends. Overall, no, it's sometimes a problem, but there are people who have their hair short at all times.
I remember one time you had a kid that looked like Jesus. Remember, he had like a Jared Leto haircut, like it was like long, and then he shaved
Billy
it
Sweeter,
off.
yeah.
And he shaved it off to show up to a job, and they're like, "This is not what we wanted."
Yeah, I actually found an old photo of him. I sent it to Michael a couple of weeks ago.
That's funny.
And then he put it in some montage on the VIP Instagram.
You never know, right? We go way back. I don't know, but sometimes like guys, get broken up with, or even look at Brittany, she went and shaved her head and went a little cray. And I want you guys to remember this, however you're going to get your headshots done, don't go and like pull a Halle Berry, where you go completely platinum and then pixie cut. And then the next day they're like long, luxurious locks. This is how we're portraying you. This is what shows up to the door. So for those of you that like to change your hair color often or do crazy things with your hair because you want to mix it up, Don't do that, because when you get your headshots, they have to stay consistent. You got it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Alan, you play sports?
I practice a lot of hot yoga and Pilates.
Okay,
Okay, great.
great.
I mean,
Thank
that's not really a sport, but at least you're limber and your athletic body, you can fake it, you know.
Just go to Target, buy yourself a football, and just go with it. Okay, good. Okay. Ryan, I heard a crazy rumor that you were working on a show with one of your model actors where you had to play a football player.
I did a self-tape
I know, but
for
I
one
just
of my
love to hear you
guys.
talk football.
There was no football talk in the scene.
But you were a character who played football.
Yeah.
It was implied.
Yeah.
Do
It
you-
was just for a self-tape, so you couldn't see me. It was just Alex was self-taping for American Sports Story to be the brother of Aaron Hernandez. So I had to read for Aaron because he was reading for DJ, I think his name is BJ or DJ or something like that. So yeah, I had to do that. But there was really no sports talk. It was more of a screaming scene of the brother not being grateful that the family was there for him and stuff like that.
And that's a Ryan Murphy drama. Now, is this true that you outshine the star of the self-tape?
Not that time, but
another time.
I had a couple of years ago with Tanya, actually, because Tanya was representing Alex back then. I mean, he's with another agency now, but back then he was with HRI, and he did something, I don't remember what it was. And I guess, I did better than he did. And Tanya said something about it. She's like, redo it and to dumb it down for me to dumb it down.
But Ryan, you've done voiceover work for something, right? You've done some stuff other than being an agent.
But for self-tapes, you got to be just literally reading like you're reading the newspaper or reading a menu.
Like you're not acting, you're
not acting, you're just reading. And unfortunately, sometimes,
Beyonce always steps apart from the crowd.
It's hard. It's hard, but yeah, traditionally, yes, readers are just literally feeding you the words so you can say your lines. But yeah, so that's what they're for. And you're not supposed to be audibly more than them. You're supposed to just faintly be in the background speaking.
I've never heard you faintly do anything, Ryan, ever.
Actually, when I do self-tape, I have to stand really far away from the phone because I tried. It just doesn't work for me. So I've got to stand 6, 8, 10 feet away. I've done some for Eric too, and he's like, "You're way too loud." So I have to stand like 10 feet away.
I've seen you loud. Like, just so you guys know, we were optioned to do a reality show through like the Ryan Seacrest production back in the day, and we were taping in our office. And Ryan had a situation once where a model did not show up to a job. It was for a huge casting, it wasn't a casting, it was an actual job. He decided he just wasn't going to go to for MAC Cosmetics. And the woman had called Ryan from her honeymoon in a safari in Africa. And Ryan finally got a hold of this model and screamed. And we were in our office building at the time, and that was very special. It happens, guys. It definitely happens. And
yeah, I remember I forgot that someone was filming me. I was in the staircase and they were filming me from above, trying to get B-roll footage.
It was great.
Of me.
We'll go ahead and send it to all of you after this. Yeah. Ryan was literally in the stair. It was like something out of like a Shonda Rhimes. I mean, Shonda would have been very proud of you. She probably would have just handed over the keys to the kingdom just based on that stairwell performance. But we're talking octaves that like glass should have been shattered. Just putting it out there. Ryan, can you talk a little bit about when you get a model, do you like tell them like how to do their skin, or do you do any of that? Like
yeah, if they need it. I mean, if they don't, then no. I don't like to dictate to them how to be because everyone's an individual. But if they're having rough spots with the hair and the skin and the clothes and and the demeanor, yeah, of course I'll chime in because you're wasting my time if you're in New York. Now, if you're at home and you want to slack a bit, okay, fine, slack all you want. But when you're in my city and you're with me, then yeah, if I feel like, oh, hey, your skin's looking like shit this week, I'll come in and say something, or what's going on with your hair, or what is this, where are the, what's going on with these outfits? And yeah, I'll do that, of course, but only when I physically see it. If someone asks me, I'll tell them, but I don't line the models up in a row and bark, orders at them as far as what their hair and skin should look like. If it looks good, then I just leave it alone.
Okay. And
Yeah.
your skin always looks flawless, Ryan. Can you give us a recipe for glowing skin? I know Leslie Pina's here, like ready to take notes on this. Hi, Leslie. Go ahead.
Leslie has good skin.
I know that's why, because she listens to you. Go ahead. What do you use?
I don't do anything. I just exfoliate and moisturize. I have a cocoa butter moisturizer that I use, and that's it. I mean, I don't spend any money on skin stuff.
But for
I don't
all
drink
of
as
us
much
that
water
aren't
as I'm
born that
supposed
way,
to,
Ryan.
so that I would look better if I drank the water I'm supposed to, but I don't. So
don't tell Deneen that. She'll be like texting me like reminders.
But I don't do anything. I exfoliate and I use a moisturizer.
I hear everything.
I don't do anything.
It's the voice of reason.
Luckily, I've not, and the beauty products are expensive. They're $80, $60 a bottle. And if they help, great. I've never used one, so I don't know what they do. Yeah.
Well, we all can't just wake up flawless like you. So
I don't know.
Thank you for gracing us with your presence.
Some people swear by them, but I don't need them.
Just get some St. Ives apricot scrub. I mean, I can tell you right now, Ryan, we've
$4.
We've known you for 15 years. And one time I'll never forget, like Jeff was with us, my Jeff, and he was like, what the hell is he doing in there? He takes longer than you do to get ready. Like 2 hours. Like that is the start time for anything with Ryan.
If I'm doing a full face, then yes, it's 2 hours. But if I'm just exfoliating, moisturizing, that's, I don't know, 6 minutes, 4 minutes.
But a full face. I mean, like
a full face is 90 minutes. 90 minutes. 90 minutes.
Make that opening. Yeah.
Yes, it's 90 minutes from start to finish. Yes.
90 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
Guys, you heard it here. All right.
But today I didn't do any of that. I just washed my face. I didn't even actually exfoliate this morning. I just put on a moisturizer. That's it.
All right. And what about for flaky skin, elbows? I mean, for any of the models out there, what do you recommend?
Just exfoliating is really, I mean, there are different kinds. There's scrubs, there's those little sponges that you can put on your arms and legs and feet. Those are very helpful. And drink more water so the inside is softer. It's harder to have flaky skin when your inside is softer. So just drink more water, exfoliate, moisturize. I mean, if it's
so don't smoke or drink alcohol before you go to a shoot.
I mean, yeah, but
you're
if you have a medical issue, obviously go to a dermatologist. But the average skin issue can be solved within your home.
Okay, well, you
a lot
guys
of people run to the dermatologist for a pimple when really they don't need to. You just have to chill for a day, do some work on it, and you should be good.
Good. I've learned. Did you guys love Model Garage? I mean, we figured out. It was great because you guys were typing like Asian mob boss or hitman or, Ozark drug lords. I mean, I told you like that whole like self-esteem thing, like where you come in thinking you're something. Ryan's going to tell you like what the world
looks matter, and what you kind of look like when you walk in the door is important. And then you have to blossom from that. And casting directors will pigeonhole you the minute you walk in. Are you a beauty queen? Are you a bully? Are you the mob boss? Are you the prissy teacher? Are you the trophy wife? Like they will do that the second you walk in. Then you have to show them, no, I'm not the trophy wife. I can be the senator. I can be the, that's up to you. But what you look like, you can't help what you look like. So use it to your advantage to get in the room. But once you get in the room, then you have to show me other things.
Now, I want you guys to think about this very quickly. Think about your favorite romantic comedy, like with a Kate Hudson or with an Anne Hathaway. Think about like the Jennifer Garners. Think about all the girls. A lot of times for anybody that loves romantic comedies, like I do, the Reese Witherspoons, all the best friends that are never like the star, right? You always have the one love interest that gets every guy or any girl, right? But then you have the best friends, and those people are characters too. Remember that.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. They're getting a nice
times.
paycheck as well, and you're in a
Yeah.
movie, and you can parlay that to bigger roles, and it's and there's nothing wrong with being a supporting player for your entire career. There's nothing wrong with that either.
Nothing wrong with that. All right. Well, thank you, Ryan. We know you are definitely supportive of VIP Ignite. Obviously, we know you're the true star of the show, but thank you for supporting everybody today.
God.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. Are we going to see you again? We might.
We might, but I don't know. I'll text Michael and see what's going on.
Okay. Thank you.
I think we'll probably see him at the end of the day for an encore performance. Would you guys like to see Ryan Colby at the end of the day for an encore performance? If you want to see Ryan again, type in the comments, Ryan. Or
I can tell you before COVID, remember, Ryan, when we used to do everything in the office with Danine and Mike, and Mike's like, I have an idea for an end of the day performance. And it would include fireworks and sparkly
Well, that was during COVID.
Was it? Oh, you know what? It was right. It was when I found out I was pregnant, and I thought my water was going to break. Yeah, I remember.
That was our first virtual event. Yes.
It's always
well, Ryan,
fun.
I can't wait to see you soon. I'm glad you're coming back to the East Coast. We need to do a boot camp live in person together again. It's been too long. All right.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll text you. I think the people have spoken. I think we want to see you at the end of the day. So
Okay.
I'll send you a text message in just a couple of minutes after I introduce our next guest.
Okay. Very
Awesome. Well, thank you, Ryan.
Okay.
That was amazing.
Okay. See you.
See you in a little while.
Okay. Bye.
Such a ray of sunshine.
He is a ray of sunshine all the way from the West Coast. All right, guys. So did you learn a lot from Model Garage? How many of you are like, okay, let me look at my character. Let me see who I can play. So many opportunities. So let's talk about where we've been today. And we still have so much to do today. Today is Mold Me Day. Today is Transformation Day. So let's talk about where we've been and where we're going. So we started off our day learning how to crush obstacles. How many of you are right now, that person, your future self, operating in your current self's body? That sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie, right? Like, how many of you are thankful that you're here right now and you know that your future self is thanking you? If that sounds like you, type me in the comments. We also heard from Tanya Kleckner. We saw Tanya and Alicia do hot seat. Again, the thing I love about that is, first of all, I learn something every time. The other thing I love so much about that is that Alicia asks questions that you would never even think to ask, and your mind is automatically
Did you see where Tanya had to sit up? Did you see? I made her sit up like.
You're like, excuse me, Tanya, I don't know if you know this or not, but let's teach you about body language today.
Like, think about it. It's a Sunday. She's already booking roles. Do you know what I mean? Like, and the fact that she even gave us like an hour of her time, like, we're not worthy, but she loves us. You know what I mean? Yeah. And we're straight shooters. And yeah, how many of you guys want like a personal recommendation to work with Tanya? And Tanya is part of VIP Ignite. We're gonna help anybody who we feel can handle this.
Yeah. And Model Garage speaks for itself. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to give you the State of the Union at VIP Ignite. And in order to do that, I'm going to introduce our next guest speaker. For almost 2 decades, he has dedicated his life to helping models, actors, and musicians connect with the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. As a Broadway investor, he has won over 38 awards, including 6 Tonys, and in 2013 won the Tony for Best Play. He is the founder of Truth Management, the fastest growing talent management firm in the USA, with placement of talent in a range of TV, film, and fashion shows around the world and in the US. His company has helped free over 3,500 kids from sex trafficking worldwide in partnership with Operation Underground Railroad. He has over 10 years of experience in online marketing and is an expert in branding and marketing. He is on the advisory board for President Donald J. Trump in arts and entertainment. Everyone, please give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Michael Fonkin.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Can everybody hear me? All right, awesome. All right, let me share my screen. Okay, everybody can see my screen? Yes? Okay, good. All right, so yeah, a couple things I just want to go over that we're working on. One, if you're not following Alicia, you should follow Alicia on Instagram. Next week, she's going to be going down. We're working on some projects for our inner circle and some other little secret surprises. So Alicia's actually going to be in the Dominican Republic in San Juan, Puerto Rico. So I would definitely follow her Instagram so you can kind of keep up with some cool surprises that we're going to be working on for our inner circle. Another thing, and I wish I could go into more details, but definitely follow her on Instagram. So maybe one of our assistants can drop her Instagram handle. It should just be at Alicia Kabak on Instagram. So make sure you're following her. So definitely follow her for that. Another thing I want to talk to you guys about, we're going to be working on a couple of different Broadway shows. Each one very unique, very different. I'm not going to go into a lot of details, but I'm just going to kind of pre-frame it for you guys so you have something to look forward to. Obviously, as a company, not only do we help talent meet with the right people, and we do really cool events and experiences all over the country, but obviously as producers, we also host other types of events and Broadway shows and so forth. Alicia later in March is also going to be speaking at one of the PGA golf resorts down in West Palm. She's going to be speaking in front of some of, it's a women's empowerment summit. It's going to be about 100 women there. They're some of the most powerful women in the world. So that's going to be something really exciting. And then with Broadway, we're going to be working on a new musical. So for those of you who know, we've won 38 awards, including 6 Tonys. 2013, we won the Tony for Best Play for Vanya, Sonia, Masha, and Spike, which was a play, so not a musical, a little bit different. So we're going to be working on a musical, and it's going to be based upon the songs of Britney Spears. So it's a really great script, and Britney's given her blessing on it. So it's going to actually be something pretty exciting. It'll obviously draw a lot of really great attention and press and so forth. So for those of you who are part of the company, you'll get to go on that journey, you know, see what it's like to be producing a show, getting to go backstage and the table reads, being a part of the cast. You know, for all you know, for some of you who may have that background from theater, you know, being able to audition and being a part of the cast, being a part of the ensemble and so forth. So that's really exciting. I think that's going to be really huge. It gives us access a lot more opportunities to be able to help our talent, to be able to do a lot more. So that's something I'm really super excited about. And then the other thing that I'm really excited about is we're going to be producing a show in partnership with Les Brown. Les Brown is a motivational speaker. He is absolutely incredible. His videos online, his speeches have been heard by 3.2 billion people worldwide. He's made a huge impact on the world, and he's absolutely phenomenal. You know, Alicia and myself have really developed a really close friendship with him, and now to be able to partner up with him and help him produce this show to get his message out there is going to be absolutely life-changing. And we're going to be doing kind of like a preliminary show in New York City in August. So what's really cool about working with Les Brown is there's pretty, you know, it's going to be kind of funny when I explain this to you, but there's not a single person on the planet that I can't call now and say, hey, I'm on the phone with Les Brown. I need you to get on the phone. Like there's nobody. No, I can get Tom Cruise on the phone. I can get Lady Gaga on the phone. Like there's nobody I couldn't get on the phone now, having this proximity. And it's really amazing because here's the cool thing about working with us. Now you have that same proximity, you know, being able to come to New York, being able to be a part of this whole process, being able to see how the whole show's put together. We're going to be doing some rehearsals in Atlanta, organizing the music and so forth. So a lot of really cool stuff that's going to be there. Other things too that we're working on is we've done these photo shoots in the past where we've done these like storybook shoots. And we haven't done one in like probably like over a year. And for those of you not familiar, we always do these really cool photo shoots all over the country. We've been everywhere from New Orleans to Las Vegas to Atlanta to New York City to Phoenix. Orlando, New York, and we always do these really traditional shoots. But we haven't done like a theme shoot where it's like kind of like a storybook, like where it's very iconic photos. These are really something cool. Like these for the, for our talent that are on the call that have been to our storybook shoots, these are like the best shoots that we do. These are like the photos that become the photos that represent you. So, we're putting something together. I'm going to go over it a little bit later, but I just want to kind of throw it out there. I'm really excited about that. So, but what I want to do today is I just want to talk to you guys a little bit about momentum. Some of you guys might not be familiar with, everything we do here, but I'm going to go through it. Obviously, in life, the path to success is to take massive determined action. For those of you know, I'm a really big fan of Tony Robbins. We have a partnership with him. We've had the opportunity to travel around the world and work with him very closely. That's really, opened up a lot of really cool doors. And again, it's all about proximity. Like the company, we invest, probably close to $1 million a year in our own training, in our own, expanding the company. And what's really cool is like part of our business model is to be able to have talent that are brand new to the industry, be able to experience this, be able to work with people at the highest possible level. That's why we have such a high success rate with talent that we work with closely, especially for our talent that are part of our inner circle that we work with at our highest level. Because at the end of the day, people who succeed at the highest level are not lucky. They're doing something differently than everyone else. And, during this whole weekend, there's been a lot of really great information. I was listening to Eric this morning, and he's just absolutely phenomenal. He's going to be doing a big event in Nashville later this year in May. So I'm definitely going to be out there. I'm going to come out and support him, because at the end of the day, you got to support the people who believe in you. You got to support the people that are there for you. There's 3 different types of people that come into your life. People that are just going to be there temporarily, people that are there for decades, and people that are there for a lifetime. And you want to surround yourself with the people that are going to be there for a lifetime, the people that are really going to support you. Because the only thing that's keeping you from getting what you want is the story that you keep telling yourself. If you're telling yourself you can't do this, if you're telling yourself, just always coming up with that negative thoughts in your head, that's the life you're going to lead. Nothing's going to change. There's no miracle. I can sit you down with some of the most powerful agents, some of the most powerful casting directors. I can get you the perfect monologue, the perfect photos. I can literally get you signed to the biggest agencies in the world. But if you yourself just keep having negative thought and not believing in yourself, allowing your life to be influenced by others, let me tell you something. Life is very short. The average person lives 80, 90, 100 years old. Okay. Life will go by so quickly. You only have so much time in life to be able to do the things that you want to do. And so many times people underestimate what they can do in a decade, right? They'll overestimate what they can do in a year, but they'll underestimate what they can do in a decade. And being in this industry, it starts now, right? It's obviously about finding your tribe, right? You see here the people that we work with. You see the people that are on this call. You see the people. The reason why we do a 2-day boot camp is we're looking for new people. We want to work with new people, but we're not going to make it easy, right? We're going to give you a ton of information. We're not going to charge you for any of this, right? These speakers come dedicate their time. People like Eric, he earns probably close to 6 figures a day for speaking engagements, but yet he's here sharing some of his best content with you guys to help you, because he not only does he believe in you, and that's part of his mission in his life is to inspire others, but he believes in the company. You saw, yesterday, all the great speakers we had, all the people we have today. After I'm done today, we have somebody coming up next. He's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I was just literally watching a whole entire special about him on PBS, just literally right before I jumped on this. I was just literally watching an entire show talking about the whole history of a genre of music. I don't want to ruin the surprise of who he is, but like every time I'm in his presence, not only he's the most kindest, giftest, nicest person in the world, but he's just oozing of talent on so many levels. And he's going to be here sharing an hour. He's going to take you on a journey that's going to change your life. So there's so much good stuff we have coming up. And I want you guys to know, that's the secret to life. The secret to life is finding the right people and surrounding yourself with them. And that's when your life will change in ways you can't even possibly imagine. Because at the end of the day, we're all about family. We're all about working with the right talent. We do the coolest things, especially for our inner circle. We're in Miami. We rent the yacht. We're in Warner Brothers. We take VIP tours. We're in New York. We go backstage. We hang out with the cast of the Phantom of the Opera. Getting to work people like Les Brown. People will spend $100,000 to spend a day with Les Brown. Our talent are going to be able to get to spend weeks and months learning from him, interacting with him, going on this whole entire journey, learning all about the intricacies of Broadway, the music industry. Like all these things will come into play because you're planting seeds that brings you to a level that unlike any other talent out there. Like, trust me, just this weekend alone, you're already light years ahead of people who've been doing this for years because they don't have access to the content and to the connections that we have here. So our next big shoot's going to be in Miami. It's going to be July 2023. Okay. And it's going to be a storybook shoot. And I'm going to go over this a little bit later, but just to kind of give you an idea, it's going to be called The Colors of Miami Storybook. And it's going to be about bringing the world together. So not only using color to tell a story in the shoot, but having you as an individual, your background, your heritage, where you come from in this world, right? Where did your ancestors come from? Where is a country or a part of this world you can relate to, and having that color and style become the iconic shots around this. This is going to be the most amazing photo shoot we've ever done. Ryan Colby is going to be helping coordinate this. We're going to have some of the best photographers, some of the best makeup artists. This is going to be one of the most amazing, iconic shoots we've ever done. We're going to have placement in major magazines. So for those of you that have the opportunity to be a part of this, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Okay, this is something we do these literally once every 2 years, 3 years. Okay, we did one of these during COVID. It was probably one of the best shoots we've ever done in Phoenix. We had a whole background of the desert. But being able to do this now in Miami is going to take this to a whole nother level. So this is something that's separate from our normal shoots that we do, like, you know, Orlando and New York and LA and all those cool, fun, awesome shoots. This is a storybook shoot. This is very limited because this is something that's very specialized. And Ryan's going to be working very closely with the talent on this. We're going to have, you know, our all-star photographers, makeup artists, and so forth there. But this is going to be an incredible shoot. You do not want to miss this if you have the opportunity to be a part of this. Okay, so again, this is going to be Miami. We have lots of surprises. I'll go over this later, but this is going to be at a whole. This is going to be VIP level 10 VIP. Okay, there's going to be some cool things we're going to be doing while in Miami for the talent that are there and for our inner circle that are able to attend. That's going to be off the charts cool. Okay, so I will go over that later. So again, Ryan's going to be in charge of this. Any of our shoots that we do these at the highest possible level. We will have a top studio we work with. We only work with the best studios, the best makeup artists. And here's the reason why. It's for one, we get access to the people that normal people couldn't get access to. You know, it's photographers that charge $100,000 plus a day because of Ryan's affiliation with Vogue and working in the industry for 40 plus years. Okay, he's been doing this his entire life, literally working in the entertainment industry and fashion for 3 decades. So he's worked with some of the best people in the world. And now because of his relationships, we're able to get those people on set. What's great for our talent is this allows them to be able to have their resume just explode because they're able to get those iconic shots. They're able to add to their resume. I've worked with somebody who's shot over 20 covers of Vogue. I've worked with somebody who's done makeup and worked with people such as Pitbull or major celebrities, worked with brands such as Gucci, Versace, some of the biggest brands in the world. Okay, this shoot is going to be on that level. We're going to be bringing in some of the biggest people on the planet as far as high fashion is concerned for this shoot. This is going to be a whole nother level, unlike anything we've ever done before. And age has nothing to do with this. It doesn't matter what age you are, doesn't matter what level of experience you are, because you're going to go through an entire transformation during this weekend. And it's all about getting those right iconic shots, the shots that will make your brand for the next decade to come. So again, this is going to be in Miami. There's a whole thing around it. I will go over it later, but I just want you guys to realize it's going to be an incredible opportunity to work with some of the best people on the planet that Ryan's going to be bringing in for this. Because at the end of the day, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Casting directors see thousands of photos every day. They have the ability to know who can book a job or not just by looking at their portfolio. So if you want to stand out from the thousands of freelance models that are discarded every day, you must make sure your photos are of excellent quality and that they grab the attention of the casting director or client. Okay, so at our shoot, the whole goal of this is going to be a storybook shoot So it's to create those iconic photos, the photos that people will remember, that are instantaneously recognizable. You're going to get decades of experience and be surrounded with some of the best people in the world as far as high fashion, as some of the biggest brands, working very closely with them, everything from posing to lighting, because at the end of the day, these are going to be the photos that will grab the casting director's attention. This is going to put you on the map with people like Tanya Kleckner. This will put you on the map with major publishers, not only here in the United States, but in Paris, Milan, and around the world. Okay. So again, I cannot stress how, I am so excited about this. For those of you who know, I've been doing this for 16 plus years. This is one of the most exciting shoots that I am so excited for, because I really now, the artistic creativity we're going to be able to do, and in a time to bring such a beautiful message to the world of being able to have the colors of the world, the colors of Miami, being able to have such a magical experience, because so many people go out and they get the wrong photos done. Like, I cannot tell you, even like something like this as an example, right? She's a very beautiful girl, but she spent a lot of money. She probably spent probably close to $1,500 for these photos, but yet they're distracting. They're not the right photo. One, she looks like Popeye, right? The other one, the glasses, the yellow shirt, it's not bringing you to the attention of who she is. Here's another example. Ryan would faint if he saw these, right? Her hair done incorrectly, her makeup done incorrectly. And a lot of times people just don't know better. You don't know until you know. Trust me, I've been doing this for 17 years. I've worked with so many photographers, and it's just having the lighting is so important, the equipment. These top photographers spend tens of thousands of dollars on their lenses and years to perfect their craft. It is not easy. And it's like something you can't learn. Like, you literally have to be working in Vogue. You have to be working with these top people. It's like almost like this information's passed on, and that makes all the difference between getting horrible photos like this, right, versus having those photos that really can make a difference. Again, here's a very attractive woman, middle-aged, but her photos are done wrong. All these people spent a lot of money getting photos done the wrong way, and it stalls their careers. I cannot stress to you how much the right photos make all the difference. And it's not only having the right photos done, but having the right photos put in the right order in your book, in your portfolio, in our light boxes when we're submitting you out for work. It makes all the difference. I see it over and over and over again with our casting directors, with the agents that sign our talent, with the people that are earning 5 and 6 figures. And sometimes the first shoot is not always going to be the shoot that makes you. Sometimes you have to have that second shoot or that third shoot. But when you're doing a shoot like this, a storybook shoot, the amount of time and intention that will go into this will turn it into a whole nother level to get you the right photos that will, again, make you that iconic brand. Okay. So again, this is going to be coming up. I'll talk more about this later, but I just wanted to kind of stress this out. We're going to be doing this Miami, July. Okay. This year. It's only in a few months away. Those of you who get accepted, be able to be part of this. We'll be doing some really incredible things. This was last time we had a little photo shoot on a yacht down in Miami, which was really kind of cool. So if you've never been on a yacht in Miami, trust me, this will be really fun. There's some little background shots of us with the yacht. Some background stuff there. Just the last time we were in Miami. Last time we were in Miami, we just did a normal shoot. This here is going to be a storybook shoot, which is something we've never done in Miami before. We're going to be renting out like $1 million location to do this. I'm not going to go into all the details, but all I can tell you, again, this will be very limited. I will go over how to apply for this later on today. I just don't want to hold up the whole day because we do have a really powerful speaker coming up next, but I just want to share that with you guys. If you're excited about coming to Miami, just put in the hashtags Miami, because like I said, this is going to be the most incredible shoot of the year. This is something we may, as we're now working with Les and Britney Spears and doing all these things, I won't be able to do this kind of shoot again, probably till next year. So this is like a once a year thing for this year. Trust me on this. These photos will change your life. This is very, very limited because of, like I said, again, the complexity of doing the shoot. There's going to be a lot of time going into developing this, kind of the colors and the style, and really bringing this to a whole nother level. All right. So with that thought in mind, I will turn this back over to Ms. Deneen, and I will be back later. And you guys are in for such a treat for our next speaker. I am so excited. Bye, guys.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready for Miami. Are you guys ready for Miami? If you're ready for Miami, I see some comments. If you're ready for Miami, throw me some excited emojis there, these storybook photo shoots, I've been on all of them except for one, and something magical happens when you show up to the storybook photo shoot and you're working with people that have shot the covers of Vogue. You're working with the people that have worked with the biggest stars. And you know why? It's not just because their photos are phenomenal, which they are. It's because now you are in closer proximity to people like Rihanna, to like the biggest stars of today. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you think that would change your career right now? Get you that closer to that person you're going to be in 5 or 10 years because you made a decision to say yes to yourself. On a scale of 1 to 10. If anyone says 10, I'm still insulted. 10 is like, that's like the lowest, right? That's what we do. And that we're so excited about this. And let me tell you something. When we do Miami, we do it on a whole other level. Do we not, Miss Alicia Kivak?
We do. And, you know, I really want to stress this to you. Working with a top photographer, for anybody here that's ever had photos done, let me tell you a couple of quick things that I've learned from being in this industry. You always want to take pictures with the photographer, the makeup artist, the hairstylist. You are always nice to everybody, even when you're outside and you're on your cell phone. Like, remember, you are on stage. And one thing I'm going to tell you, you should always tag the photographer, the makeup artist, the hairstylist, because here's why, especially if you're doing selfies with them. Because if you have a photographer like we do, the one that works in Miami, if we can get him, you never know. Like last time he had just worked with Rihanna and then he came to us, which I was like freaking out about. But you always thank them live, and you do, like, I would even do like videos with them, reels, because when you have proximity to these people, you out of sight, out of mind. If you thank them and you post it, most likely they're going to follow you back, and guess what? Then they're going to repost. So now their entire network knows who you are. If you love that, type priceless. Because that's honestly what it's about. I mean, yeah, anybody with a credit card can go buy photos, but you can't buy these types of photo shoots. Like, just so you know, our photographers typically have agents. We have to go through their agents. They have like $10,000 a day booking rates. So they don't work with like, I want to be a model. They work with actual brands, magazines, and celebrities. The reason why we get them is, well, we're VIP Ignite, like, duh, it's not rocket science. But having access to these amazing people, these are, again, Ryan Colby is going to be there. We all saw Model Garage. We're going to do a lot of Model Garage for each person on Zoom, but then you're going to show up and we're going to work with you on posing and the photographers and going over, like, these are photos that are marketable for you. And the storybook, I'm going to tell you, this isn't like a portfolio, a storybook photo shoot. If you've ever seen like a Harper's Bazaar, where they're a little bit more like exactly what it said, like storybook. They're telling a story. It's a very visual photo shoot, not just look at me wearing Zara. Do you guys understand the difference? So I'm really excited. And the storybook photo shoot, like, this isn't wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. This is like, it's going to be an all day thing. It's about perfection. If you guys saw Ryan Colby, wait until you work with him live. Be careful what you wish for. I'll just pray for all of you right now. So
pray for all of us. Awesome. All right, guys. So I know that was exciting. Oh my gosh. We'll tell you more about that in a little while, about going to Miami. It'll be a life-changing experience for every one of you. Your future self, that person you are going to be in 5 years, 10 years, that you're acting as right now, is doing cartwheels in the future for you. I'm just putting that out there for you. So
I'm so excited right now. Like, my palms are sweaty.
I know, mine too. We've had an amazing, amazing day. You guys know where we've been. Our next speaker is here. I'll introduce him in just one moment. After him, we're going to talk more about how do you get to Miami. We're going to talk about Michael talked about how this photo shoot is bringing us all together, right? It's about making the world a better place through photos. I'm going to talk to you in a little while about how to become the change the world needs. Every one of you has a story that needs to be told. How do you get that story told? Or you know what, even better, how do you get that story listened to? We're going to talk about that in a couple of minutes. We're also going to have a model spotlight. We're going to be talking to some of our amazing talent that have worked with VIP Igniter and are on set and are doing amazing things. We want to show you exactly what we do, okay? But now, without further ado, let me introduce you to our next guest. When Michael and I were in New York on Monday, this is why you show up. When people invite you somewhere, you show up. When we were in New York on Monday, we had the opportunity to see him. We walked in, Michael's like, oh my God, it's Keith Shockley. We're like, oh my, and I ran, I pushed people out of the way and ran across the stage like a crazy person because I was so excited to see him. So let me introduce him formally to you. So Keith Shockley is an American record producer and DJ. He is an original member of Public Enemy and the Bomb Squad. He has contributed his talent to several albums, including It Takes a Nation of Millions to Hold Us Back and Fear of a Black Planet. Shockley also produced the singles Bring the Noise and Fight the Power, which were included on the Rolling Stones list of the 500 greatest songs of all time. Shockley began his career DJing at various parks, house parties, and clubs in New York City during the early 80s. He also cites Fat Back Band's King Tim III, Personality Jock, as the pioneering rap song that triggered his interest in recording. The Bomb Squad's first songs were produced in Shockley's mother's basement and recorded on tape and acetate. He has since gone on to work with the following artists: LL Cool J, Ice Cube, Janet Jackson, Sinead O'Connor, and many other big-named acts. In September 2021, Keith announced his own imprint, Spectrum City Records, and will be releasing new music. He is also a member of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Everyone, please give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Keith Shockley.
Yay! Phone is off mute. Okay, y'all can hear me. How you doing, guys?
Hello, sir.
We're doing awesome.
Nice
Do you think that the next time you do Battle Axe, I should come introduce you in New York?
Oh yes, yeah. We do that. You know, we do Battle Axe once a month.
I still want to come to the studio with you. Come on.
Leslie was there.
Okay, that's fine. Field trip. Anybody else want to come? All right.
Yeah, field trip.
Nice to see you.
It's kind of fun. My sister and her husband came, and they're critical. They're critical of everything I do, but they loved it. They had a great time. They had a great time.
Who have you had in your studio other than your sister?
Who I had in my studio? I don't keep too many people in my studio. I used to do my stuff like, this is more like my production work, my pre-production, and I got new artists I'm working with. But most of the time when I do, sometimes when I do other artists, I use other studios. Yeah. Because they like to smoke, like Snoop and all of them. They like to smoke.
You get high just in proximity.
I don't smoke, man. They don't smoke in my, just tequila in here, and that's it. There's no smoking in this building. So no smoking I have a plethora of outside studios that I can record in, and it's better because they can tear it up. Mine's is more personal, unless they want to come here. Like LL's been here, DMC's been here. Who else been here? Q popped in here one time, so I get a lot of that stuff coming in, because they kind of don't do none of that. They're straight, but when I know I got the wild ones coming in, I go outside. But it's better for me to use other studios outside.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. All right, so we want to hear about how you did this for real. Like, who were you? You weren't born with like a silver spoon where somebody said, hi, like Blue Ivy, like, here you go. Here's the world. You had to literally reinvent this for yourself. And I want you to talk about everything about Public Enemy and everything, because we want to hear the details. Am I right, guys?
I mean, it's kind of different. So the cool thing about it, y'all know this is the 50th anniversary of hip hop, right? Started in the Bronx. The concept of hip hop started in the Bronx, and they coined it in 1973 on Cedric at a community center or the basement of the apartment where Kool Herc's sister threw a party. And from there, that's kind of the birth of what we know as hip hop. But from my take, it started with the DJs. So I was DJing since 74. Yeah, I'm old. I'm kind of old. I still got black hair. But it's that kind of thing where they kind of coined it, phrased it, and it was just something that we, kids was doing in the streets just to like stay out of trouble. And then I'm living on Long Island. It's kind of different from the Bronx, but the only thing that kind of connected us to the Bronx was my mom was born and raised in Harlem. So that's the connection that a lot of kids that lives in the Black area of Long Island, especially like Nassau County, a lot of their families came from Harlem and the Bronx. I won't say too much Brooklyn, because I can get into a demographic thing with Brooklyn, but it was more so they wanted a better life for their kids. My mom was she had 9 brothers and sisters. She was the only one that moved out to Long Island because she was not staying in Harlem no more. So I had that life, and then I was born on Long Island, but I had the knowledge of going back and forth to stay with my cousins and my aunts and them, whether they was living in the Bronx or Brooklyn. But as a DJ, it was just something that we did to do house parties, you know. And then we had a local youth center at that time, started a radio station, in-house radio station in the youth center. We actually made up real call letters like an actual radio station. So we had WRYC, you know, back at that time you had WABC, WCBS, WWRL. So those are station call letters that it identifies the stations back then before we got into all this act. So growing up there, it was just something that we did in our youth center, and our youth center was our focus. To stay in the youth center where all the kids come from different backgrounds. We all hung out in the youth center. So the youth center on Long Island is a little different because we're kind of like middle class. If you're comparing us to my cousins that live in Harlem and the Bronx and certain parts of Brooklyn, we're like middle class. But living on Long Island, we're not middle class. We're the Section 8 people, the welfare people, because Long Island is a whole different dynamic on how we lived and how we grew up. But living in Roosevelt, which was mixed, and then it became white flight right after the Martin Luther King assassination. So from then, a lot of my white friends that I knew earlier, like in my elementary school and stuff like that, they kind of left. And there was a few still staying there, but they kind of left that area. So Roosevelt became, like during the 70s, predominantly Black. A lot of stars came out of there. I went to school with Eddie Murphy. Howard Stern graduated from Roosevelt High School in 72. Julius Erving, the great Dr. J, the greatest basketball player in my eyes that ever played basketball. He came out there in 69. So we had a lot of big potential. But our main thing was this: what do we do to stay off the streets? You know, growing up, you do a lot of different things, but DJing was an accident. It was something that my neighbor across the street started in the youth center. And it was something that we did at the youth center as a learning tool of how to talk, how to speak, how to play records, and even how to announce. But it only, we had the speakers in our youth center, but a lot of people thought it was a real thing. And then you understand the youth center was, at that time, you had we had a mixture of kids. Some of them were rough, some of them stayed in trouble, some of them, like me and my crew, we didn't stay in trouble. We just like hanging out at the youth center, and we threw a lot of, we call them basement parties. So within that, I shouldn't say we, the youth center had the basement party just to keep the kids off the streets. Because during the 70s, youth center was huge until the 80s came around and Ronald Reagan killed all of that. So during the 70s, it was just something that we did. We didn't know what this was going to be. We didn't think it was going to turn what it is now. Hip hop is what it is now. We had nobody, even from Grandmaster Flash and them, and Kool Herc and Africa Bambaataa, that kind of created the culture. And then my homies Crazy Legs and them from the Rocksteady crew created the dance culture from this. The breakdance and all that, we call it breakdancing. The easy term to understand, but it was actually called b-boying. Nobody knew what this was going to do. We just knew it was something that was alternative, especially from breakdancing, from gang fighting. We still had a little bit of gangs, but from gang fighting, and kept us focused on dancing. And you can go back and see the history. And actually, PBS did it with the BBC, and Chuck, my partner, actually executive produced it. It's called Fight the Power. The understanding of hip hop from the Bronx and the culture and the economic social change from the late 60s up until now. So it's a great thing to watch, to get a history of what we kind of became. I mean, I'm not an entrepreneur of it, but I mean, I am an entrepreneur of it, but we just happened to do what we did during those eras. But living on Long Island was kind of segregated in certain ways. So my earlier years of my life, I went to private school. So I got to live with how rich white kids lived, as opposed to how we lived in our low income area, and how Black people was living on certain parts of Long Island where they can keep a watch on us. So there were certain parts that we couldn't even go to on Long Island. So, and you talking about from the 60s through the 70s up until, no, shoot, I would even say even parts of the 80s. I'll say up until the 90s, when it started to become different, and the culture of hip hop was changing America and a changing world. So from there, my early years going in, we moved the DJ crew. My brother moved it from the youth center to my mom's basement, because the youth center was going through changes and all that stuff, and it was just nobody wanted to, the adults was not really into working with the kids anymore, and it just started to fledge, just started to fail at one point. But it was still there up until like the late 70s. But now, me and my brother, we're DJing, and then we're doing all the talent shows that we was having on Long Island. And Eddie Murphy used to always MC the talent shows. This is how he got his comedy skill up, and how he got his impersonation skill up. But at the same time, he was still doing shows at the age of like 15, 16 in Manhattan. We had different codes and different living then. We can go get a fake ID, and we can get into places that we couldn't get into that you can't do today. So from there, we just was still DJing. It was just basically, it was a hobby. We made some money. We threw parties. We used to throw a lot of parties. And then coming out of the 70s, going into the 80s, that's when I graduated from high school, it started to change the hip hop culture. It started to change where it started to become, we're on records now. Alicia said, like Denise said, King Tim III was kind of one of the first rap records ever put out before the Sugar Hill Gang. So then the Sugar Hill Gang, when they exploded, but at that time, I can go deep, man, this gets deep. There was a lot of other rap records being made, but they was the first record to go commercial with a friend of mine, I became close with, Nile Rodgers, who made the song called Good Times in '79. And then the breakdown in the record was just the bass line and drums. That's what Sugar Hill took and made that, because every rapper at that time would love to rap on that part of the record. So that became a phenomenal hit. And that kind of opened up the world, kind of opened up the world to what hip hop or what rap music was about. Now we're seeing a Little Lane doing that, but then by this time, Chuck came along, Flavor was living down the street from me, and the rest of the crew. Terminator was my other second DJ, and Professor Griff lived around the corner. We played Little League football. Me and Flavor played Little League football, and from that, this is when the hip hop culture kind of started taking its shape. But it wasn't like a mainstream. It was always treated like, this is a situation where, what are you going to do with your life after this dies? After hip hop is a fad, and where does it go? So my beginnings of it was kind of just like the culture of hip hop spreading throughout the United States kind of made it strong. And then when the record side started to become more dominant, that's when we kind of became more focused into the music. And that was a big change for us to move to our lives, because there were so many parts and pieces to this that I could be here for like three weeks telling you how everything went, because we was there from the beginning and became a game changer in it. But there's a lot of pieces in there. But the whole thing was trying to make hip hop a real business, because we had to fight a lot of the corporations. You know, I was doing this at times where the fashion industry wouldn't accept this. American corporation wouldn't accept this, but they knew that it was a growing younger audience, which we're older now, a growing younger audience that was becoming real intrigued with this culture. And, you know, and me and the crew being a part of it from the beginning, understood that this could be a viable thing. Now, don't get it twisted. Our parents was like, so when you finish with that, what are you going to do with your life? We was like, I don't know. We was just figuring it out. You know, we was caught between getting jobs, which we still had, because you still need a job to pay your things and your bills, whatever, or this is becoming your life. At the time that we did it and it became our life is when, I think when it really became serious for everybody, especially in hip hop culture, when country music was dominating in the 80s. And Garth Brooks he's been the top artist, top record of the year, the biggest grossing artists that sold records, not download, sold records. The Beastie Boys came in and outsold Garth Brooks. And then when they let us on the Grammys that year, like 86, and the Beasties introduced a Grammy nomination, that's when we knew hip hop it's not going anywhere. It's there. And at that time, when they did a nomination, we had just dropped our first album, and they played it off a box, off a boom box from a cassette tape right on the Grammys. And they played Public Enemy #1. That was the name of the song that they played. That's when we started to get our recognition. But then by that time, hip hop was going really big. Russell Simmons had put together the Fresh Fest, which took it around the country. Took it around the country every summer. And I think what what Chuck decided to do was, during the 88 year, because I skipped a lot of stuff because it's too much to cover. So I'm going to show you, just give to where we got. During the 1988 year, Chuck decided to do the first rap winter tour. And at that time, because demographics said that nobody comes to rap tours during the winter. It was always like a summer thing. Well, when we did that, we had EPMD with us, Ice-T with us, NWA had just came out. They came out on the road with us for a couple of shows. Big Daddy Kane was with us. And who else was with us? By that time, we didn't take LL or the Beasties, because they was doing other tours. They was going overseas. But at that time, up until 1988, there was no winter rap tours. So when we put the first winter rap tour, and it was successful, really successful, I think the whole climate of how corporations looked at rap music was serious at that time. This is when they started putting money into the culture. And when they started doing that, that's when it helped us. Between that, the clothing line, they looked at this was a big money-making thing. And here's the coolest thing about rap music at that time. It didn't cost that much to make it. So when you got artists like YouTube and not YouTube, U2, big R&B artists like, Stevie Wonder and all of them, they're getting the big rap budget, the big artist budgets, like $250,000 to record an album. You can do a rap album for $10,000 and sell it at $11 and break even at selling maybe 400 records, almost 400 records. I give a little more at 25,000 records, not 25,000, maybe 5,000 records. You broke even at selling rap music. So the rest of it was profit. So we're selling the same amount. We're selling the same amount of records as your biggest artist at a cheaper budget. That's when everybody poured money into it. That's when everybody took it serious. But now it's a whole different game. So from doing the first rap tour and it was successful, rap music became a whole year thing. And I just look at our position and what we did. We wrote some great songs. We wrote songs of consciousness because we took that stand. Living in Long Island, you have two worlds. You have the upper class world and the lower class world, and then Long Island is divided by what we call the Long Island Expressway, the 495. It goes right down the middle of it. 95% of Black people lived on the south side of Long Island, and that's how they keep us. And then when you go up to the North Shore, where like Jim Dolan and them that owns the Garden and the Madison Square Garden and the Knicks and Charles Wang of Wang Computers and all, they lived up down there. But the Hamptons was something different. I can get into the geographic side because the Hampton was like right on the outside of one of the poorest areas of the Hampton. But the Hamptons was in the kind of off to the side on its own little place. That's where all the superstars was live at and hanging out there during the summertime. But as far as us on Long Island, it was huge segregation. But we just had to, endure, fight through, and kept a focus. Now, keeping a focus is even harder when you live we're kind of like in the middle class. I could say there's classes, but we lived in for Black people, it was a upper to middle class. But if you compared it to how white people live, it was very low because our income wasn't the way they was making. That kind of drove us. Me understanding going to private school, Chuck went to an engineering school. And then after moving from private school, I went back to the public school. I understood both worlds. My brother understood both worlds from going to college at Hofstra, which was one of the most sought after. They're known for their law department, but my brother didn't take law. He just knew a lot of stuff. They was an Ivy League school. So we went to these places on Long Island. So having that and having an understanding of the hardship of being really good at what you do. And I think most of this talk should be about understanding that moving to a level requires so much dedication, so much time, so much effort. When you do it over time and time and time again, it becomes like it's effortless. But the work I had my daughter when I was coming out of high school. And, it's easy. What are you going to do with your life? And it's either that or work. So we did both, not even knowing what this music industry was going to do. It was just something that we did on the side and to keep us kind of out of trouble. So that was the DJ world came from before the rap records. So it was like that for me for the first, even my brother had one, for the first 8 years, until we got signed in '86. And then we really didn't start seeing profits from records until 88. That's a long time to be doing something and in the time that we was doing it, music and rap music wasn't even considered a business. This was like, oh, you better get a job, or what are you gonna fall back on? I had wild jokes I used to say if I fall back. I was like, well, y'all can leave me in the gutter and let the birds eat me. But it's one of those focus where it's either you're gonna do this or you're not. And the focus that you have to put into it is like, it's great. It takes a toll. It's at times where you don't see a rainbow and you don't know if it's going to happen. But I think in today's climate is different than when we came up. You know, we had to take, you know, the brand of hip hop we took nothing and turned it into something. And when you are part of that, you could take nothing and turn it into something. That's a great challenge. That's a great focus. That's a great mindset. And that's a team that I feel that you have to build that. So my story is, yes, we got a lot of accolades. We this, we that. You know, when she mentioned the Rolling Stone, we came in number 2 as out of the 500, the most influential song ever made. That's a kind of a big feat because we beat out everybody. You know, that wasn't just like black music or rap music. That was music. So we beat out the Beatles. We beat out Elvis Presley. The only person we came under was us, and then above us was Aretha Franklin. So when you do a feat like that, and you never looked at it to be that. It just happened. But it became so monumental. So I take those as a grain of salt. But working at, doing that song for Do the Right Thing for Spike and what he wanted to do with how he wanted the song to originally be, that's another day for another story. But to have that and to be voted that, and then you can have a lot of haters out there, but that song, it still holds true to this day right now, which is a great thing. But as we're doing it, we never knew these accolades and all this stuff was going to come. We just did what we thought was going to be great for our time and for what we was doing and for our culture, because we always had to be better than everybody. Because one thing we did have was competition. And competition, I think, brings out the best in everybody. It's great. Everybody want to be a great actor, writer, whatever, but it's your competition that who you're doing your acting and your writing and you're making your music up against. That's when, I think people start to focus on being great. And I'm not gonna get into all the other little, we know the behind the scenes and the understory situation, but having that and having our story out there, and to stay humble, I stay humble as much as possible. And just by hours upon hours in the studio, working on the craft, us and the team, and it's always been a team of us, me, my cousin, Eric, my brother, Chuck, Flav, and that was basically the core. And we stayed, man, even to this day, my sleep pattern is so messed up from my earlier years because we never slept. We stayed up learning, trying to be better than the next person. And it's not to shut anybody down. It's just what you have to do. We treated this like sports. Steph Curry's the best 3-point shooter, not because he just woke up and said the guy works diligently. And I think this is what we call art. Your craft have to be worked on diligently. And that's what makes, people great. And doing that. So, like I said, my story stems from being in a situation where, yes, during the 60s and 70s, I'm a 60s baby. So during that, I've seen where changes have happened and things haven't happened, but to be on the beginning of a culture that we say that around my older cats that I deal with, that nobody wanted, to be one of the most focused and most, I guess, most influential business practically on the planet. Well, it's most influential business. Yes, music is very influential, and to be like talked about. I got another story. So a friend of mine, their daughter went to Northwestern, and I'm really cool with them, and I can't say their name because they kind of popular too. So they went to their daughter. They're white, they're Jewish. We hang out constantly. So their daughter just went to Northwestern, and Northwestern, yeah. So she had changed her major to art, and the day she changed her major to art, she go into the class. Her professor is talking about music. So I think the coolest thing was the subject that they was talking about was me and my brother and our production team. And she lost her mind because she's like, Keith was just over my house the other day. He didn't tell me he was like that. So her first class lesson was about me and my brother. So when you move to that kind of thing, especially at a prestigious school like Northwestern, that's kind of, that's the only time I got really like, oh wow, I am a subject in a college course. That was like my thing. I geek out over stuff like that. And it was one of my friend's daughter that understood that, and she wanted to say something so bad, but she didn't want nobody to know that she knew me. So that was kind of cool. But I just think a lot of stuff with my story, and I've been telling my story for a minute and how we did this, and most of it, a lot of it, 90% of it didn't start in 86 when we got signed to Def Jam. Started in 74 when we was in our youth center, and then in my mom's basement, who in 1980 kicked us out of the house because we ran up her electric bill to $1,000. And if y'all know what $1,000 is in 1980, that's like $20,000 today. So it was like, man, that was, that was one of my greatest things, as being just a part of the culture. We did our footwork, we didn't invent it. Everybody that's a part of it during that era, put their legwork in. We took our legwork and we took it from a different angle. We just happened to be a little more, I won't say successful, because success is done at different levels. We just became a little more noticed for what we did, and even the fact of the style of music that we did, and the wall of sound when we wrote our records, and we did the music to our records, almost like they used to call Phil Spector back in the 60s. He used to do the wall of sound with his music when he produced all those groups. They used to say we was almost like that when we put our music together. I mean, that's kind of cool, to be up there. And not kind of cool for what he went to jail for, but kind of cool for the music side, So that's that was, just like I said, that's just my thing. And my thing is to, when you going for this, man, I think now in this time, you don't have to stop, man. You can catch success at any given age. And then the biggest thing is learning how to reinvent yourself, learning how to say like, okay, that's not working for me this way. So what is it that I need to do to change that? And there's a lot of things, like I'm always still learning, like even today, I still learn. I learned how to, during the pandemic, to redesign what I was doing, reinvent stuff, and come to a way that works for me at this age. Because I'm not doing nothing else but this. This is all I know. This is all I know. Speaking and in the studio, working on projects. I got tech projects, AI companies. Like a lot of stuff I'm on the board of an AI company and doing stuff like that with them. So it's trying to fuse music with all kinds of new ways and NFTs and everything. It becomes a lot, but what I do, but it's kind of fun because it keeps me excited about where the future is heading. And even at my age, and this is a great time to do things. And basically that's it, man. My story, my views and how I look at things, and how I've been able to readjust everything. I mean, you can see my room. I didn't know nothing about Twitch until the pandemic. I know of the owners of Twitch, the kid Justin, who he used to be a hacker, and he used to be a hacker, and we used to watch all movies online. Go to Justin TV, and you can watch any movie you want. But then when he developed the gaming platform, and then when the artists had nowhere to go, basically, we all moved over to Twitch. And then when I got to Twitch, I just figured out what I could do visually. I just went crazy. I would have my visual effects going up, but sometimes it's a lot of work. There's a lot of work to do that. And so, I hope people got what I said, because I feel like I was rambling.
No, you weren't.
I don't feel like you were not rambling at all. And the thing I love about your story is, first of all, your humility. Like, literally, you were a history maker. Like, you were someone who made history. And I can see you blushing a little bit, like, okay, stop it, Denise.
Yeah, because I just think I was a part of history, but I mean, we did some cool things.
Yeah, but you know what the thing is that the people who change the world, traditionally, it's always been the artists.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you look back at the Renaissance, if you look back through the annals of history, the people who changed the world have always been the artists, and you were a part of giving people a voice that hadn't had a voice in the US in a different way,
mm-hmm.
in so many different avenues. And like, speaking of pivoting too, I remember during the pandemic, like, all of a sudden I saw you were bringing joy to people, DJing like on Twitch and on Instagram and all. I was like, oh, like, you invited all of us to a virtual party after one of our events. We're all going out, we're hanging out with Keith Shockley tonight. And it's just like, the thing that I love is that we say this all the time, you get rewarded in public for what you do in private. And I love what you said when you were like, you know what, like, you think when you started knowing our name, that's when it started. No, it started back 14 years prior in 1974 in the basement of a youth center. And and for me, like, that's the story that people need to hear, because when people hear Public Enemy, they hear Keith Shockley, like, oh my gosh. But like, it's like, you put in the work.
Yeah. And
you, to this day, you're still continuing to put in the work. And it's just, I just get really excited when I hear stories like yours, because like, literally, like, you changed the cult, my life in so many ways. Like, growing up, like, I grew up listening to your music. So it's like, but hearing the story. And then today, Mike mentioned this before, we were watching the special that you talked about on PBS. I was like, that's Keith Shockley. Mike's like, yeah, I know. I'm like, it's amazing that, like, you're being taught in art classes, and I know you glossed over that, but really, like, what does that mean to you? Because during the times when you're running up your mom's electric bill to $1,000, I'm sure she wanted to whoop your butt. She probably wanted to do more than kick you out. But like, what does that mean? Like, what does that mean to you?
Well, I tell you what it means. We had to do a lot of parties to pay her back.
Well,
she was loan sharking us and taking interest too. Like, okay, I'm taking my interest back too. But I mean, it was those things, like, it hits me now when we're doing it, because when you're in the moment, we're just doing it. You're just doing it. You're not thinking about it. But now when you sit back, as you get a little older, you start thinking, and you start looking at it, and you start comparing what's going on, and you start saying, like, oh, we did do some changing to this. I mean, sometimes it hits me really big, then sometimes sometimes once in a while when I'm by myself, the arrogance kick in and say, I ain't supposed to do this right now. But I would do this right now. I'd be like, yeah, you're supposed to give me my props. So that kicks in, man. And that's cool for it to kick in when you by yourself. You have to acknowledge what you've done when you see that you've done something good or something that can be great, or you reflect back. You know, my stuff is a lot of reflecting, man. And, you know, to get to where we got to, there was a lot of obstacles, man. You know, one of our biggest obstacles, truthfully, our first album we put out, it was hated by the critics. Hated. Like, we was the worst group, and even in performance-wise. And we take that and but what we did was we did listen. By listening, you can figure out where to go. Okay, if y'all didn't really think this was happening, and our first album, to truth be told, we had done it a year before it was released. So by that time, you know, in hip hop, things changed within 3 months, like new styles, new stuff, but it worked on us. But what we did was, and this is what I'm gonna tell the story, because this is sometimes people have to pivot, but you have to have a sense of where you're pivoting to. You just can't pivot and go somewhere else. Like, you have to know that you did your due diligence. So we did our due diligence. So we had to release the second song off the album. Now, back in the days when we had albums and vinyl, we had vinyl. For the younger people, we had vinyl. It wasn't streaming. So it was a whole different way of marketing. So because you had to go to the record store for the young people, and you had to go to the record store and purchase. There's no downloads. So I think one of the greatest marketing, and my brother's great at this. So we had to release the next single off the album. By that time, the sound, and it was dated, and the style, it was dated. But my brother said, well, we got a little more money left. So those singles rather, they put out, there was always a B-side. There's no B-side today. It's like you put out a single and that's it, and the next single. But back then we had B-sides. So on the flip side of you flip over an album, you would have the second song. We went and did an entirely whole new record that wasn't on the album. And the reason why it couldn't be on the A side, because your contract is only based off at that time for that album. So you had to put the song as the song off the original album as the A side. That was the song they was promoting, which was You're Going to Get Yours. And with that song, we flipped and put the brand new song that wasn't even on the album, was called Rebel Without a Pause. Now, Rebel Without a Pause was one of our biggest records, but how we had to tell all the DJs around the country, and we paid for that too by giving them a plaque, but we had to tell them, promote the B-side, which was Rebel Without a Pause, which was on the next album. That song changed the whole style of what we was doing. When that came out, every DJ around the country loved it. So that's what I mean by when I say you have to evaluate what you're doing. Like, you just can't, oh, this is great. We had to listen to we're listening to the fans, the people at the concerts. We're listening to the DJs. People where we ain't listening to is the A&R people and the record labels, because they don't know shit. They're just going along with what they are being told to do. But this was the thing, and plus with us, we understood that record, the Rebel Without a Pause, was more up to date because we did that over the summer, and then we released it the summer of 87 and released it that September in the fall. That's how quick we done that. And that song got us a whole nother attention, which got us on Soul Train. And we was like maybe the third or fourth rap group ever on Soul Train. And you know, Soul Train back in the 80s was Don Cornelius was still alive. He was big. It was big. So that song was there. But my whole thing is understanding what you do and being really critical of your stuff. Because I know a lot of kids I work with too. They just, I just want to be great. You got to work to be great. You can't come in here one day, lay down a track, and you great. No, don't. Nope.
We don't ever get any of those kids, Keith. You know
I get them. I get them kids, man.
You've been to our events.
Because what I get those kids because some of them, they do something that I catch. And I'm like, this, you got something here. Let's work on it. And then some of them just don't even want to work on it. They just, I'm good.
Well, some of them just want to be famous.
Yes.
And like we said, like the reoccurring theme, you get rewarded in public for kicking ass in private. Yeah. So one thing I kind of wanted to mention to you, and I saw Denise, were you wiping tears away or did you have mascara? What was happening?
You know what? I was, and here's the reason why. Like, I hope that every person on here understands, like, I wasn't expecting to get overwhelmed, but like, the thing I love is that like you literally changed history and you are so humble. Like I would like to think like I tried to be like the most humble person in the world, but right now, like
she's gonna cry. 3,
I am.
2.
Like you literally changed the culture of the United States. Like you being you and just pushing through and persevering. Like literally, you changed the culture of the United States.
Like
and
fight
you know
the
what
power,
I love,
dude. Like every movie. Like come on.
It's
and like. And the thing I love is that you're mentoring the youth right now, because you know what? Our country is ready for another revolution like the one that you created in the US. And I have such a sense of destiny right now, such a sense of like this conversation, we're going to look back on this in 5 or 10 years and we're going to be like, holy mackerel, and just I'm at a loss for words. And like, if I keep talking, I'll probably start bawling.
I mean, that's what art is about, creating history. And then when you understand how to create history, and then when you're truthful about it, the whole thing about creating art, man, I think the artists have to be truthful about what they do, and I know the microwave audience, the microwave kids that want overnight, but I always tell them, I say, y'all need to take your favorite artists, and 90% of the time, I'll break it down, maybe 85% of them, you need to check out the struggles that they went through to get to where they are. I love Travis Scott, but you hear his story when his parents found out he dropped out of college, they kicked him out the house. They kicked him, he's living on his friend's floor from Houston to California. And that wasn't like, that wasn't, and then he has a picture of him, a video of him getting down at a fair, and it was like 5 people there. That's work. That man put in work to now he goes out, it's 60,000. Those are the stories that I think some of the young don't see. They just see him at 60,000. They don't see him. They don't see him like when the parents kicked him out the house. There's a bunch of parents that did that. Corrupt from the dog pound. His dad kicked him out of the house. Say, you want to do that music? Get out. He came home and his bags and everything was in a garbage bag on the stoop of his house in Philly. Had nowhere to go.
But had that not happened, would he be where he is today?
That's the point. That's the point. Because you persevered. Look at Madonna. I know mad Madonna stories, but she kept telling everybody, I'm going to be famous. Everybody's like, yeah, get your trash yourself out of here. Because I know some of the producers she was working with back in the days. And one of them was my man Jelly Bean. But she's
I like the name Jelly Bean.
But look at her. Jelly Bean is dope DJ. But those are the things, man. It's people's beginnings, and their beginnings make them who they are. Yeah. And it's a struggle. And no matter what age you are, you can always do what you do, and there's always a whole thing of starting over. You can start over too. Like, let me start over. But once you have the understanding of what worked for you, what didn't work for you, how the climate is going today, and those are the things, that's when it works.
Can I just tell you something funny? So, I have the baby, he's 2. We were watching Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs and your song was on. Dude. Like it was, from Do the Right Thing to Cloudy with a Side of Me. Like,
yes, you see that. It's funny. It's funny because sometimes I don't even know if them songs is it. I don't even know what my songs are, like the songs we did.
You get checks, don't you?
I get checks, but I don't really read them. I'm like, okay, all right. I don't follow them. They were like, I get people telling me like, oh, I saw your song in this movie. I'm like, what? Chance with a Cloudy Meatball. A friend of mine told me because he took his son to see it, and they said, yo, Fight the Powers in it? I was like, no, I didn't. Let me call my publisher. Where's my check? That's all I care about.
That's an evil laugh, but I love it.
It's funny, man, that those songs, it gets a lot of those songs gets around, a lot of stuff that gets in there. And it's amazing to see it. I think the funniest thing I ever saw was I went to the movies and it was Terminator 2.
Okay.
I'm sitting in the movie with a friend of matter of fact, DJ Scribbles. Me and him, we go to the movies because we starting, we chilling and they said, let's go see Terminator. All right, cool. So we go see Terminator. We sitting there, and the little kid had a Public Enemy shirt on.
I've seen that so many times, and even my show.
I jumped up in the movie theater. I said, yo, that's my group. Everybody like, sit down, sit. I was bugged out for 3 seconds because I didn't know that Arnold Schwarzenegger licensed to use the T-shirt in the movie.
That's pretty
and
badass.
Everybody tried to do that. Then you saw what's the Transformers where what's his name had on the Strokes.
Yeah.
They took that from Terminator. Like, really?
Weren't you? Your music was also in Star Trek or something, right?
Star Trek was in Star Trek. That was another one. The last one they did. They put I think it was Fight the Power in there, and the girl had it. It was like I went to see that too. I was like, wait a minute, come on. So right after that, I called my publisher and said, okay, now you're getting ridiculous. Now you're putting stuff in the movies and I don't even know. You need to start telling me beforehand. It's like, I want you to be surprised when you went and saw it. Because I'm kind of a Star Trek nut. So,
So is Mikey. Yeah. You
Yeah,
guys can talk.
cool.
Star Trek and Aliens. I don't know if
Yeah.
you know, but the writer of we work with a gentleman who created, he wrote and produced Transformers, Wolverine, and he's the one responsible for the new Aliens. So
Oh, see?
yeah, well, you know what I wanted to tell you? Because I unfortunately, I'm in Florida. I was not in New York City last week to come see you, but we're working on a new show right now with Les Brown.
Oh. Wow.
So,
Hey,
and
so
we're
are you in Miami, Florida?
I'm in Orlando.
Orlando,
right now.
okay. My brother-in-law, brother and them live down there. I went to school with. They're in Orlando.
We'll come. We'll go to Disney. We'll go drink around the world and
So
We'll go do
it's a lot of things that I we do, but I'm always moving on to the next. I'm like, okay, that's just the way I am. I do understand, what we've done and what we've accomplished, but I just I don't push it to people. I use it as a reference. It's for talks like this with people that like to hear the stories, and the stories are incredible. And like basically, I mean, we grew up in middle class. Everybody thought we was hardcore in the Bronx. No, we had things. But then if you want to compare it to Long Island, which is upper class, we didn't have the things like that. I understood one of my friends got upset because that when I was in private school, their moms came to the school and picked them up in a Mercedes wagon. It was like, why are you coming in with the wagon? It's like, it's a Mercedes, dude. We don't even have this where we live at. What are you talking about? So we knew that stuff. So it's a different level of it. So then when I deal with my cousins and them who are in the Bronx, in the South Bronx, they come to my house and I have a color TV in my bedroom. They're like, yo, you got a TV in your bedroom and it's color. It's like, this is the 70s. They're tripping, man. It's different levels of this. And I know the different levels. And I the reason why I am the way I am, because I've been on both sides. My criminal friends that I grew up with, and then my straight friends, and I just stayed in the middle. I think the thing that kept me grounded with them was the music. It brought all of them together. The music, especially DJing, it brought all of them together. I would do a bar mitzvah on a Saturday But we had another guy that works with us, and then come around and do an evening park jam. So that's 2 styles of music, 2 styles of people. I did an Italian party. I thought everybody was in the mob.
I'd love to see you DJ like the
No,
horror.
I mean, yo,
So
and this is
fun.
the 70s. So I had a lot of Big Damone. I had to play all that.
Oh my God. I can't
Like,
even.
what is this? So it was kind of funny that we had it there, you know, and the grandfather there. He was really cool, but it was like, who you guys? Because another partner was that he used to get these parties. They worked. It was crazy. I did a lot of strange parties. So,
But you remember them, and that's important.
Of all worlds.
All right, I want to ask you a question off the cuff. I mean, I know that you love our company, VIP Ignite, but what is your like biggest career, like badass moment? Like your most prized moment in your life where you're like, holy shit, I can't believe I got to do this. Or maybe meet somebody. What is your ultimate?
Okay. I'm more of a tech guy than I am a
I know you love like
guy,
Bitcoin
and that's kind of crazy because the music's more tech.
Yeah.
But I did the code conference in September. Now the code conference is all, it starts at 10,000 to get in there.
Yeah.
And who they had from over the years, the 20 years that they had, Steve Jobs, the Tesla dude. I just started talking to Elon Musk. They get these kind of people in there. So I was asked with one of the tech companies that I'm working with to come in and do a presentation. So last year, last year when they did it, Tim Cook was there, Johnny Ives. If y'all don't know Johnny Ives, I'm a huge fan of Johnny Ives. I wanted to get to talk to him, but he had a little security around. I'm like, dude, really? So
you should have been like, do you know who I am?
I wanted to say that. I was trying to get to him. It kept like, stay back a little bit.
You need me to hang out with you, Keith.
Wait. I have a funny story. So you know that I got invited to a tech conference, and I don't know what I'm doing. And Michael told me to call you because I was at a Bitcoin NFT conference, and they did the same thing with me with Jadakiss. Like, oh, he doesn't usually talk to people. You and I both know you were my in, and we were able to like go and talk the whole night. I was like, I'll get him on the phone right now. I'll call him on FaceTime. And that was my in, and everyone's like, how did you do that?
That's crazy.
I know Keith Shockley. Like we're this close.
There you go. My name holds a little something. A little something. So so doing that, it was Pete Buttigieg was there. The governor of California was there.
Newsom.
And everybody was there. And the only person I was impressed with was the Apple team. Because I wanted to really talk to Tim Cook and them, but I was doing the after party for them. But what puzzled me was Issa Rae was there. It was like this is a big conference, man.
Yeah.
And then I got to talk to what's his name? From the Shark Tank. He owns the Dallas Mavericks. I can't think his name.
Mark Cuban.
Mark Cuban. Got to sit and talk with him. He's pretty cool, man. He's doing some cool things with health insurance. Really great. So sitting down, I really wanted to talk to them. But when I did my panel, it was weird. They knew I was there, but my panel was like a side panel. It wasn't the main panel, but it was a side panel there. And when I walked out of there, the whole room was packed. Usually they don't go to the side panels. They just want to, talk to the main guys. No. Side panel was packed. I was like, wow, y'all should have had me on the main panel. it would have been better. But it was like a main panel, and that was cool. And everybody, they wanted to hear the story because the AI company I work with, they're doing these stems which takes the two track of a song, the original stereo song, and we break out the sections of it. Like we can separate the strings, the vocals. I mean, it's people are doing that, but they have the best quality. I always got to go who has the best quality. So you can separate the strings, the vocals, the drums, all that, and just like you had the way we used to record, like it was each instrument was done separately. So it's called Audio Shake. They're pretty dope. So that was, one of the things I did. And then when I told the story of how we used to make those records, and they kind of broke out our record really close, I was like, I was impressed, because they never showed me how they broke out my records. They, we're gonna surprise you when you get there. I was like, okay. So I, work with them, man, and being on the Code conference, I don't think they do it anymore, but that was the tech of all tech conference. Like, if you had to be really somebody to be invited to go there, and it wasn't like the regular street people. Man,
well, at 10 grand a ticket, you're networking with the best.
Oh yeah, 10 grand.
That's
That's the start. Yeah, it was like 10 grand a ticket. I was like, and it was packed. I was like, I need to start my own Code conference.
That's fine. You heard it here first. We're starting our own
There you go. So
that's
it's
great.
it's that, and that's stuff in my life. I'm tech guy, music guy, activist, all that. I'm starting to do I'm working on being a vegan, because I got a bunch of friends who works for PETA, and I'm like,
I can help you with recipes.
Oh yeah.
I will share recipes with you.
I'll be having relapses. I'll be like,
Me too. I have steak for dinner tonight, but tofu the last couple of days.
Okay,
I get it.
all right. So
I have a question for you. Keith
What's your
Shockley.
question?
I have two questions for you. Here's the first one. Since we're working on this really big project with Les Brown, we're going to be opening it in New York City. How would you feel about being the DJ for opening night?
Okay. This is what I do. You gonna ask me to DJ? Like,
I know.
You gonna turn down the DJ work? Like, all right.
Two legends coming together.
Let me put my laptop down.
I know.
That's what I do.
I know. Okay. So here's the second question I have. In July, we're going to be in Miami, and whenever we go to Miami, we do really cool things, and we're having this huge party. I can't tell everyone too much about it.
Because unless they're on the list, they're not going, but I'm just putting it up there.
Yeah, unless they're on the list, they're not going. But here's the question I have for you. If we were able to fly you down to Miami and accommodate you for a couple of days, would you be willing to maybe come DJ our VIP party down in Miami?
I'll do that. I'll DJ your VIP party, because I'll tell you one thing about Miami. Friend of mine, Rich Medina, this is the new thing, opened up a vinyl bar. So all we play is vinyl in there. So I did his birthday on December 7th. So I'll set up I'll tell him I'm coming back down there.
That's the after party.
It's kind of, that's the after party. It's kind of nice, because I went down there. I'm sorry, I'm reminiscing, right? I went down there.
I'm sending a reminder now to take a nap that night. That way
it was during,
we're
all right, cool. It was during Art Basel.
Right to power. Yeah.
There you go. Yes. So it was during Art Basel. But I went down there to hang out with George Clinton, because he's into art.
I saw the pictures. Yeah.
Yeah. So he does into this art stuff. So I went down there, but Rich wanted me to DJ a couple of nights after for his vinyl party. So
that's pretty awesome.
I'm always down to go to Miami.
Awesome. All right. So who on here wants to come to Miami and hang out with Keith Shockley?
We go to Miami.
Type Keith in the comments.
I got another friend. I gotta take. I got y'all need to bring everybody down.
We keep you busy. You know this. Not that you're not busy enough. We invite you to anything. We saw you at our movie premiere too.
Yes,
I know. We had Mr. Big from Sex and the City, and then here we go, Public Enemy.
There you go.
And Chris Knock wanted to talk to you.
You guys is large, man. I'll take a job. But
I'm gonna.
It's cool, man. I'm here with you guys, man. I've been rocking with y'all for a while, so it's good.
Thank you.
I mean, I'll do those things.
Hold on, I'm gonna find my favorite picture of us. Maybe I'll have to post it in a group. I'll never forget when I met you. I was like, Shirley, and you said to me, Deneen, you could be an emoji.
I have one. I have an emoji. Yeah.
He does get the best hugs. I'm going to tell you right now. He's a really good hugger. And I remember actually we had all of our talent on stage with us, and you were there and you're posing. And I was like, you didn't even know. Yeah.
I was voted class clown because I got jokes, and that's my side, and a lot of things. A lot of things. I was voting a lot of things in my class.
Hilarious. Janine, I have like a million pictures of you and Keith. But
I know the one.
I'm
There's
like
one
the
that's like,
paparazzi every time we go somewhere. I'm like, smile, because I know she won't take pictures. And then like Mike is running. You know, Mike is always like, we have to stay on target. You know.
I'm off target. I'm like even when you came to the battle axe, man, it's like we're still working out some of the kinks, you know, and it's like, and I'm more of a freestyler because I've been doing it so long. I can freestyle. It's like I don't. Yeah, just tell me what you actually need, and I got it. You know, all right. No, we need to go rehearse. No, I don't. We good. I know what to do.
we'll have a pre-production part. We'll have a pre-production meeting, so there's no stress with that.
There's
How's
no
that
stress,
sound?
Yeah. It's cool.
Awesome.
We could do
Oh
that.
my gosh.
It's good.
I'm even more excited now than I was before about going to Miami and working with Les Brown.
Wait a minute.
Oh my
I want to
gosh.
ask you that. How many people is in here? Because I don't know how many people is in here. I gotta fix my.
Right now we have about 65 people here, but you know what?
What's
I
up,
have a feeling
65
we'll have a
people?
lot more than that in Miami. So
Yeah, what's up? That's all good. 65 is good for a Sunday afternoon. There's no football on. I'm good.
Well, we started at 11 a.m. and some people are just now logging in. You know how it is. Like, what happened?
Cool.
What happened?
That's
so
cool.
like this is why it's a free call. You want to get connected to Keith? That's cool. Like we've got connections. Also, we met you through 50 Cent's acting coach, Robert Galinsky, who's the godfather of VIP Ignite. So when you're part of this network, how many of you guys love the fact that now you are connected to some of the most amazing people in the business? History makers right here.
I mean, it's like it's a cool thing, man. It's what you do and what you put into it. The frustration will come. You know, I still get frustrated now. I was jumping on my guy that's doing my marketing on my Instagram now. I'm like, I'm particular. I'm like, that's why some of the young kids don't like working with me, because I'm particular, boy. I'm like, and I can make you work so hard, and if it's still not up to my thing, I won't put it out because it's a certain level that I need.
you don't get to be Keith Shockley without being particular and having a work ethic. Let's just put it out there for you.
Rock and roll.
I get that, but you know, I really pay attention to details, like hard, like the things that everybody overlooks. Even when I build a studio, like it's like detail, man. I gotta like. Sometimes I get a little
go
lazy.
and see it in real life. Deneen, I mean, I don't know if you would really produce like an album for us, but like I think we could do it.
We can do an album. We can produce an album.
I can do a recording of an
We can do an
audio
EP. An album is a lot.
Okay, I just want one song. I just want to do like just a beat. Just so you guys know, he did like Belle Biv DeVoe's Poison, which every time it's on, you know, I like take a screenshot and I send it to you. But like I love everything that you do, and I love you as a person. So I'm down.
I mean, you guys, man, just like that's why I'm always here for you guys. I hang out and go like I'm like.
What we do.
Most of the time, I'm not doing much but yelling at people.
That's what I do every day. You know this. We'll stay on because we're going to be going over some really cool stuff today. But we can't wait to see you in Miami.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can't wait.
Thank you so much.
That's my hangout. Thank you guys. Hey
Love
guys,
you.
thank you.
Love you.
All right, guys.
You okay, Deneen?
I am. I just have to process because you know what? Like for me, I know it's not only the tears, but like for me, I meet people and I talk to them. I'm like, oh, I had the same issue with Jeffrey Green yesterday. I was reading his bio and I was like, and he's like, hey, Deneen, how are you? I'm like, this is crazy. And I'm not saying this to impress you guys. I'm saying this to impress upon you. A couple of years ago, I worked in a dental office. Like, if you would have told me 5 years ago that I'd be having this conversation, I would have laughed at you and kept walking. So
some of my favorite things I make Deneen do is like, hey, what's your favorite show? Okay, let me call somebody. And then I'll have her talk to somebody like from the show. And she freaks out every time. It's always funny because I
freak out every time.
I know, but
you know
good.
Yeah, it is good. And you know what, the reason I freak out is not because of me, it's because I see the opportunity for all of you guys. And that's why like having people like Eric Sorensen this morning talk was amazing, because everything he said set you up for this moment. How many of you feel a sense of destiny, like you're here for such a time as this? If you do, type "that's me" in the comments. And how many of you are so excited to have the opportunity to go to Miami? How many of you want to hear more about what we're going to be doing in Miami? If you want to learn more about what we're going to be doing in Miami, how you can hang out with Keith Shockley, how you can like have the opportunity
Imagine
to
us
interact.
live, like live, hanging
Live.
out, exchanging phone numbers, taking selfies, having Keith do a video with you. I mean, come on. What can you do with these connections? Anything you freaking want.
Yeah,
that's the truth.
So if you guys are ready, if you guys are ready to hear more about Miami, type Miami in the comments, because what we're going to do now is we're going to bring Michael Fumpkin back to the stage, and he is going to share with you what we're going to be doing in Miami. Are you ready? I need to see Mike in the Miami in the comments. All right, everyone give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Michael Fumpkin.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Let me make sure. And can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, cool. Awesome. All right. Yeah, how cool is that? I told you guys Keith Shockley's awesome. And you actually got to see right there in real time, not only Keith having the opportunity to work with us with Les Brown, right? How cool is that now? Obviously, you know, Keith and Les both get to elevate each other, and now having Keith come down to Miami to be a part of everything in Miami is really cool. I actually just texted my buddy who's actually producer with Pitbull, and I was like, hey, just to let you know, I'm going to be down in Miami with Keith Shockley. What can we work on together? So he's reaching out to some of his peeps. So this party in Miami might just get a little bit even hotter. So anyway, I know I mentioned this before. I would go through this with you guys just to kind of let you know, because this is a storybook photo shoot, this is really super, super limited. It's going to be limited to only 20 people. And I want to be totally upfront and transparent. A lot of our talent that were on earlier have already reached out to Debbie. She's the president of Talent Services. So even though I was going to let everybody know there's 20 spots available, unfortunately, 12 of the spots are already gone. So there's only going to be 8 spots available for this. So just to let you guys know, right now, currently, there's only 8 spots available because a lot of our talent already reached out to Debbie and already held their spot. But I'm still just going to go. I'm just going to go over this with everybody. But just to let you guys know, for those of you that are serious about this, this is, again, extremely limited. There's only going to be 8 spots that are going to be open currently right now as I speak. So this is going to be our next shoot. That's once in a lifetime opportunity. It's going to be the Colors of Miami photo shoot. Obviously, this will be done in Miami, and this is going to be this July in Miami. It's going to be the end of July. For those of you who get approved, we'll give you the exact dates and all that fun stuff. But if you've never been to Miami, Miami is really super cool. Definitely an awesome, awesome city for the arts, entertainment, the music industry. Super, super fun. So much to do. So exciting. The culture, the food, the beach, the nightlife, the ocean. It's one of my most favorite places to go to, and just to kind of really get to meet some incredible people and really have an incredible experience. So this is going to be a storybook photo shoot. What a storybook photo shoot means, this is very specific. This is going to be the colors of Miami. This is going to be a representation of the world. So each person will have the opportunity to build a portfolio that's as an iconic portfolio based upon a certain culture, a country of your choosing, and the colors of that being shot in Miami. So this is something that's going to be very specific, very cool. Going to be over the top. We're going to have some of our best photographers, our best makeup artists. Ryan's going to be working very closely. There you can see the mood board for it. Obviously, once we get closer and we have our 20 talent that we're working with, we'll go into a lot more detail, but you'll be receiving a mood board. We're going to be going through things with you. So it's going to be very handheld, very guided. It's going to be super, super cool. So this is called a storybook photo shoot. So this is completely different than our other types of photo shoots we do. This is very specific, very special. And this is going to be in Miami. So I am super excited about that. And I'm going to go over everything with you guys. Here's some more details, give you a little bit more of some ideas. It's going to be very high end, very luxury, the best of the best of the best. Really, this is going to be like the trends for 2023, 2024 is everything going really super high end. You know, as the world is always in that place where it is right now. It's up to us to kind of bring together, talent from all around the world and to really create something very masterful. We're going to have a lot of press there. These photos are going to be used in a variety of magazines. So this will get you an opportunity to be published. Lots of cool surprises. I'm not going to go through all the details, but I'm going to go through the basics today. But all I can tell you, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You do not want to miss this. So what I did is I put together here everything, and I'm going to kind of go through this with you. So not only are you going to get the 4-look photo shoot, okay, that value is $24.97. You can have celebrity photographer, hairstyle, makeup artist, value $9.97. This is very high level. So these are going to be iconic photos. It's going to be a whole entire day process. We're going to be down there for 3 days working on this. Ryan Colby is going to be doing the photo shoot preparation, working with you, going over the mood board, the colors, going over the posing, the styling, everything that's involved. You're going to be working with some of the top photographers in the world, some of the top makeup artists in the world. We're also going to be doing some cool workshops while there. Miami is really a big hub for the entertainment and the arts industry. So not only are you going to be getting the 4-look storybook photo shoot, you're going to have the celebrity photographer, hairstylist, makeup artist, the photo shoot preparation with Ryan Colby. We're also going to be doing a special reality television audition workshop with some of the casting people from MTV. I can't go into a lot of detail. You're going to have to sign some non-disclosures, but all I can say is you do not want to miss this. Okay, this is going to be like a huge opportunity for you to work with some really incredible casting directors that are working on a wide variety of projects. Obviously, we've got some really cool stuff going on with Keith Shockley and Les Brown, and we have these shows going on. We have all these upcoming talent, right? It's very exciting. Miami, filming, right? All the nightlife, the photo shoots, right? So just kind of start mixing that in your head why we're having a reality television audition workshop in Miami. So not only are we going to have the 4-look storybook photo shoot, the celebrity photographer, hairstylist, makeup artist, photo shoot preparation with Ryan Colby, the reality television audition workshop with some major people in the industry. We're also going to be doing a live music video and commercial auditions workshop. Okay, we're going to be bringing in some really incredible people who've worked with Pitbull, The Gap, Reebok, Rolex, Gucci. So you can have the opportunity at the highest possible level to not only have the storybook photo shoot, celebrity photographer, hairstylist, makeup artist, photo shoot preparation with Ryan Colby, the reality television audition workshop. We're also going to be doing the live music video and commercial audition workshop with some incredible people that work with Pitbull, The Gap, Reebok, Rolex, Gucci. In addition to all of that, we're also going to be doing a live luxury brand audition workshop. These are going to be individuals and casting people who work directly with companies such as Versace, Cartier, Chanel, and so forth. Okay, these are going to be 3 separate workshops dealing with reality television, music videos, commercial auditions, and also luxury brands. These are completely 3 different styles and 3 different types of information of things we've never done before at the highest possible level. So this is something that, for those of you who have the opportunity to be a part of this, I'm going to tell you right now, this is going to change your life. There are going to be moments in your life where the chapter ends and a new chapter begins. This is going to be the colors of Miami photo shoot, because not only are you going to get the 4-look storybook photo shoot, you're going to have the opportunity to work with some of the best photographers in the world, people that have created billion-dollar iconic brands, major hairstylists, makeup artists, people that people fly these people around the world to work with them. These are some of the biggest artists in the world that are going to be working with you. Okay, you're going to have the photo shoot preparation with Ryan Colby. Not only are you going to have all of that, but then you're going to have the reality television audition workshop. This is an opportunity that will change your life. Not only will you have the reality television audition workshop, but you're going to have the live music video commercial audition workshop, working with the same individuals who work with Pitbull, The Gap, Reeboks, Rolex, Gucci. Not only are you going to have all the 4-look photo shoot, storybook, the celebrity photographer, hairstylist, makeup artist, photo shoot preparation with Ryan Colby, the reality television audition workshop. You're also going to have the live music video commercial audition workshop. You're going to have the live luxury brand audition workshop, okay? This is all going on in Miami. This is very limited. This is very exclusive. And also for anyone who's brand new who gets accepted into this, we will also have truth management representation, which means that we will become your mother agency. which means as a new talent, you're going to go through our Truth Management, New Talent 10-week development and training, where we're going to work on going over everything with you, from posing to contract negotiations, to international modeling, to national modeling, going over everything you need to know to become literally a walking expert in the industry. Okay, at the highest possible level, because of the fact that now you're going to have the opportunity to work with brands such as Versace, Cartier, Chanel, The Gap, Reebok. You're going to have the opportunity to understand the contract negotiations that go into being a part of a reality television show, being a part of a major music video, being a part of a national and international commercial, having the opportunity to work at a level where people are getting paid $65,000 plus per day. Okay, so we're going to be your mother agency. So not only are you going to get the 4-look storybook photo shoot, celebrity photographer, hairstyle, makeup artist, the photo shoot preparation with Ryan Colby, the reality television audition workshop, the live music video and commercial auditions workshop, the live luxury brand audition workshop. You're also going to have representation by Truth Management, the 10-week development and training program, and we're also going to give you access to VIP Connections Titanium, which is our live ongoing training every week. We do these 2 to 3 times a week. So you'll be training with people such as Keith Shockley, people such as Jeffrey Gurian, Robert Galinsky, cast members from The Sopranos, The Goldberg, people who have starred in shows on Broadway, some of the biggest casting directors, producers, and musicians in the world, people who have won Academy Awards, Grammys, Emmys, all there networking and training you live every single week. So you're going to get all of this, and if you total this up, okay, well, there's also bonuses. So not only you get the 4-look photo shoot, celebrity photographer, photo shoot preparation with Ryan Colby, the reality television audition workshop, the live music video commercial audition workshop, the live luxury brand audition workshop, the Truth Management representation, Truth Management New Talent 10-week development training, VIP Connections Titanium, which is the live training. You're also getting access to the Vault, which has over 300 hours of on-demand training. So literally for the past 2.5 years, every single training we've done, we've archived it, and you have full access to that. So think of it like Netflix, where you can literally go on there and type in the word audition, up will come trainings all on audition, on doing your monologues, on preparing for posing, preparing for photo shoots. Some of the best, most amazing content ever created, like literally the highest level, okay? Honestly, we put a value of that in 1997, but honestly, that's priceless, okay? Not only that, but here's the really coolest thing for everyone who has the opportunity to come for this. We're also going to be doing a celebrity party. We're going to be doing a big major party in Miami. There's going to be celebrities there. There're going to be entertainers there. This is going to be a private networking event at the highest possible level with drinks and food, hobnobbing with the red carpet, the press, photographers, magazines, coverage there live. So not only are you going to get the 4-look photo shoot, storybook photo shoot, celebrity photographer, hairstyle, makeup artist, photo shoot preparation with Ryan Colby, reality television audition workshop, the live music video commercial audition workshop, the live luxury brand audition workshop, Truth Management representation, Truth Management 10-week development and training program. You're also going to get VIP Connections Titanium, which is ongoing live training. That there alone is priceless. You're also going to get access to the Vault, which is already 2.5 years of the best training in the industry. All of these things combined will change your life. So now you're getting the training, you're getting the iconic photos, you're getting to work hand in hand with some of the top people in the industry, but now you're getting hands-on training in Miami. And then to celebrate all that, we're going to be hosting a huge party in Miami, okay? We're renting out an entire club. There's going to be press there. There's going to be some major announcements there. This is going to be the one spot on the entire planet to be. That night will be at this party, okay? So if you added all of this up, you get a total value of $23,770, okay? What we're doing is we're doing this for everyone on here for $29.97. And as a bonus, for everyone who's a fast action taker, it's only going to be $19.97, okay? That's quick action takers. Again, this was limited to 20 people. 12 spots are gone. We are now down to 8. I will show you how to schedule in a moment, but I just want to review this one more time. So not only are you going to get the Colors of Miami photo shoot, you're going to get the 4-look storybook photo shoot, celebrity photographer, hairstylist, makeup artist, photo shoot preparation with Ryan Colby, the reality television audition workshop, live music video commercial audition workshop. These are all going to be done live in Miami. working with people who've worked with Pitbull, The Gap, Reebok, Rolex, Gucci, the live luxury brand audition workshop, getting to work with people from Versace, Cartier, Chanel, Truth Management representation, Priceless, Truth Management, new 10-week development and training, the VIP Connections Titanium, which is the live ongoing training. You're also going to get access to the vault. Plus, you're going to get to come to the hottest party in Miami that night, literally walking the red carpet and getting to meet with not only people from Versace and Cartier and Chanel and Reebok, but getting to meet with some of the biggest names in the industry, people that will snap their fingers and change your life in 30 seconds or less, okay? And having the opportunity to have Keith Shockley there, okay? Him there at that party. So you can only imagine what we have planned. This is going to be the biggest, coolest shoot we have ever done, okay? And all of that's for only $19.97. So this is how you schedule. There's the link. They'll drop it in there. And just like any other one of the things that we put together, this is called a no risk offer. This should really be called no, you have to be silly not to do this offer, but we do a no risk offer, which means we offer $1 million guarantee. What that means is for anybody who's brand new, people sometimes are always scared. You do have to be approved. So this isn't something you just can't purchase this. You're going to have to go through an interview. So you will be speaking with either Alicia or Deborah or Deneen for approval. But just to let you know, if for some reason, you can come to the event, you can get the photos done, you can come to the party, you can go through all the training, you can take everything. And literally you show up that night of the party and you say, Mike, you know what? This was really cool. I got to hang out with Keith Shockley. I'm hanging out with Versace and Gucci and all these casting directors and producers and agents. I'm a part of this new reality show. Oh my God, my whole life's changed in every way. I'm going to go on and become so successful. But I don't feel like I got $1 million worth of value at this point. We give you a refund, literally. Okay. And now, first thing people will always say to me, Mike, that sounds crazy because people could take advantage of you. You know what? Yeah, you're right. People could take advantage of me. But you know what? I'd rather work with people who really believe in us and people who want a long-term relationship. That's why I work with people like Keith Shockley and Jeffrey Gurian and people from The Sopranos. That's why I'm working with Britney Spears. That's why I'm working with Les Brown. Okay. That's why we have a new book coming out. That's why we keep doing these things, because we prove to ourselves over and over again, we're only going to surround ourselves with the best. And if somebody feels that all that value is not worth it, that they just want to take, you know what, then it's me paying them to go away. That's why it's called no risk. Okay. So can I just scan that in? We'll go over this one more time, but we'll go over this one more time just for any Q&A. But I know Deneen has a special presentation she wants to go over, and we'll take some questions at the end. But just to let you know, there's only 8 spots left. So if this is something you're serious about doing, I know they're dropping the link. Either scan that QR code with your phone, take a screenshot, whatever it is, because at the end of the presentation, at the end of the day today, this offer will be closed. This is not something you can call next week. Oh my God, I need to do this. All I can tell you is do not miss this, because you will be on Instagram, you're going to be on TikTok watching everybody at this. And this will drive you crazy. Like the people that we have coming for this, trust me on this, guys. I can't go over everything, okay? But trust me on this. This is going to be the biggest celebrity-packed, life-changing experience for the 20 people that are going to be there for this. So with that thought in mind, I will turn this back over to Ms. Deneen. We will go over this one more time later just for any Q&A, but we do have to keep this going because I know Mr. Ryan Colby's coming back and we still have a lot more information to give with you, and I want to be respectful of everybody's time here. I hope you guys are excited about this, because trust me on this, this is huge. All right, guys, I will talk to you in a little bit.
What an amazing opportunity. We talked about this yesterday about how you need the guide, you need the supplies, you need the equipment, you need the tools, you need all the things to get where you want to go. And like, how many of you have ever dreamed about being on reality TV? How many of you have ever watched one of those shows like, I could totally do that, right? Well, let me tell you something. The way that you do that is you have to know the right people. Or Gucci, Prada, Versace, Gap, Reebok, any of those brands. Like, how many of you can picture yourself representing one of those brands? The only way you're going to be able to do that is by knowing the right people. In this business, is not what you know or who you know, but who knows you. And then when they know you, what are you bringing to the table? And that's what we're going to be, that's what we're providing here for you. But guys, we are going to go over that a little bit more. I'm sure that some of you have questions. Gregory, I see your hand. Hopefully you're raising your hand because you want to represent Versace. If you have a question about what okay, I see, I know you. We're like this. I got you. But before we go, we'll go over everything about Miami again in a couple of minutes. But before we do that, I want to talk to you and kind of piggyback on what every speaker for the past 2 days has talked about. How many of you got goosebumps and were sweating when you were listening to Keith Shockley? I know I was, and again, I've met him so many times, but hearing his story today, it did something in me. And I can't explain it to you, but I talk to so many people and they tell me, Deneen, can I tell you my story? Deneen, let me share my story with you. So before I share this presentation, I want to tell you a little bit about who I am and why I'm here. And then I'm going to share with you how to share your story. So when I was a kid, I always had the sense of destiny about me. I always knew, you know what? I want to be a history maker. Like I knew that I had a story to share, and I knew that one day I would be able to use my words to change the world. But I grew up in a small town in South Jersey. I was super shy. If you want to talk about shy, if you meet me in the wild, as I like to say to people, I like sit in the corner. If I had my way, I'd be sitting in the corner. I'd be behind Zoom like all of you are. But the thing I want you guys to know is that sometimes you have to come out of that person that you always identified as so that you can step into doing what you're supposed to do. So when I was 7 years old, I really felt like, okay, you know what? I know that there's something great for me, but I'm super shy. And I always had that tucked in the back of my head. And we can fast forward. Everything I've ever done in my life, every job I've ever had in my life, it's always been to serve people. Like I've always wanted to help people. I've always wanted to help people's lives become better. Okay. Like I worked in the dental offices, I worked in a doctor's office. Everything I've ever done has always been to serve other people. And about 5 or 6 years ago, Michael called me because we were friends. He was like, hey, what are you doing? And I was like, I'm working. What do you think I'm doing? And he said to me, I have a challenge for you. I want you to host the podcast for my company. And again, at that time, I was working in a dental office. I'm still battling shyness. I knew nothing about the entertainment industry, and I certainly had never hosted a podcast before. And I was like, but why would you ask me? He's like, oh, what, you're not up for the challenge? And I'm German and Italian, guys. And let me tell you something. You can't say to a German Italian person, you're not up for the challenge. They won't rise to the challenge. 2 days later, I found myself interviewing Ryan Colby, who's the former art director of Vogue and one of his talent. And it was the scariest experience of my whole entire life. I was so scared. I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I was sweating. Even thinking about it, I'm sweating right now thinking about it. But I did it. I leaned into my fear and I did it. And then I did more interviews and more interviews. And as I was interviewing talent for VIP Ignite, the one thing I found was that I loved to be able to help people become successful. So I had the opportunity to interview one talent, and she was so shy and so quiet when I met her. And she's like, Deneen, what can I do to really get my start in the entertainment industry? And at that time she lived in Atlanta. I was like, well, go join community theater and then check back in with me. And she did. And it was amazing. She called me a couple days later and she's like, Deneen, guess what? I was like, who is this? Obviously I knew who it was, but she was a completely different person. She said, Deneen, guess what? I was like, what? She said, I auditioned for community theater and I got a role. And I was like, that's amazing. That's awesome. Tell me more. I was expecting she was in the chorus, she was tree number 3 or something like that. She got the lead role in a production in Atlanta. I was like, you got the lead? She's like, yes, I did. I was like, well, what production? She's like, Schoolhouse Rocks. I was like, you got the lead role in a musical? And she said, yes, I did. And her life changed instantaneously. Her confidence grew. And all of a sudden, everything that she showed up for, she's an accountant by trade. All of a sudden, she started getting promotions. She started seeing her life transform. And I realized that the reason that I do what I do is because I love helping people become successful. And again, when I was a child, I knew I had a story to tell, but I had no idea, like who wants to listen to a small girl who's quiet and shy, who lives in a small town in South Jersey? Why would anyone ever want to listen to me? So what I'm going to share with you now is how can you get your story told? How many of you think that if you feel like you have a story to tell that will change the world, type story in the comments. Because what I want to do is I want to share with you guys some things I've learned in my life on how to get your story told. All right, so I'm going to share my screen here. Can you guys see my screen? If you can, just someone give me a thumbs up. Sava, can you see my screen? Okay, very good. Okay, awesome. So what I want to share with you guys is a little bit of my story about how to get your story told. And something I want you to know about VIP Ignite and Truth Management also is this, that we're faith-based and we are purpose-driven. So being a part of us, like that's what we want. We're looking for talent that have faith, and we're looking for talent that have a purpose, that they know that they're here not just to become famous, become rich, because if you're looking for the quick way, you just heard from Keith Shockley in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, a man who literally changed history. He didn't do it for the fame. He didn't do it for the riches. He didn't start hitting his financial freedom and comfort for a long time. So if you're in this for, as he said, like the microwave fix, you know what, this isn't for you. But if you are someone who is willing to put in the hard work and you know you have a story to tell, I want you to keep listening. And I want to make sure that you figure out how you're going to get to Miami. Okay. So the title of this presentation is Faith and Transformation, Becoming the Change the World Needs, Elevating Your Voice as a Model or Actor. So the first thing that I want to talk about is what is faith? So many times when people think of faith, they think of going to church, they think of being devout, holy. Like growing up, I grew up in church. So I think of being in church all day on Sunday, right? I think of, there are a lot of things that we think of when we hear the word faith. And for some of us, it has a positive connotation. And for some of us, it has a negative connotation. But the working definition that I want us to use for faith is this: complete trust or confidence in someone or something. So right now in the comments, what do you have faith in? Like, what do you have faith in? Do you have faith in yourself? Do you have faith in your guides and your mentors? What do you have faith in? I want you to start thinking about this as we're going through. Okay. And then one of the words in that definition is trust. Whenever I'm trying to really dive in deep into a subject, I take a word and then I break down all the other words that are a part of the definition. So let's ask the next question. What is trust? Trust is firm belief in the reliability, truth, or ability or strength of someone or something. So what do you trust in? What do you have a firm belief in? Do you have a firm belief in yourself? Do you have a firm belief in those around you? What do you trust? Who do you trust? Do you trust in yourself? Do you trust that you are a person who can get your story out there? Who do you trust? And let's identify the word change too. What is change? I think so many times we throw a word, I want change in the world, I want change. What exactly is change? It's to make different, alter, or modify. Right now, what is a change that you see that needs to be made in the world? And what part of your story can help affect that? How can you be a part of the change that the world needs? I'm asking you all these questions because I want you to really start thinking about this. As you're deciding whether you're going to go to Miami, whether you're going to move forward with your career, I want you to think like, what can how can me taking action today make a change? How can I alter the world? How can I make the world better? And what is transformation? I love butterflies. I actually love butterflies so much. I have a tattoo of a butterfly on my shoulder. I don't know if you can see that. But I've always been enthralled with butterflies because I always felt growing up, because I was so shy, I felt kind of like a butterfly in a cocoon. How many of you have ever felt like a butterfly in a cocoon? Like, you know what? Like, oh, if only I could get out of this cocoon and fly in all of my glory. But think about transformation, a thorough or dramatic change in form or appearance. A butterfly starts out as a caterpillar, and it has to go through a very painful experience to become a butterfly. Imagine when you are a caterpillar and you go in, but a caterpillar goes in the chrysalis, right? Its whole being like melts and reforms into the butterfly. How many of you are willing to completely transform your identity? How many of you are willing to go through that dark time to get to the other side? How many of you are willing to invest in yourself to get to that other side? Because let me tell you something, transformation is not free and it is not easy. How many of you are, if you're willing to do that, type transform in the comments. How many of you are willing to become that person that you visualized this morning that's 5 years in the future, 10 years in the future? How many of you are willing to transform your mindset, your body, your everything right now so that you can become that person? How many of you are willing to start transforming the way that you answer questions right now so that you can become that person, so you can be the change that the world needs? Now, we talked about this earlier. This is another version of my beautiful artistry. So we talked about, in order for you to become the change, to transform, in order for you to get to the top of the mountain, you need tools, you need training, you need guide, you need supplies. How many of you are willing to make that investment in yourself, of the time, of the energy? How many of you are willing to make deposits in yourself instead of withdrawals? Even tonight after this call, we're going to give you a challenge. Are you willing to make a deposit in your future self? Or you're like, that was cute, but I'm going to put my feet up and chill for a little while. How many of you are willing to transform your actions today so you can get to the top of that mountain, so you can achieve those goals, so you can be the voice that you know you want to be, the voice that you know you're destined to be? In order for you to get to the top of the mountain and to truly find success, not only in the entertainment industry, but in life, whether you're an entrepreneur, no matter what you're doing, you have to figure out your life's purpose. And I'm going to tell you why that's so important. When you know your life's purpose, it's easier for you to focus on where you're going, what matters most in your life, and what decisions are aligned with that goal. It's easier for you to be committed and passionate about your goals. Having a purpose will help you find your true passion, your dream job, and commit to it. So I'm going to ask you a question right now. What is your life's purpose? What is your why? Like, why are you doing this? What is your life's purpose? Is your purpose to go have fun? Or is your purpose to change the world? Is your purpose to become the absolute best actor, model, musician, speaker that you can? Or is your purpose to stay here being the same person that you are right now? Do you realize that you are put on this earth for a reason? What is that reason? What is your life's purpose? I want you to really start thinking about these things. And again, the question I have is, why do you want to be in the entertainment industry? There are so many other things you could be doing with your life. Let's be honest. Like, there are so many other things that you could be doing in life. Why do you want to be in the entertainment industry? Write it in the comments. Why do you want to be in the entertainment industry? Why are you choosing this crazy life? You heard Keith Shockley, like, it's not an easy journey. Not one person that we've talked to over the course of this weekend has said this was easy. Renee shared a very small portion of his story about how he got where he is. Mark Christopher Lawrence still travels the country. He's getting to the point now where he can start being in negotiations for projects that he wants. But that wasn't easy. If any of you have ever read Finding Fame, Michael and Alicia did not have it easy getting started. And let me tell you something. To this day, there's still struggles every single solitary day. So why do you want to do this? Jeffrey Gurian overcame stuttering. He overcame being a dentist. God bless his heart for that one. But literally every person we talk to has a story of adversity they overcame. So why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? So now that I've really inspired the snot out of everyone, you guys are like, oh, wow, this is like the least inspirational talk at the end of the day. So how do I get heard and be the change? How do I get my voice heard so I can be the change? The first thing is, I asked you, who do you trust? Who do you have faith in? You have to have faith in yourself. Because when you walk into a room, people are going to know whether or not you believe in yourself. You answer this in the question, and I want you to answer this question. Do you think that if you met Keith Shockley in person, when you meet Keith Shockley in person, do you think he has faith in himself? Yes or yes? Do you think Mark Christopher Lawrence has faith in himself? Yes or yes? Do you think Alicia Kabak has faith in herself? Yes or yes? So the first thing you need to do is you need to have faith in yourself that you can do this. You have to have faith in yourself that you are going to be that person that you visualized in 5 years and 10 years. You have to have faith in yourself. The second thing you have to do is you have to trust yourself, and you have to become someone that people trust. I'll have to fix that typo. You have to trust yourself, and you have to become someone that people trust. Are you someone that's trustworthy? Are you someone that if I called on you and I had a casting, that I could trust that you would show up on time? You have to trust yourself and become someone that people can trust. You have to build up that integrity. Does that make sense? You also have to surround yourself with the correct people. You have to get a guide who has been where you want to go. I can't stress this enough. When Mike and Alicia started this company, they knew they couldn't do it alone. They surrounded themselves by people that to this day we can call and who help move us forward. Who, when we're making big decisions, we call and they're like, okay, what do you think about this idea? Do you think that this is a good idea, or do you think this is a little too crazy? Mike and Alicia still have people that help guide them where they want to go. One of Alicia's mentors is I call her the queen bee of Broadway. Every time we make a decision as a company, she calls this person. Her name is Pat. And she's like, okay, Pat, what do you think? So you have to surround yourself with people who have been where you want to go. Who's in your circle now? Who do you call when you're trying to make a decision about the entertainment industry? Are you calling your mom and dad? Are you calling your aunts, your uncles, your brothers, your sisters, people who don't know what's going on in the industry? Or are you calling people who are where you want to be? What will yield you better results? Calling people who are where you want to be, who can take you there? Or calling people who they have no clue? You want a guide with experience. We talked about that yesterday. You have to get the training that you need to use the tools and supplies that you have. In order for you to get to the top of that mountain, in order for you to achieve that goal, to have your voice heard, to become taken seriously, you have to have training. And you have to learn to use the tools and supplies you have at your disposal. Are you guys doing that? Are you accumulating the information but not putting it into practice? You have to put in the work. Oprah Winfrey didn't become Oprah Winfrey by learning and learning and learning and not applying anything. She stuck her neck out on the line, and thank God she did. How many of you have a richer life because of one person that Oprah introduced you to some way along your way, right? So you have to get the training that you need, and so that you can use the tools and supplies that you have. And the most important thing out of all of these, in my opinion, is you have to know your why. If you've ever talked to me one-on-one, I've gone through with this with you, but there are days where this is the most amazing industry in the whole entire world. Oh my gosh, you're on a high. Like Leslie Pena, when she delivered her monologue on Monday for Battle Axe, she was on a high, and we were on a high too. We were so excited. But then there are other days where like, what is wrong? Why can't we just like, why are there roadblocks? But when you know why you're doing this, those roadblocks, just a bump in the road. So what is your why? Why are you doing this? You have to get really clear on this, because again, on the days where it's awesome, it's really easy to show up. But on the days where it's not, sometimes it's hard to get out of bed. Just being real. How many of you jump out of bed every day like, yes, let's do this? When you have a why, a strong enough why, it makes it a heck of a lot easier for that to happen a lot more consistently. How do you get your voice heard? You have to become a person of influence by being the best at what you do. So when you know your why, you have the tools and resources, you have the right guide, then it makes it easier for you to become the best at what you do. So I want you to think about this right now. Who is the best at what you want to do? Who's the best? Who is that one person? Like, you know what, if only I could be like this person, oh my gosh, my life would change. Type that in the comments. Who is that person? Like, you have to become a person of influence by being the best at what you do. So you don't get a big platform just by being mediocre. I feel like Mark Christopher Lawrence yesterday said, who today woke up and wanted to be mediocre? Did any of you wake up today hoping you'd be okay, mediocre, you'd be fine? No, you woke up and you're here because you want to be the best at what you do. That's how you get your voice heard. That's how you start changing the world. Do you think that Keith Shockley is a person of influence? Yes or yes in the comments. Who do you look up to? Who do you want to be like? Type that in the comments. Hold on. So here are 3 people that I admire in the world. You probably know who they all are. On the left here, we have Mother Teresa. The reason I love Mother Teresa, and these are probably pretty obvious. You're probably like, oh, Denise, because you have like tried to be more of a cliche. But the reason I love Mother Teresa is there's a lot more to her story than you know. But the one thing that we all know is that she dedicated her life to the people in India that no one else would even touch. Literally, they're called the untouchables. And what you may not know is like, not only was she over there working with them every day, but she had to raise a lot of funds in order to do that. It's not free to feed people. I don't know if you guys know that. I mean, if any of you know where you can get free food that for thousands upon thousands of people, let me know. But the reality is she saw a group of people that needed someone to love them and care for them. And she said, here I am, Lord, use me. And that's why I love Mother Teresa. Like, she's just awesome. And in the center, we have Martin Luther King Jr. I have a dream. He literally put his life on the line to change the world. There are so many people in the world that have the ability to even be on this call. They owe that to him. And he was a person of faith. He knew that things needed to change. And he put everything that he had into being that change in the world. All right. I mean, we could go on and on about how amazing he is and all of the changes he brought in the world. But how many of you would love to have 1/10 of the influence that Martin Luther King Jr. did? And then Tony Robbins. For the last 10 plus years, I've been studying mindset. And the one person who is my gold standard in mindset is Tony Robbins. And literally, the reason I love his story so much is, if you guys don't know, he grew up with nothing. He grew up in abject poverty. And there was this one point where a group came to his house, and it was Thanksgiving, and they wanted to offer him and his family dinner. They brought like a basket of food, bags and bags of food. And his father was like, "Get away, no." And that changed something in him. And recently, well, when he was in that moment, he made a decision that he wanted to feed billions of people. And not too long ago, he actually gave away his 1 billionth dinner to people in need. So yeah, you know him as, oh, Tony Robbins. Mike does a great impression of him, much better than I do. And much of what I say comes from him because he's changed my mindset so much. But the thing I admire more about Tony Robbins than his mindset and his big presentations and his amazing events is he challenged me. I always wanted to change the world. But he literally has fed over 1 billion people. That's billion with a B, in case my South Jersey accent's getting in the way. He's fed over 1 billion people. How many of you want to outfeed Tony Robbins? How many of you guys want to do that? So in closing, I want you guys to really think about, what change does the world need? And how can you become the best at what you do so that you can be that change, so your voice can be heard? What can you do right now? What decision can you make right now to be that change that the world needs? Because you know what, guys? At the end of the day, the world needs change. I think we can all agree with that. Can we not agree that the world needs change? So what are you willing to do? What are you willing to do? Who are you willing to become to be that change? And I just really want you guys to like really take that in, because when you figure out your why, at that moment, you're going to be able to change the world. And that's my goal for you. I didn't mention this, but I'm going to tell you a little bit more of a backstory. And then we're going to speak to a couple of our talent that are here. What I didn't tell you guys is that before Michael talked to me about being a part of the podcast, about 15 years earlier, I was at a meeting I was a youth leader in my church, and I was in Miami, and I was called upon to pray for all these girls. It was mostly girls who wanted to get into the entertainment industry. I was like, at that time, again, I was like, why would you ever want to go to Hollywood? Ugh, disgusting. Like, why would you even want to do that? But I prayed for each and every one of them. I prayed, okay, God, not my will, but your will be done. And I prayed for one girl, and she wanted to, she was very much into news. She was a communications major. Now she is the person who is in charge of all of the digital media. Like, if you get the Fox News alerts on your phone, she's the person who's in charge of all of that. And 2 days ago, I saw, not only is she in charge of all of that, but now she is training young people who want to get into the news industry. I almost passed out. I was like, oh my gosh, like I prayed for you like 30 years ago. Like, it was a long time ago. But anyway, so I was praying for all of them, and I was like thinking that they were all crazy. Like, oh, okay, whatever, pray, pray, pray. Fast forward 15 to 20 years later, after I started hosting the podcast with VIP Ignite, I was at my first event in New York. It was in November of 2018. And Mike came up to me, he's like, hey, you have to go up on stage and talk. I'm like, are you saying you want stage and talk? He's like, yeah, you're the host of the podcast, you can do it. I was like, okay. And I went up and I took the microphone and I was talking. And in that moment, God reminded me of being in Miami, praying for all of those kids, for praying for the girl who wanted to be in the news. There was another girl, she wanted to be a model. She moved out to LA. Like one of her best friends within like a couple of weeks of being in LA, Anne Hathaway. So many people, but God reminded me when I was on that stage, he said, Deneen, you thought that you were praying for them, but you were really praying for yourself. And now look at this, you're telling your story to all these people. When I tell you that story, I'm not telling you that to impress you. I'm telling you to impress upon you that you are put on this earth to share your story. There is greatness inside of you that needs to be shared. And those dreams that you had when you were a kid, it's 4:35 on a Sunday afternoon here on the East Coast, and you guys are still here. So let me tell you something. There's a reason you're here. You have a destiny. And I'm telling you this because in a couple of minutes, I'm going to talk to a couple of our talent that are on here, but then you're going to have an opportunity to say yes to yourself. And I want you to really think about every decision that you're going to make is going to determine who you are in the future. So what decision are you going to make? Are you going to decide to bet on yourself? Go all in. I'm going to go all in on Sava. I'm going to go all in on Kim. I'm going to go all in on Hyatt. I'm going to go all in on Jamie. I'm going to go all in on Jen. I'm going to go all in. Are you going to go all in on yourself? Are you going to have faith in yourself? Or are you going to have faith in those voices in your head that are lying to you? No, don't do it. No, Danger Will Robinson. Who are you going to have faith in? Yourself, the truth? Or are you going to have faith in all that crap that you have been believing in your whole life? If you want your future self that you saw in 5 or 10 years, you have to make different decisions today. I didn't even ask you guys. I had to say all in, I'm all in. That's awesome. So if you're going to go all in on yourself, you're going to go put all your chips on yourself, type all in the comments. Except for the ones that already did. It's like you guys know me or something. Have you been hanging out with me for the last 16 hours for the last 2 days? You guys are going to make me cry. Don't say it, Alicia. Alicia loves to bet on me crying.
I win money every time. I mean, like, it's pretty much down to a science, Deneen.
I know.
You know who else cries? Leslie Pina. Hi, Leslie.
I know. Speaking of Leslie Pena. All right, so thank you guys. I hope that made an impact in your life. That's one of my favorite presentations to do because you know what? If you don't have faith in yourself and believe in yourself, there's no way I can have faith in you. In the Bible, it says, there are 2 scriptures that have been coming up in my head. It's first of all, do not despise small beginnings. So if right now you're here and you're like, oh my gosh, like I don't have a lot to work with. Like Jesus turned a couple fish and a couple loaves and he fed thousands. So do not despise small beginnings. And the other thing that has been coming up, which I just went out of my head. So I guess we're going to stick with do not despise small beginnings.
Wait, I want to add something. Talk about beginnings. Everybody say hi to my mom.
Hello.
Oh, hi. She's here.
Oh my gosh.
Mom,
that's all.
That's a camera. Is this your first Zoom?
Huh?
Just say hello.
Hello.
Hi, Sandy. Sandy, we need to have falafel soon.
Falafel.
Oh, I'm ready.
We're doing an event.
Okay.
You're going to come with me? Just say yes. Okay, great. Okay, perfect.
I was told I had to say yes.
Welcome.
Well,
to
your
my...
daughter is kind of bossy, so that's awesome.
My kid is bossy. He's 2.
Your kid.
He's a tyrant.
You and I are we're gonna have a mindset training on how to talk about your kid. We'll do that later though.
I feel as though like he's gonna like go into that music studio and like try to record like some kind of ABC album. My kid's gonna rule the town. We know this. We know
he
this.
is. Awesome. All right. So what we're gonna do now, would it be okay if I introduced you to one of the talent that has really shown up for herself and put in the work and has put trust in herself despite all the odds? Is that okay with you guys? Awesome. Leslie Pena, can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon, VIP.
Hi,
all
Leslie.
Circle and all of the new members. Welcome.
Oh
I'm Leslie Pena, model and actor from New York. Was born and raised in the Bronx. I'm happy to be here with you all.
We are so happy to be here with you. So I'm going to put you on the spot and then we're going to talk.
Okay.
So you made me cry on Monday and I want you to make me cry again. Can you do that monologue for everyone?
Sure. Okay. All right.
Hey, you have to be ready at all times.
Indeed. All right, let me get this going for you guys. Dr. Vesta, I can't do this therapy session anymore. I used to wonder how I'd stand up to one of the worst moments in my life. I stood up to the depression, but that wasn't the worst moment in my life. I stood up to the death of my parents, but that wasn't the worst moment in my life. I stood up to my children deserting me, but that wasn't the worst moment in my life. I stood up to my damn husband cheating on me and calling me unattractive day after day, but that wasn't the worst moment in my life. The worst moment in my life is when I realized that this is my life. And guys, I don't think I can stand up to it. Scene.
That was awesome. Thank you so much. Like, Leslie, when we first met you, would you have been able to do that?
No. No. I mean, I could have took a jab at it. I'd have jumped in, feet first, but I don't think I would have had it tweaked as great or as good as it should be now. I would have to tune it a little bit more. It would have been a little bit rusty.
But now you're like,
yeah. So I'm sharpening my tool.
Like, and go, and you're like, done. Awesome. So, Leslie, tell everyone a little bit about yourself. So you grew up in the Bronx. When you met VIP Ignite, what were you doing pertaining to the entertainment industry?
I was modeling in the industry. I was doing block parties, doing a few plays for the Victorian Theater. I did some Shakespearean plays for my school. I was in a lot of the arts. I did a lot of basketball games and stuff like that, cheerleading, all type of artistry that young kids get into. When you're coming from where I come from in the Bronx, you have to entertain yourself. So you find a way to keep the arts in your life. And so coming from the Bronx, I kept myself in a lot of those arts, but it wasn't where I can shine, where people could see me in a broad spectrum, where I can show my artistry to everyone. Now that we have the internet, we have people like VIP Ignite team. You need a team behind you, and I didn't have that when I was growing up. I had family. I had my block party friends, and we entertained each other and we bigged each other up, and we had a great time then. But I didn't have a team that can bring me into the light, show me the tools, the ropes, give me a toolbox, and start allowing me to put those tools into my toolbox. That way I can use it. So I was doing it, but not really doing it like I am now with VIP.
So you were kind of dabbling before, and now like you're making strides.
Yeah, no more dabbling. Now I'm actually doing the work, and I found the right people to do something. So you're in the right place, everyone, for sure.
I love that so much. And something that we like to say here is you get rewarded in public for what you do in private. So obviously you didn't just wake up this morning, read the monologue, and now bam, you performed it flawlessly. So talk to me a little bit about like, what is it that your friends think you do versus what do you do on a daily basis?
Well, my friends think I sit pretty all the time, I guess. I don't know what they think. A lot of them don't really, a lot of people don't really believe what you're doing. They just see these, they think everything is kind of easy, I guess, when it comes to my friends and not my family, but mainly my friends. They think everything comes easy to me, but it's actually a lot of hard work in it. And it's just not what they think. But it's a lot of work, I'll tell you that. And I'm still working. I have so much further to go. But yeah, they don't really know. They don't have the right idea of what I do. They just think I'm just a pretty girl all the time, looking pretty all the time, but I don't like this all the time. And I always got to work. And I'm always locked in my studio trying to create new ideas, new things that none of my friends would come even understand. They just wouldn't know the work that I have to do. So it's not just being pretty. So yeah, they don't really.
It's not just being pretty. There's so much more to it. And I love that because I know like you've sent me pictures of you in the studio, like, and I see like you got papers here, you got things posted here, things posted there, not to like give people a peek behind the scenes, but like how many hours would you say you put into perfecting your monologues and submitting yourself out for castings and different things like that?
For me, I would treat my days like if I was at a 9-to-5 job, to be honest with you. I mean, being home is more freedom. You can walk around. I have children, so I can take care of my children in my home. But when you really want to get the work done, you have to spend hours in your, whatever space you have, create it for yourself and find a space. You can create a space, light it up, get going. But I literally can lock myself in for a few hours, especially if I'm trying to perfect something. It's not always going to be perfected, but it's perfected enough where you can get whatever you're trying to get across to your audience in a clear fashion. You know what I mean? So hours, I would say about 4 or 5 hours in here. If I'm not broke, somebody doesn't come in to interrupt me to my children, but I put in some hours for sure.
And that's all behind the scenes stuff. So that's not like people are like, how many times have I ever called you and said, hey, Leslie, you know what I need you to work on today? Your monologues. I need you to like work on self-taping. How many times have I ever called you saying that?
No, never.
Okay. So you have to be a self-starter. Okay. That's awesome. And I love that you're doing this. So here's my next question for you. You've been on some pretty cool productions over the past couple of months even. Can you talk about what people think it's like being on set versus actually being on set, and name drop a little, tell us some of the stuff you've done.
Yes, so I've recently come out in the TV series Poker Face with Natasha Lyonne. I'm sure some of you love her. I do. And I'm in Poker Face season 1, episode 2. Okay, so you can check me out there. I'm still on Billions. I'm shooting for Billions. I haven't been on in the last week or two, but I'll be back on there because they're considering me for something else. I've done Manifest. I've done No Hard Feelings. I've been released in 2 published magazines. And Battle Acts, I just performed live Battle Acts for 2 Mondays straight, 2 months straight. And I say this all because, again, I was pushed by a group of people that saw my flaws. They saw everything about me and they welcomed me in and they made me feel very comfortable and they gave me everything. So with me being on all these shows, again, this is background acting, right? But you need that too. You need everything. You got to start from the bottom to get to the top and you got to work your way up. Nothing is like overnight unless, like I said, unless you're born in this, But I pay homage to VIP Ignite. So all of these shows I've been on that you will see me on, I will always update you all. I'm so happy to be a part of VIP. I will meet all of you soon, the new people. Take a chance, everybody. These shows that I've been on didn't come to me overnight. I had to do the work. I got the work through being with great people. And I can't wait to meet you all and see all of you push your success to the limits. Be bold, be bold.
Let's talk about networking too, because you've been to multiple events with VIP Ignite and you've got to know a lot of great people. So how like one of the people that you've gotten to know well, who is one of the hosts of Battle Axe in New York, is Robert Galinsky, who's 50 Cent's acting coach. So talk about how working with, first of all, you're working with a man who helped to train 50 Cent for his first big break. So that's one of your mentors, and he knows your name.
Yes.
So talk to me, what is it like working with people who are currently working in the industry, working with the biggest names in the industry? How has that not only helped you to form the actress you're becoming, but like your confidence and your credibility?
The people that I've been working with, I don't think I've ever would have imagined me being in the room with them. You know, they've transformed my life to the point where you no longer can talk the talk, but now you walk the walk. You're in the room with people you wouldn't have thought of being in the room with ever. They've changed me because they allowed me to see my art that I've had. They allow me to bring it out of myself. They're just believers in you. And if you don't believe and you don't have believers with you, you're never going to get where you want to go. Galinsky brothers, he's our coach here at VIP Ignite. He's special to me. They all are, but he's really special to me because he takes his time to craft you and bring the best out of you. And I appreciate all of them for that. As you go along in this, you're going to meet superstars, like people that are iconic in this business. And when you stand next to them and you're in the room with them, you stand tall. You become the person you're supposed to be. You walk the walk. It's no longer the talk. So I appreciate them for walking that line with me and giving me everything that I have now, and still going to learn from them. So phenomenal.
Alicia, you look like you have a question.
All right.
Alicia!
I'm so proud of you. I was saying goodbye to my mom. You know, I don't want to say it's been easy by any means. And sometimes, like, when people invest in themselves, they're like, when's it going to happen? And I feel kind of like, you know, sometimes it's very competitive. Yes. But can you talk a little bit about like the VIP Ignite community, like the front, not just people in the industry, but also people that are part of our community, the Fearless Rebels? Can you talk about your friendships and why? And I don't want to say like, why do you like VIP Ignite? Because obviously, well, duh, you're here. But also, why do you like going to, because you've been everywhere with us. I mean, Vegas and New York and LA and Miami and Orlando, and you've been everywhere. So like somebody like from the outside would be like, well, why do you go to so many things? So can you kind of like, because I want people to understand it's really a journey, and Rome wasn't built in a day. And yeah, we do have some people that go to a photo shoot and they book work the next day. We had Candace Rayford who booked a job with Jessica Biel, like because she met the casting director from Stranger Things at our Atlanta event. But sometimes it's also like a scratch off lottery ticket. So I kind of want you to go over the community, and then like when you get to see us live, and then why you like to go to so many things. Because I think that helps.
I want to say that the VIP team, the tribe, Inner Circle, Mike Trash, Candace, Christina, so many of them, Sid. There's a lot of people here. When you become part of the team and you travel with them, you are around like-minded people that are thinking in the same mindset. They have a determination to go somewhere. Imagine sitting around people who don't think like you, who can't understand when you say artistry, actor, model. They're like, what? And you expect this to happen? How? When you're this age and you're this age and you look like this and you look like that. You have people around you like-minded that they don't judge you like that, because they're all on the same page. They're all thinking the same. You grow a family here in VIP. And so for the people that I've met in Inner Circle, they're not in Inner Circle, they're just a part of VIP. I've grown a family with them. We don't see each other every day, but when we're together, we're a family. We understand each other, we grow together, we learn together, we share experiences together that you can't take away memories like that. So I appreciate all of VIP Ignite, all of the team members in VIP Ignite, all of who are going to join to see the family that is here, a real one, not something we just talking about. Growth, you see the growth here. Every one of them that are here, they grow, and they keep growing. And you keep coming onto the boot camps, you keep coming onto your trainings. Sometimes you you see the trainings and you hear something over and over, but you will miss something. So you keep coming because you're gonna get something that you missed, you know. But back to the question, the rebels, the boldness, the fearless rebel, the inner circle, they breed that. They breed a determination of success. And we all have that mindset. And so that's why I love them all. And I continue to grow with them. And we're not going to break, because you ain't going to break up something that is so good and continuing on this train, this speed. You can't stop people that fearless. And so, yeah, we are on the mission to prove to ourselves, no competition to no one, but to yourself. I love the rebels because they are that. They're bold and they are fearless rebels. So I love you guys.
One thing, and my mom and I talked about this today when she was here, because I was telling her, I was showing her who you are, because we were texting last night at like 9:30 at night.
Yeah.
And my mom made a comment to me and she said, "Don't you have normal business hours?" I said, well, most people like pay companies and like they don't talk to them. Like, I give out my personal cell phone number a lot of times because, like, you know, and you know my kid, and you know, like, and it's crazy because I feel as though, especially like with our fearless rebel community and especially our inner circle, like we really are family, ups and downs. And you know, you guys have seen me with like tears running down my face, and sometimes it's all about life. You know, we've all experienced grief and craziness. And I feel as though, like, sometimes as much as we're there to support, like, yeah, the wins, you're SAG eligible, yeah, girl. But then also like things that have happened like in our personal lives, and that kind of really, because there's so many people that, you know, like, oh, I paid the money and I never heard from them again. I'm like, well, that's not us. No offense, I don't give a shit what happened to you in the past. I care about, well, what is it that you want to do? Nothing pisses me off more than people that like have these dreams and they're like, you know, falling victim to these companies that take their money and they never hear from them again. In what world do you think it would be proactive to join a website? Like, what is like, how do you think that no casting director would ever go to a website to hire? Not to mention these days, have you guys watched the news? I mean, just out of curiosity, more mass shootings in the last like 50 days than like, it's insane. Casting directors are scared to death, not just of COVID, but they're scared to death that you're going to be laying down, Peniel, who wanted to know everything about our business, but showed up late and is now laying down. And he's showing me he's laying down. But like, we have a vetting process. I don't care if you have money. I care about, can you handle these types of connections? And I want to know, like, would you be the type of person that I would let into my home? Because if not, I'm not letting you into this company. It's not for sale. And I think that's so important that, you know, for anybody watching this, it's really about love. So
just one thing on that, I just heard you say about mass shootings and everything. When I say that I'm from the Bronx, I described this when you said that mass shootings is because that happens, you know, where I live, where I'm from. So I guess my why too is to always serve people and as a woman, be a leader. And I try to show other women that, yeah, I'm 41, right? But when you have determination and you believe in something, there's nobody stopping you. And so I want to show those women from the Bronx that I grew up with, my cousins, my nephew, you know, all the women around me, that go for it. You can get out of the area you're in. The area doesn't make you, right? So if when people get involved in doing more what they want to do and believing in themselves, they don't got to sit around that. They don't got to be around that type of nonsense. And that happens so much where I live, and just, unfortunately, you got to show light.
It happens everywhere. Like, I went to Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland. I mean, granted, I graduated 20 years before the incident, but it can happen in the most like beautiful, affluent, picturesque. It can happen anytime. So like casting directors, they don't take chances. They want to know, like, is this person of sound mind? Is this person going to show up? Is this person going to be the asshole trying to FaceTime and do TikToks while on set? You know what I mean? So like, this is one reason why casting directors, they don't take your word. Oh, I'm legit. I'm the best. They would never do that. So I want you guys to think about that before you go on this journey. Oh, I'm going to pay for photos, and do what with them? Where are you posting them? So your friends and family think that you're in the industry? Because Leslie, your husband, I mean, he's supportive now, but when you first started, he's like, are you on drugs? Like, what's wrong with you? And a lot of times friends and family, they're like, just save your money. Like, why would you do this? And now that you're booking work and you're SAG eligible and you're booking a ton of stuff, I always ask you, did you tag us? Because I see photos and then I'm like, oh, okay, I'm going to share it everywhere. because I want everybody that works with VIP Ignite to know your name, because we are so proud of you.
Thank you.
And I really want to stress this to you guys, like having access to this network, we take this personally. I mean, this is like 20 years in the making. We've invested over $1 million. Like you guys see these Tony Awards behind me. This wasn't built in it. This is a lot of money and time that goes involved in this, and having these tremendous relationships. Like I can trust her even when I'm not there. I know we can do that, Deneen, you know, send her somewhere and she's got this, you know what I mean? And she's going to represent the company in the most positive light. And that's what it's about. You know what I mean? And now I'm sure you've inspired the shit out of your community. All the women that thought, oh, my life is over, I'm 40. I didn't have a kid till I was 42. What are you talking about? Your life is just beginning. You know when life starts? Now. That's when it starts.
Others, shine your light, serve others, let them see how big their hearts are and they can do whatever they want. Just got to invest in yourself. That's it.
That's it. Nothing. If you don't like, cut a check for speed. You can go do this by yourself. Good luck to you. I'll tell you, it took us 20 years to get to this point. Good luck. Or you could do it the right way and have access to tremendous people. I mean, think about who are your mentors in this business. I mean, you got 50 Cent's acting. You have Keith Shockley's cell phone number. I mean, like, what is that even like? You're literally talking to actors that have been on hit TV shows. I mean, like, this is what we do here at VIP Ignite. And it's not about name dropping. It's, okay, well, if your friends and family are skeptical, what have they done? Hey, here are the people I'm networking with. Just so you understand, like having proximity that gives you proof and power, you're now authority. It's a 3 P's of success. So I'm proud of you. I know that every single time you go anywhere, there are some people that like surprise me when they show up to the photo shoots, even for some of you guys that may slip through the cracks and come to Miami if you get picked. My inner circle, they're literally like my family. They tell us everything. And I know for a fact, Leslie, you've been so good to our company. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart, because there are some people, this isn't about you. This is a community, and getting on set and being professional and reliable and showing up and not talking smack about how long you're waiting or you don't like the way somebody did your makeup. There's no way that anybody would ever want to work with you. And I know some companies just want your money, not here. Right? We don't need it. Do you guys understand that? We do this as a labor of love. So what's the middle one of the 3 P's? Proximity, proof, and power.
Proof.
Yeah. Proximity, proof, and
proof equals power.
Yeah.
Can I brag on Leslie for one more second too?
Yeah. She's like, this is like a Friar's roast. Go ahead.
This is like the opposite of a roast. We're so not roasting you. So when we were in New York last year, I forget which photo shoot it was. I just want you to hear her heart. And if David Drumgold were on here, I don't think he is. I know he's working. I'd brag on him as well. So we had a photo shoot in New York City, and we saw Leslie is like one of those people. She is like, if you want something organized and run like a tight ship, you're going to call Leslie Pena. And she was like, you know what, guys, I would love, how can I help you guys? Mind you, she's a talent. Okay. So she's there to get her photos done and for us to serve her. She's like, you know what, how can I serve you? And she rose to the occasion and she volunteered to help us run our photo shoot in New York City. And let me tell you something, not everyone is willing to do that. That's the heart of a servant. And that's another reason why, like when I was talking during my presentation about how we're about faith and we're about family, like we're faith-based, and Leslie gave of her time. And let me tell you, the shoot was in Manhattan. It was in Manhattan, that one. And she lives in the Bronx. That's not right around the corner. For those of you who think New York is just like a little spot on the map, it's like an hour and a half for her to drive down. She volunteered to drive down. And by the way, she wore these heels. My feet hurt just thinking about you running around in those heels. But she came down and she volunteered her time to help us at the shoot too. So when we're highlighting people, like there are so many other people on this call that I would love, like if you guys have like the next 10 hours, I will highlight. I could talk about Masharat, I could talk about Mike Trash, I could talk about so many people on this call. But I want you to know that we value people who understand that this is a community and that this is a family. And I know Alicia mentioned this, like we've been through hell and back with Leslie, and I have locked horns, and I don't lock horns with very many people. We've locked horns, and you know what? we came out of it stronger. And I just want you guys to understand that, like, when I tell you I'm zealous for your success, we're zealous for your success. And that's why Leslie's here. That's why there are so many people here. And like, we're excited to have the opportunity to get to know you guys so much more. So Leslie, thank you so much for jumping on the call. You are, oh, hold on, I'm gonna unmute you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you forever.
We appreciate
you. And now you can mentor, teach them well, and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside.
All right.
Leslie, will you be in Miami? Okay, see, that's it.
All right, who wants to come to, hold on. Who wants to come to Miami? You get to not only meet Keith Shockley, but hang out with Leslie Pena. How many of you know that picking her brain will, let me tell you something. It's awesome. Thank you so much, Leslie. All right. Miss Alicia.
Yeah.
Are you ready to explain
What did I do?
Everyone? What? What did I do?
What did I do? What did I do now? Yeah.
Well, you created this amazing company along with Michael that gave us this opportunity to just change lives. So are you ready to go over, reassert what Mike went over earlier?
Yeah, let me just pull it up for a second. You know, when Mike and I created this company, it was honestly because we were just so sick and tired of seeing people get misled in this industry. Like, it really pissed me off. And I didn't even go over my why. I'm not gonna like do a whole thing. My husband's like coming by to shut the door, like, oh, shut up already. But like, I went to school to get into this industry. I graduated with a double major in TV and film and communications, and spent $100 grand. Like, I busted my ass 5 years in a row. I even took summer classes. Who does that? And when I graduated, I was like in a sea of thousands that wanted to get into show business. And I never wanted to be in front of the camera, always behind the scenes. Again, I wanted to make movies or at least do something in this industry because I was like fascinated. And my father went to West Point. He was a senior corporate attorney. And my mom, who you guys just met, was a paralegal for my dad. And you know, growing up, I was always taught I could do anything I wanted to. And I couldn't understand what, when I was 17, looking at these expensive film schools, my dad pretty much said, like, what's wrong with you? Like, you know, are you doing drugs? Like, why are you doing this to us? Like, go to school, be a doctor or a lawyer, you know, like have a proven, you know, paycheck. Like, what are you doing? And when I ended up going to a state school here in Orlando, which I never in a million years thought I would be back here because I grew up in like Boca Raton, it's just so surreal to me to not only be back in Orlando. That was not the plan. Obviously, again, I had a baby in the midst of the pandemic, and New York and LA were not the safest places. But when I look back, I mean, Mike and I, we didn't have the Tony Awards. We certainly didn't have Les Brown on speed dial. We didn't work with Francis Ford Coppola's people, you know, like we had like no accolades. Like literally our landing page said like VIP, it was VIP talent back then because we only had the one networking event in New York. It was like coming soon, like, oh, tell me about your success stories. I don't have any. Do you have any pictures of your past events? Nope. Do you have any, you know, anything? No, we're still trying to figure it out, but we knew we didn't want to be a showcase because nothing drives me crazier. And I'm going to show you guys very quickly. I've been to these showcases. And if you guys follow my Instagram, you'll see that like I'm somewhere all the time. Like every other week I'm somewhere, whether it's out of the country. This week we'll be in Turks and Caicos and Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico. And I don't even know where I'm going. I literally just researched it just now. But you know, getting into this industry, it is so crazy to me to see how many people try this business and don't ever get a chance to even remotely work with like the people that we work with here. And you know, when Mike and I created this company, we're like, you know what, we want a real opportunity for real people that are serious to sit down live with actual people. And like our very first event, I'll never forget, it was like in the midst of winter. It was like the craziest thing in the world. We didn't even know if it was really going to work out. Like we had no idea. And we had like 100% success rate. Like every single person from our live event ended up booking a music video. They got signed to like, it was insane. I was like, why aren't more companies doing this? It's because most companies don't have access to these types of people. And honestly, we met a couple of amazing people, and then they started introducing every single person that we've ever met over like 18 years have all been through the referral process. We met Key Shockley, who you guys met from Robert Galinsky, 50 Cent's acting coach. 50 Cent's acting coach, we met from the head of Warner Brothers casting for North America. So like when you start networking with the right people, they're always going to network with other professional people. And I want you guys to type this. You are the sum of the top 5 people that you talk to. That's it, 5 people. So think about who you ask advice from, who your Facebook friends are, your family. 5 people. 5. So I'm going to share my screen once I can figure out how to do it, Deneen. Hold on one second. Somehow I opened up all these windows that aren't going to benefit me right now. Please hold. So I'm going to go over this with you guys right now. But, you know, we ended up getting a radio show with CBS Digital. And when Mike and I got offered this show, like we kind of laughed about it going, we don't want it. Why do we want to do radio? Like, that's not what we want to do. And then Robert Galinsky, who was the one that got us that opportunity, he said, are you guys kidding me? This is like a free for all for any celebrity trying to promote their stuff. Next thing I know, we have like some of the cast of Real Housewives of New York coming into the studio. By the way, they requested hair and makeup people. We're like, but it's radio. They didn't care. We had Howard Stern's old studio. We started getting all these Broadway stars coming on our show, different fashion designers from like New York, like real designers, people from America's Next Top Model, even Roberta Flack. How many of you guys know who Roberta Flack is? We started getting all these tremendous people, like traction from the radio show. And then that's why we ended up getting into Broadway, because we started getting invited to parties. What happens at parties with industry executives? You make friends. What happens when you make friends? You get opportunities. Now, here's one thing I really want to stress to you. Don't let a good opportunity pass you by. There's been so many times, and we even talked about this yesterday with Jeffrey Gurian. It's a rainy night. You know, we had an apartment in Times Square. There's like black ice, sleet, snow. It's like blizzarding condition. Nobody in their right mind would have left their apartment to go out. And we've always had a rule, 1 hour. Literally, I'm like a social butterfly on camera, off camera. It's like take off my bra, put my glasses on, Netflix and chill. Give me 60 seconds, I'm back, right? Like I'm back to like my normal self. How many of you guys have a superhero like power self? Anybody? Or am I the only one? Like when you have to turn it on, you turn it on, right? So this is my Ali K back on, you know, on Zoom self. But I'll tell you what, had I not gone to that one party for 60 minutes and I literally set a timer, I would have never met Jeffrey Gurian. I would have never furthered my relationship with the cowboy from the Village People. We ended up getting a Broadway show just by that party. So, you know, like everybody says destiny. Yeah, that's sweet. But the question is, when you actually meet somebody that can change your life, are you mentally ready for it? Because a lot of you want to be in this industry, but you don't have the balls to go after your dreams. Why? Because it's easier to blame society, your family, your friends, not having money, not being in the right location, like whatever garbage you want to fuel yourself to make yourself feel better. But this industry, man, is the best industry in the world. And, you know, again, this week, I'm going to be on a Ritz-Carlton yacht all week. So follow me. I'm going to be hanging out like on 8 nights, traveling around the world. Like I get to do some of the craziest shit in the world. My little kid, 2 years old, gets to go to like movie studio. I mean, like he's 2, you know? So like, I always joke around, this, you have one life, do it right. Or, you know, like, what are you doing? Don't blame anybody but yourself if you don't take this opportunity. So I'm going to go over this with you guys one more time. Does anybody here not appreciate the bluntness? Are you guys okay? Do you like it, or do you like wish I did less? Because I feel like this is pretty toned down. What do you think, Deneen? This is pretty
I think you're Alicia 2.0. I love it.
Okay. And I'm going to be honest with you. Like when I met Les Brown, Les and I became friends because, again, Michael Fumpkin, Mr. Amazing, is also a power networker, and he made friends with a gentleman by the name of Bill Walsh, who's a venture capitalist, beyond amazing. He's also one of our mentors. Michael Fumpkin, who at the time was living in Pennsylvania, now he splits his time between Pennsylvania and Tampa. But Michael said, hey, what are you doing today? And I had my family in the car and we were about to go to an art museum and go to lunch. It was like a Sunday, you know what I mean? Like, oh, let's just go. I'll be a mom today. We're going to try something new. Mommy's home. Let's do something like creative as though we lived in the city. And Michael said, I need you to go to Miami right now. I said, well, I have my family in the car. Like, it's Sunday. Like, we're going to go have fun. Or maybe it was a Saturday. And he said, Bill Walsh is having dinner with Les Brown, and I need you to be at this dinner. Somebody from the company needs to be there. And I was like, what? So of course I called Deneen right away. I'm like, hey, I'm kind of familiar with Les Brown. Can you tell me more about him? Like, do you think this is a dinner I should go to? And Deneen starts like crying. And I'll never forget that by going to this dinner, of course I showed up and I'm me. So I'm gonna, just give them all I got and be myself. And we became really good friends, and now we're producing a show. And for those of you guys that don't know who Les Brown is, he's the #1 motivational speaker in the world. He's like one of Tony Robbins' mentor. I mean, he's like that up there. He sold out the Georgia Dome, 80,000 tickets. So like, that's a whole nother level. And when I say this, I don't like say this to like impress you, but like, if I can do it, anybody can do it. So I don't care if you're like classically trained at Yale studying Chekhov, or like if you think you're America's Next Top Model, or if you want to be a Grammy winner, find one other opportunity that is going to put you face to face with these types of people. Right? Norman, you know this. How much you've been with us now for a couple months, right? And Norman's like, I've been to companies like yours. I'm like, you haven't been to mine. I don't want to hear it. I don't give a shit what you've done in the past, because you're here because you want results, right? And that is what we do here at VIP Ignite. So I'm going to share my screen now that I kind of have it up. All right, Deneen, technology is not my jam. Okay, so somebody tell me if you could see my screen. Yay. Good. Okay, cool. Can you see it now?
We can see it. Yes, we can see it. It's
I feel like
perfect.
one of those like optometrists, which is better. Okay, so colors of Miami. And I'm going to be honest with you. When I graduated from college with a double major in TV and film and communications, I was super arrogant. Okay, I was cocky, very cocky. And I was waiting on tables. And just so you guys know, like growing up, I've always been very quiet, believe it or not. I've always suffered from like social anxiety. I'd rather sit in a corner by myself than actually talk to people, and that's the truth. But when I started waiting on tables and bartending, like literally I had to turn it on, and if you wanted to make bank, right, in order to make tips. So I learned how to speak over loud music, because I used to work at a place called Planet Hollywood. And I'm so grateful for my times waiting on tables, because #1, I learned a lot about people skills. There are some people, anybody could be a badass behind a keyboard, but for me, anytime you do anything with customer service or like actually talking to live people, it is the best training in the world. And when I graduated from college, I applied to a lot of, the Miami-based stuff, because I was living in Fort Lauderdale at the time, and no habla español, like at all. And that's why, like, if you guys, for those of you that know me, I go by Allie. My friends call me Allie. Because growing up in Miami with a name like Alicia, it would say Alicia habla, habla español. I'm like, no habla, like zero habla. So Allie was just shorter, because with a name like Alicia, they just assume you speak Spanish, which I tried and I suck at it. So it's really cool to be able to come back to Miami. We have so many amazing people. Like Mike, I know you can hear me. Michael, can you hear me? But like Camila Cabello's team is down there, like one text message, he'll be there. You know what I mean? Like we have the head of Oscar de la Renta, the head of Fendi, Louis Vuitton. Like, who do you want? Mama's making a Christmas list. So like having this in Miami, it's really like a coming home for us. And like, we're really, really, really excited. So colors of Miami photo shoot. If you've never been to South Beach, I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to F you up. Why? Because it's South Beach. It's like one of those wonders of the world. I'm just going to notate the no drinking policy before a photo shoot. I'm just putting it out there, not saying I won't have a mojito or, something fun on the side. It was funny. One time we were at the photo shoot. Remember this, Deneen? And we were doing this crazy like storybook photo shoot, on the beach, and like our talent were like splashing in the ocean, like one of those Sports Illustrated things. And I told Deneen I'm going to go run and get us bottles of water. Remember that? And I came back with these big pineapples filled with some kind of like rum colada. Listen, if the day is over, you have fun. Okay. But Miami, not only is this a great way to network with everybody else that's a part of this company, but if you don't have haters, you will by the time we're done with you. Capiche? Because your friends and family are going to be like, wait, you're in South Beach? And you're going to be doing photo shoots, right? So here we go. Oh, look at that. How high tech. The colors of Miami storybook photo shoot. So again, if you've never been to Miami or Lincoln Drive, I'm not going to lie. There's nothing like laid back at all about Miami unless you get up early while all the drunk people are still sleeping. Then it's like super quaint and nice. But Miami at night is on fire. Like it's the craziest place in the world. So again, I'm going to tell you right now, if you go to Miami, use discretion because you're there for work. Do you guys understand that? You are there for work. And if I even smell alcohol when you guys show up to that photo shoot, I will slap you upside the head and be like, what the F is wrong with you? You came to me because you wanted help and already you're messing it up. Which means like when Tanya, that show Wednesday tapes in Romania, we've talked about sometimes people going out there and drinking too much vodka. This is a very tempting business. Do you understand that? Like, I don't drink, I don't smoke. I'm like the most boring person in this industry, but I don't have a problem like having one drink just to say I did, but like, that's it. So I really need you guys, if you go to Miami or when you come to Miami, that you treat it with the utmost respect because this literally can change your entire life, not just your life, but your family's lives. Do you understand that? Like this is a huge opportunity and it's not just about a photo shoot. You are going to be live with some of the biggest names in the industry. I know if I put Louisa Santiago in a room with Key Shockley and Robert Galinsky and everybody else, I know she's going to go there and make friends with everybody, take selfies, exchange phone numbers, and she's probably going to be working on some kind of production before the day is done. Right, Louisa? Right? So coming down to Miami, again, these photos are going to be colorful. We want to see the real you. This isn't going to be some kind of like subdued, like black and white. And I'm not against like the black and white, like editorial type photo shoots. We could do that. But I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to be hot. And when I say hot, it's going to be really hot. So you're going to want to stay hydrated. And even like I see people here with like the scarves and the leather jackets. If it's meant for a good picture, you do it and then you take it off. Do you understand that? So like, every single thing about this photo shoot is going to be prepared literally by Ryan Colby himself. So the photographers are going to be like top-notch photographers, makeup, hair, styling. There's going to be no room for error at this photo shoot. So like, I don't care what you feel like you look good in. When Ryan Colby's a celebrity stylist to the stars, where he gets paid a lot of money to make sure Liam Neeson looks good to promote his movies, I know that if he told somebody like Soraya, hi Soraya, hey Soraya, I know you really like this, but like you're not doing this. Soraya is going to listen. Why? Because we respect Ryan, right? We know that he's an expert. But this photo shoot, guys, this is going to be unlike any photo shoot that we've ever done, and I'm really excited about it. So again, like you're going to have help with this. This isn't like, okay, I'll see you in Miami in July. Hola, or adios. We're not doing that. Like it's hand holding the entire way. Do you understand? Like, come to mama, let's hug. Okay, but now it's time to get real. You came to me because you have a dream. We're going to implement this shit, but you're going to listen to me. And for those of you guys that don't know, I have unless you're my son, I have a very low tolerance for stupidity. Do you understand that? Like, if I tell you something, or Michael or Deneen or Debbie, don't try to banter with us. I'll be like, oh, I'm sorry, did you win 6 Tonys? Shut up. Oh my God, are you working on 2 new Broadway shows and producing a new movie? Shh. Okay. Because not only is it VIP Ignite we're worried about, but also every big brand that our company is affiliated with. Do you understand this? So like, there's a lot at stake, even by us, even accepting you into the program. I need to know that you can handle it. So I'm going to tell you right now, if you don't feel like you can handle this, do us a solid and do not schedule. Do not. Because I have no problems using my rhetoric to slap you around and be like, why did you waste my time? But after a 2-day free boot camp with these amazing people, I only want people to schedule if they know that this is going to change their life and they're able to implement. This is not a vacation. You are going to be working the entire time. And I want, who here feels like they can handle it? Type it. I can or I cannot. Because this is going to be an ultimate test. Okay. So getting a chance to come out to Miami, this is going to be life-changing for those of you. I don't know what I just did to my thing. But the Forward Look Storybook photo shoot, this is valued at $2,497. I can tell you right now, that's not even a correct number. And here's why. Our last photo shoot rental, they charge us, I can't even tell you how much, a lot. Then we have the backdrops, the light kits, the fans. You want your hair looking good for this photo shoot? We're going to have those Beyonce fans blowing your hair. We're going to have celebrity makeup artists, celebrity stylists. The photographer alone, the last photographer in Miami, charged $10,000 a day just for the photography session. Okay. So whenever somebody says, oh my God, I spent money on photos and it was a scam. No, what are you, a dumbass? Like, you got photos. That's what you paid for. The question is, what did you do with them? And that's usually the biggest misconception. Listen, anybody can go buy a football. I can't tell you you're going to win Super Bowl. Do you understand? So if you're going to get these photos done, trust the process. A Forward Look Storybook photo shoot, $2,497. I don't care if you've never been to Miami. We are not there to sightsee. This is an all-day photo shoot. Do you understand that? So like, let's say I can't see everybody, but let's say Norman, his scheduled time is 8 a.m. Norman, you may not go into hair and makeup until 11. I don't even want to hear boo from you. Why? You're mine. You sold your soul to me like that. You said, Allie, turn me into something. Here you go. So I want you guys to know when you're there and you're waiting, we do it purposely to watch you, because that's the same way you will be on set. You're going to get hair, makeup, and styling. Again, the styling will be done prior to you going to Miami. So we'll be on Zoom, showing our wardrobe, showing our accessories. Everything will be handpicked prior to you arriving. Okay, we're not bringing stuff that like won't look good on you. It's going to be handpicked. Now, please note, we are not picking out wardrobe and bringing it to the shoot. So don't like show up, and this happens every photo shoot. Somebody did not join us for a prep call. They showed up going, I didn't bring any clothing. What's there to wear? What do you mean what's there to wear? Okay, so you're going to get Forward Look Storybook photo shoot that's valued at $2,497. A celebrity photographer, hairstylist, and makeup artist. Again, this is a well-constructed photo shoot. Photo shoot preparation with Ryan Colby himself. Guys, we already know what Ryan Colby is capable of. He's been in this industry for almost 40 years. He has access to some of the biggest names in the industry. It doesn't mean you kiss his ass, okay? But what it means is you're a professional. And remember this, it's not about you. An agent wants to go with people that they like. So be a likable person. We're also going to be doing a reality television audition workshop. Yeah, you can show up like to an open call for MTV or anything like that, like Godspeed to you and have fun. But if you're going to get an audition workshop, if I put Murphy Lund in front of these types of auditions, and I know Murphy, I know if Murphy gets some training and we can say, hey, don't do this when you walk in. Murphy, what would that mean to you? Let me see hands. If I put you in front of like an actual top casting director and everything step by step was rehearsed and went over, and like it's almost like choreographed. Do you understand that? No room for error on this one. Do you understand that? Live music video and commercial auditions workshop. So working with people like Pitbull, The Gap, Reeboks, Rolex, Gucci, some of my favorite brands right there. We do have the head of casting for all of L'Oreal, Banana Republic, Tory Burch, Kate Spade. Some of the biggest names in the industry are part of our company. This is going to be everything that you need to know, not just about auditions, but also about commercial auditions. You're going to get the luxury brand audition workshop, which Rolex and Gucci, they're part of that family as well. But one thing, like Phil Sullivan from America's Next Top Model is a really good friend of mine. And he said, you know, my whole life changed when Tyra made a comment to me on the show. She said, this Rolex is the star, not you. You're a pretty face, but this is the star. And a lot of you, if given a chance to wear some, Christian Louboutin shoes, or, a Rolex or a Patek Philippe or something along those lines, a really nice Chanel bag, most of you wouldn't even know what to do and how to best represent the brand because you think you're the star. What you're showing is the star. So there's a lot that's going to go involved in that. And I think it's really, really, really super important, because I can tell you right now, as far as a belt, as far as a watch, as far as a ring, as far as earrings, as far as anything, there are certain things you can do to ensure success. And a casting director, it's kind of like seeing a fake handbag from Chinatown. We can tell the difference right away. Yeah, Norman's showing me his watch. Okay. But it's the truth. Have you guys ever been, like back in the day when you used to go to jewelry stores, or if you've ever been to Times Square, or you've ever seen any type of advertisements for like really gorgeous watch brands? John Hardy, David Yurman, Rolex, anything like that. The jewelry is the star. So this is really going to show you like the exact science. And this could separate you from like tens of thousands of other people, knowing that you know how to do this thing. You're also going to get truth representation for an entire 12 months. I mean, what would it mean to you to no longer be alone? Every day, again, we get talent. Oh my God, this company reached out to me on Facebook. They want me to star in the next Marvel. Oh, that's sweet. Bless your little heart. Like, what's wrong with you? That's not how the industry works. And a lot of times you're going down some kind of weird rabbit hole where I don't even want to know what's on the other side. Like, that's a no. So having truth representation, you're going to be getting real photos. If you happen to qualify for something that we're working on, you get submitted. But kind of like Leslie Peen or anybody else that we're working with, we're going to show you and be able to separate like the good and the bad on the internet, show you where to find legitimate castings. And here's the best part, as far as safety, anybody that ever reaches out to you, if they're legit, my best analogy is flush it down the toilet. Let's see what comes out the other side. You give them like our email address and you'll have like your manager at Truth Management. If they're real, they're actually going to email. If not, you just call their bluff. Do you understand that? Because as soon as somebody finds out, Mary Ann, oh, you have an agent, great. If they're real, what are they going to do? Hi, I'm very much interested in Mary Ann White. I saw her on Instagram. She gave me your information. Okay, great. What are you offering her? And we need to make sure, is it a legitimate opportunity? Is this person, Dexter Morgan? Are they a serial killer? Who are they? Is there a contract? We're not letting Mary Ann ever work with a brand that's going to not legitimize what we're building up for her. You know what I mean? Because like Ryan said yesterday, there are so many people that take these half-assed jobs that ruin the credibility of everything that we're building. These fake showcases, these fake photo shoots. Not here, my friends. We are on a path for success. You trust the process. These are the people we work with, or you go ahead and reinvent the wheel. The choice is yours. So having access to truth management, safety is a really big thing with us. And I know Deneen kind of told you her why. So important to have access to real people. And I'm not going to lie. A lot of times I'll take a screenshot, send it over to Ryan, and Ryan, one phone call, he'd be like, what are they smoking? Why would they even think that that's real? Right? Oh my God, Dolce & Gabbana wants me to be a star in their new runway show. They want me to pay them $1,000. But the good news is they're going to send me a check and I have to cash it. Do you know how that gimmick works? You cash that check after they've already cashed yours and that check bounces. Biggest scam in the world. You never cash checks. You know what I mean? So going over this type of stuff, even with truth management, it's not just about keeping you safe, but keeping your reputation safe. Okay. We're going to be doing a new talent 10-week development and training program. This is going to be unbelievable. Why? Because there's so much etiquette that goes involved in this industry. Okay, well, if we were to book an opportunity for you, which would be amazing, how long does it typically take to get paid? Well, if it's TV and film, usually about 10 days to 2 weeks. If it's like a bigger client like L'Oreal, sometimes 30 to 60 days. All we could do is send out an invoice and we're waiting and praying and lighting every candle in church, hoping that they pay on time. But a lot of times you're getting these opportunities, you're not even paying us commission. If you're booking these on your own, we just want to make sure that one, it's in your best interest to do this job. And we hardly ever say no unless there's warning signs that this is not kosher. But we want to make sure that we want you to be able to recoup money from anything you're investing in. And Norman, I saw you send an email hey, I want to write some stuff on my taxes. What should I do? This is what truth management's about. Because as a CEO of your business, which is what you are, you're an aspiring model, actor, musician, anything that you're going to do in this industry, from marketing to plane fares to pictures, getting your hair done. Again, I'm not a licensed CPA, but I would keep the receipts. Why? Because if Leslie Pina, you know, is now getting a huge job with Grey's Anatomy for 60 grand, Leslie, I'm putting it out there for you. You're welcome. Some of the money that Leslie spent over, you know, the last 12 months, like she can say, hey, in order for me to garner that $60,000 job, I'm going to write all this off. Do you understand that? And again, there's certain things that we can kind of do to walk that, you know, walk you through that. And then of course, you're going to get VIP Connections Titanium, which are the live training. So similar to the boot camp today and yesterday, but this is actually going to be like real acting, like Bobby Fanaro, one of the stars of Sopranos, breaking down like a script and having, this is not like pre-recorded. This is not masterclass. This is him live, having you read and giving you constructive criticism in real time. If you love that, type love it. Okay. So having access to these amazing people, again, you're also going to have access to over 300 hours of on-demand training. I'm going to tell you right now, each hour that every single, and I know Michael hates it when I do this, but I'm a former mortgage broker, so I'm going to show you some math. Okay. Each of our industry experts, on average, it's $500 per hour of their time. So $500 an hour multiplied by 300 hours of pre-recorded trainings. This is what our company invested in. My mom is calling me now as though I'm not working because she sometimes forgets. $150,000 our company invested in getting those 300 hours of training. Who here wants to spend $150,000 and reimburse me for 3 years of training? Or would you rather this? Which one would you rather? Are you guys glad I spent that kind of money? And when I say me, VIP Ignite. And then you're also going to get the VIP Miami Celebrity Party. For those of you that haven't joined me on Dinner Party Conversations, shame on you. I have Broadway stars, actors from hit TV shows, casting directors, people from America's Next Top Model. The best way to get into this industry, and I found the most helpful for me, put me at a dinner party, put me in a situation where I actually get to talk to somebody and let me pick their brain, because that's what I love to do. And that's where I can build meaningful relationships. How many of you guys have been on Dinner Party Conversations? Right? Amazing. Hi, Georgia. Right? Getting a chance to hear stories from actors from Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, getting to hear from people that went on tour with Barbara Streisand, getting to hear from people from America's Next Top Model. Like, this is beyond anything. So getting a chance to do it for real, but in like a fun Miami setting, okay, that's when you can literally let your hair down. I still wouldn't get drunk. Why? Because you're still networking. Remember, what are you always on? Somebody type it. What are you always on? The second you land in Miami, actually not even the second you land, you don't even know, maybe somebody from our company is on your flight. You're always on stage, always. And so many people mess up when they get down to Miami. They let their guard down. They let the negative nillies in their life. Your mom's calling, your husband's calling. I don't care. Your pimp's calling, your drug dealer. I don't care. I don't want any negativity anywhere around my company. Do you understand that? Save the drama for a paid job when you're actually on TV or film. Okay, I don't want to hear any drama. This entire program is valued at $23,770. How many of you guys, and I already showed you just the vault alone, which is a bonus, $150,000 in tangible services. How many of you guys right now, $23,770, how many of you guys right now would spend $24K for all of this? I spent $24,000 easy for one semester of school. One semester. Eric Sorensen today said he charges $25,000 for a mastermind with just him. Just him. Right? So if you had a chance, $23,700, and I didn't ask you if you had the money. I'm asking, do you see the value in that? Because one of my mentors is the head writer for Saturday Night Live. What's his time worth? You know what I mean? It's priceless. So today, $2,997. I'm like, okay, so when people ask, well, what are you going to do for me? This is what we're doing, so you don't have to do it on your own. It is going to be exact and precise as long as you follow it. Again, our company what is that, like 21,000? Think about it. These are hard costs. We're not like inventing a number, bringing our whole entire team to Miami, renting a really beautiful Airbnb. You should see some. How many of you guys have ever followed our Instagrams? Like 9,000 square foot mansions in the Beverly Hills or the Hollywood Hills. Like we go all out. Why? Because our inner circle comes over and we hang out, we party, and we get drinks. And sometimes we have a chef that comes in and cooks for us. But like we're all about the experience as well. But if you get a chance, 2,997, think about it. Getting all of this. What's 2,900? Let's do the math. Again, I'm going to break this up very quickly. 2,997 divided by 12. $249 a month. I mean, like, think about this. Like, if you were, and I'm not saying because Miami's going to be in July, so there's no way for us to do that. But for those of you that have been doing this industry for 3 years, for 4 years, some of you guys 10 years, 12 years, think about how much money and time you probably wasted doing this on your own. Right? How much money and time? So somebody had asked about payment plans, schedule, and we can go over it. Okay. I don't mind helping you, but for those of you guys that are quick action takers, 1,997. Now I'm going to tell you right now, some of you have scheduled appointments because I get a link and I can see every single one of your happy little faces and your information when you schedule. Some of you just went through an interview last week and couldn't even afford like anything. Unless something has dramatically changed, you do either have to pay this in full at the time of the interview, or at least be able to hold a deposit and say, I want to do this. This is my deposit, and we're going to figure out a payment plan with you live on the phone. Do you understand that? But if financially you're struggling, this isn't like, oh, I'll book you a job and then I'll get go on with your fairy tale life, because that doesn't exist in this industry. Okay. At the time of the interview, you are either putting down a pretty nice deposit in good faith, because again, this is limited. We're not holding it because you have a happy smile. You're going to hold this ticket with a Visa, a MasterCard, American Express, Discover. We also now take Zelle and Cash App and PayPal. But if you're really trying to do this, show us that you're serious. I don't need you. If I only had 10 slots and 9 of you guys said, well, I can't do anything, I can't afford it. Guess what would happen if I allowed you to attend my event? You're going to be working with Keith Shockley. You're going to be working with top people in the industry. Financially, you're going to mess up every relationship I just built in Miami, because financially you are struggling and you are now putting my company at risk. I'm now considered a liability. Do you understand that? I don't mind helping somebody, but please don't schedule and hold your hand out thinking, well, I just wanted to see if I got accepted. I'll be like, well, what credit card are you using to hold this ticket today? There's very limited spots. It would be so much easier. How many of you guys have ever looked up a Chanel handbag online? Anybody? I'll look it up right now. If you look up Chanel purse, somebody do a deep dive with me. Do a Chanel purse and go right here. $9,000 for a purse. You buy it right here. Do you guys understand this? 1,997. I need to know your intentions. I need to know what, I feel like you're going to like date my kid one day. What are your intentions? Why do you want to work with us? What are you hoping is going to come out of this? It's not about the money for me. I need to make sure that you are not a liability. I need to make sure that you're not showing up to my event asking all of my people for a handout. I need to make sure that you're not going to embarrass yourself or me in the process. Do you understand? So if you're serious about getting into this industry, schedule. If you're not, don't schedule. Please don't waste my time. I want to make sure that anybody who's serious about this, I'm going to help you, but I will not do this for you, because people who pay attention. When I go to Fashion Week and I get all kinds of free stuff, I don't use it. Most of the time I can't even fit into it. I'll give it to like my 10-year-old niece and be like, have fun, right? But if you pay for this, you will be on every single call. You will be on every single thing that we do. Why? Because you got skin in the game. I'll never forget Mike and I over the years, we paid for a lot of people to fly to our events, put them up in hotel. And one time I had a staff member that said, I don't understand. Why do I need my own credit card? I said, well, sweetie, I paid for your room. You need your own credit card to hold it. It's called incidentals. You ever seen like a movie about Motley Crue? or ever seen any, like, I don't trust you. And she goes, well, what do you mean? I said, those bathrobes aren't free. The hair dryer in the bathroom, not free. There's a mini bar, there's porn, there's room service, right? Not saying I don't trust you, but this is a business. It's cost us millions of dollars to be open, to even get these types of people to even want to work with our company. You didn't have to do all this. We did it all for you. You're going to cut a check for speed. If again, financially, you can't make it work, I don't know what to tell you. But if you want to do this, you're going to figure it out. I don't want to hear that you don't have the resources. You're just not being resourceful. Do you understand that? So that's it. I know how many people have scheduled. I know how many people on here haven't scheduled. If you have not scheduled, why are you still here? Like, why are you still here? If you spent 2 full days with us, this isn't like, oh, I hope they're legit. I'm sorry, I hope you're legit. What have you done? I've opened the stock exchange. You know what I mean? Like, what have you done? This is real. And the question is, are you able to handle this? And some of you guys are going to be like Leslie, and you're going to take that ball and you're going to run like Tom Brady, Deneen. And some of you, this is just meant to be like a hobby, you know, like keep taking those selfies on Instagram. You have fun. But other people, we're going to turn that into money. We're doing everything we can to get optimal results. You want to work with Tanya? Great. She booked 6 figures a day. Like, that's the level that you want to get to. Who does she work with? People that she can trust. I mean, obviously VIP Ignite, she's part of our company. She knows if you're part of this company, she obviously knows I'm going to be like bitch slapping everybody. We already know this. It's already given, like the air we breathe. We already know this is coming, right? I see Cynthia smoking as I'm talking. Okay. I hope you wouldn't do that on a casting, girl. Okay. This is why there's not a link here for you to purchase. Okay. Don't ever do that in my presence. Okay. And that's the truth. It's disrespectful. But if you get a chance to live your dreams, you're the only one that's passionate about it. Your friends and family are going to have no idea. Anybody here ever date somebody that your family and friends hate? Right? This is your dream. Fight for it. At 18, we can go take a bullet for our country. I deal with 40-year-olds. My mom doesn't understand. Do you think I give a shit what has your mom done? My mom every day is so proud of me. I purposely print up pictures. Hey, mom, here I am on Fox. Actually, I'll show you guys very quickly. You know how you get to do this cool stuff? By hanging out with people like Key Shockley. By hanging out with people in the music industry. Deneen, true or false? Do we get to spend the day with the guy who signed Lady Gaga? Like in a studio. Like, these are the things we get to do. And like, to our friends, this is a very glamorous life. In my mind, it's the unglamorous life. You don't see all the work that goes involved. Networking is the hardest part about this business. Do you guys understand that? That is the hardest part. Not living in the right part of town, cry me a river. It is all done on Zoom. It doesn't matter where you live. Not having training. Hi, you're getting training now at VIP Ignite when you're part of our company, live training. This isn't taught by somebody who like went to Barbizon. You're actually talking to real people that went and studied. We have somebody that is a Harvard graduate who starred on the Goldbergs teaching some of our classes. Okay. So if you're really serious about getting into this industry, we're going to help you. If you're not, please do not schedule. Don't, just do me a favor. Just enjoy your day and haunt our website, because I know you will. And you'll see some of these people here, like, hi, Marina. Some of these people here, they're going to be booking work. They're going to be getting real opportunities. They're going to be traveling the world. Others, you'll just hate on them. And that's the world that we live in now. Okay, this is a very competitive business. If you're chosen to join our company, Godspeed, guys. Is it going to be easy? No, but we're going to make it fun. We're going to make it enriching. You're going to have somebody like Deneen White giving you motivational pep talks. When you need me to slap you around and recalibrate your engines, you're going to come to me. When you have like a super smart question about like some kind of legal law and the entertainment, you're going to go to Mike. I mean, we all have our superpowers. When you're going to want an ear that you can cry to, you're going to go to Debbie. Okay. But if you're serious about getting into show business, Miami, this is going to be unlike any other thing that we've ever done ever a day in our life. I'm so excited and I'm so blessed that I get to share this journey with you. And that's it. Does anybody have any questions? I know I'm pretty tough, but you can't do this without being tough.
Okay.
Gregory?
So I have a bit of an update.
What?
Breaking news. Breaking news.
What? Tell me.
So I know Mike said that there were, I think he said there were 12 slots open when we first started. We only have 3 left.
Oh,
We
okay.
only have 3 more. We only have 3 spots left. So if you want to schedule now. And if you have any questions, let us know. And Gregory, I don't see you on our list of people that have scheduled. Oh, wait, Gregory, breaking news. I see you, Gregory.
Breaking
see
news.
you.
Come in, Gregory.
I feel like I need a microphone. Breaking news, breaking news.
Guys, but I'm going to ask you a question, and this is from the bottom of my heart. Spending $2,997 on yourself, is that considered an expense or is that considered an investment? Type it. Type it.
Yeah, an investment. Very good.
And even buying Chanel Rolexes, as much as you know how much I love my Chanel at $9,000. Guys, it's an investment. Why? Because Chanel's going up in value, kids. Google it. So is Rolex.
And we have, if anyone has questions, please let us know. But we have a very special guest who is back in all of his beauty and glory. And you know what? If you have any questions, you can ask myself, you can ask Alicia, or you can ask our very special guest, who I'm going to find and unmute.
That's true, Marianne.
Hello,
Marianne,
Mr. Colby.
just so you guys know, a lot of our talent have been able to write this off on their taxes. There we go again. Oh, Colby.
Ryan Colby, what we need you to do is we need you to back out and come back in because it sounds like the aliens are trying to abduct you again. I watched too many alien shows. Now he's going to be mad at me.
Well, it's okay. Let him be mad. His microphone sucks. What are you going to do? Does anybody have a question? And I'm just going to go through. Marianne, I know you're good. Georgia, you good? Give me a thumbs up if you're good. Georgia's good. Hi, Myrna. Myrna's a SAG actor. And Myrna's been in this industry for a while, right, Myrna, while we're waiting for Ryan, right? You've been in this industry for a long time, Myrna.
Yes.
Am I passionate? You know I'm good at what I do, right? You trust the process?
Absolutely.
Being in this industry for how long? You're a SAG actor living in New York. Everything that you've done up until now, have you ever seen anything like VIP Ignite before?
Not at all. Not the people that you are networking with and at all. I've never seen anything like this.
Isn't it crazy?
It's amazing. It's crazy.
I always get so mad that more companies don't follow suit and just like be effing legitimate. You know what I mean? Like, oh, okay. Like, and that's why I get so mad when people click on these fake castings and I'm going to star in a movie. No, you're not. That's not how it works. So you're SAG. How long did it take you to join SAG? And I see Ryan just got on. I'm just going to finish with her very quickly.
Okay. I got a speaking role in a SAG production.
Yeah.
So that's what got me in. And I had a couple of waivers, but that got me right in. And I just joined right away. I wasn't waiting.
Yeah.
At the
You've
time.
been in this industry for how long now?
About 15 years.
15 years.
15
and so
years.
You've been on our boot camps and you just said, I'm going to go for it. Right.
You came, I mean, I just kept seeing VIP Ignite and I just kept seeing, I just felt like it was just God. It was just like, this is for me. That's why I have to, I'm not going anywhere. It may be difficult for me, but I'm here. I'm yours.
15 years, guys. She joined the Screen Actors Guild. This is an actual actor who invested in herself. What was your number one obstacle, Myrna?
Well, I had stopped for a while to raise my children and help with my grandchildren. My biggest obstacle back then or now?
Back, like when you ended up joining us, what was the one thing that you felt like you were missing that VIP could do?
Oh my goodness. You can't get anywhere without networking and connections. You just, like you said, you you could have pictures, but where are they going to go? Like I knew Robert Galinsky. I went to his classes before, but that's one person. But when you're connected with a whole team of people, it's a whole different ball game. And you have to prepare. Like I'm just coming back, so I'm working on my resume, on my self-tape thing. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. Even though I'm SAG, I still need to polish my tools. It's not like, oh, just because I'm SAG, I'm going to get a job tomorrow. I want to be top of the line and work on these tools that you are showing me to do.
Yeah, and it's the honor system, guys. Leslie even said that, and I know Ryan expects this. Anybody who wants an agent, your agent is expecting you, I'm now getting a speech impediment, to do all this work, because if you show up on set, or if they're like, hey, I need a self-tape, we want real people that can do. So Myrna, we love you. We're team Myrna. I can't wait to give you a hug and see you in real life. Okay.
Thank you. See you soon.
So, you know, for anybody here that really wants to do this, again, I know we're bringing back
okay, I'm back.
I know, we heard. So Ryan Colby is back. I'm gonna, you added him. Hello, Ryan.
Hey.
We were just going over being reliable, being punctual at a photo shoot, no drama. How much do you watch the talent when they're at a photo shoot? Even like for us.
I watch and I report. I watch and I report. I may not say anything to the talent, but I'll say something to you or somebody else. If they're really good, I've walked up to you and said, oh, I love this person. I think they're great. They could be working. We need to pay attention to them. We need to get them going. And then I walked up to you and I said, get rid of them. I don't care if they have money. They need to go. Like, so.
But it's so true.
So, yeah. So it just depends. And I'm watching everything. So I'm not gonna, you know, you're buying a service, so it's your right. You can do whatever. It's like if you go on a cruise and you want to disrupt, you know, the show, or you want to break glasses at the bar. That's great, but you're never going to be allowed back on that cruise. They're going to put your name in the system. The next time you try and buy a ticket, you're not coming back. So you can do what you want on these shoots. You purchase a service, but I'm watching you to make sure to see if you're going to get a part two to your purchase. Like, you know, that may be the end of the road for you.
I've literally been on the receiving end of some of this. Who is that person? Get rid of them.
Well, sometimes they show up and they're like, and we went over this yesterday with body language. Before they even open up their mouth, I'm like, Ryan and I just like walk away. You know what I mean? Like, and sometimes people like fool me. You know, well,
and you can tell by the way they treat other people, the other talent, the hair, makeup, simple words that they say to the photographer. I can tell they're never going to make it. So, you know, I can tell. So, and then I can tell when someone has the potential, they just need a little push, they need a little grooming, they need a little help, they need, you know, stuff like that. And they can do this because you can tell by their demeanor on set that even the set of a test shoot that they're paying for, that they've got it. They've got the potential to survive the trials and tribulations of this industry. So I report that back too. I've complimented many people who I feel have the potential to work and that they have a demeanor that is conducive for this.
Yeah. Yeah.
So recently, when we were in New York the last time, you discovered a talent that just walked New York Fashion Week. Can you talk a little bit about that? Like literally, you saw him on Zoom calls and you paid him no mind. You met him in New York and
no mind. Yeah. Luke, he's one of their talent from, I think isn't he from Atlanta, or I don't know where he's from.
Atlanta and New York. Yeah.
Yeah. He was coming to New York anyway for other reasons. So I was like, why don't you stay 10 days, 2 weeks to see if you can get shows, do some shoots, meet some clients, because you're coming anyway. So you might as well do something. So he did. I had him go run to some shoots. He's a little shy and meek. And I wasn't there to physically help him. I had to do everything, you know, over the phone. But he did okay for someone who has never done it before and didn't really know what they were doing. So I coached him as much as I could through the phone. and he got some good responses. He got some great images. And I said, this is a baby step. This is a beginning. So you're going to have to return next season and do it again, just like every other model.
Yeah. Another great success story we have is Masharad. He's on here too. Like when we first met Masharad, he was so shy and meek. And now he's up for LA Fashion Week, right?
Yeah, I'm working on that with him. He's kind of far away, so we have to come up with some sort of plan where he would stay and stuff like that. But I like his look. I told you guys that at the shoot. I don't remember what city it was, but I did say, I think it was to either you or Allie. Like, I think he's great. He's good for French.
That's what he's
good for. He's good for shows, French, Italian, American shows, and we need to focus on that. So I've been working with him on that. We just have to figure out how to get him to LA for a couple of days so he can shoot and just get more pictures, and stuff like that.
You said he had stunning facial features and like a strong jawline. Masharad, take off the glasses, get a little bit further back. Can I see like your?
He's wearing glasses. I can't see him on my phone.
Oh.
Unless he starts talking. If he starts talking, I can see him. But anyway, so yeah, some stuff like that. So I'm always looking, always. And so the importance of the events and the shoots are crucial because when you come to the events, A, you're meeting people in person, B, you're being watched by me and others, and C, you're meeting the talent. You're seeing how it's really going to be on a casting. Like when the more and more the months go by, the castings are opening up. They are having castings in LA, New York, Atlanta, where there's going to be 20, 30, 40 people in a room. And you're going to have to audition, or you're going to have to sing, or you're going to have to do whatever it is you do. And coming to the events is a little bit of a practice in that because you're going to have to fight for attention. There's going to be 50, 60 other people there. You're going to have to get attention to the 12, 15, 18 agents that are there, who, whatever number we've got. And you're going to have to get their attention. And there's going to be 40 other people standing in front of you. You can't let them take that shine. So you got to kind of fight. You got to jostle. You got to, it's the same thing.
Are you fighting at the photo shoot?
No, I'm not fighting nobody.
Not at the photo shoots per se. I'm talking about the events where you have to not fight, but like make sure you're not standing there letting everyone take up the air in the room. You gotta claim your spot.
I like it. You know what I love the most is when people are skeptical and they always cry this boo-hoo-hoo, it's so much money. You know what's a lot of money? Life. Life is a lot of money. Not getting to live out your dreams is an expensive, lesson to learn, or not booking real work. Now, you said Masharad has a great look. And what I love most about Masharad, and I'm going to be honest with you, sometimes people pay me, they come to these big events and they sit on their phones and they play on Facebook and Instagram and take selfies of themselves. And it's like, Deneen, how many times have I gone and like pulled them by the hair and like, get up now? And you're like, they don't have to. I'm like, I want you to network. You came to me with this dream. And I like get very mad. Like I'm like going to like throw them to the wolves. But like, if you come to me like Masharad, you were very sweet and very quiet like a mouse, as my son would say. Shh. Okay, now you're getting a chance. I mean, Ryan, you said he's also perfect for the European market. Like versus LA, what would happen if he went overseas to Europe and then came back? What would happen to him?
Oh, his cachet would go up. He'd be more sought after. He'd be more of interest to American clients. They respect the European market. So when you go over there and you actually do something, they're into it. So that's what would happen.
You ready to do this, Masharad, for real?
It would be easier to promote him. We just have to figure out a way to get him over there. It's not super easy, but it can be done, and we'll figure it out over the coming weeks, months. We'll figure it out.
You have a passport, Masharad.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Always like the biggest. It takes months to get a passport these days. So if anybody here feels as though you're possibly right for the European market, like get on that now. Because there's
it takes like 12 weeks.
About,
it takes like 12 weeks, sometimes 16, depending upon what's happening with the government, if there's like a shutdown, or if they're busy, or like.
Deneen can tell you a story about one time Michael Fomkin's passport expired and he was invited by Tony Robbins to go, where was he going? Costa Rica with Tony?
We almost had to fly to New Orleans, to Miami.
The day before he was scheduled to leave.
Dang. And thank God oh my gosh. Yeah. Thank you. Now I'm sweating.
You can fly to Miami, they'll do a same day, but like literally it was like double wears Prada, but there's a hurricane. Find me a flight. That's like Deneen.
Like literally, that's like
it's Tony
spent all night
Robbins.
finding a flight,
You're
a
not telling him
hotel.
no. Yeah. Anthony was not going to take that. Masharad, we're real proud of you.
Thank you.
So even though his photos are drop dead gorgeous and he's a really good kid, now our goal is to take him to a higher level. That's your goal.
Well, he's got to shoot way more, and that's what I'm working on. He's got to shoot a lot more.
All right. Well, we're gonna work on that, right?
Mhm.
Because sometimes, like when people do their first shoot, and I'll tell you right now, usually MRSA clocks on, or they're like, "What the hell was that?" They're like, "What am I doing with my hand? This looks natural," and then they realize that sometimes what they the claw. But sometimes, like when people look at their photos, they're like, "What the hell am I doing with my feet?" And that's why, like, when we're there, we're going to be working and making sure. Like,
yeah, we try. I mean, the thing is modeling isn't natural. It's not a natural thing. So it is a learned art form. So some people just have more fluidity to their bodies than others, but, and some people are just naturally better at it, but I try to get it out of you while we're there. I mean, I can't control every movement you make, but I do what I can. And yeah.
Yeah. Ryan, what are some of your biggest pet peeves on a photo shoot? I can tell you one of mine. Looking at every single
being on your
photo
phone and not paying attention, taking
Okay.
selfies for no reason, taking too long changing for no reason. I'm not a fan of that. If I give you a pair of jeans and a t-shirt to put on, if it's more than 90
20
seconds,
minutes.
I'm not quite sure what's wrong with you.
Well, I remember one time you were banging on the door going, "It's been 20 minutes. It's one pair of jeans. What the hell are you doing in there?"
Yeah,
Because the kid was doing like an Instagram live. Like, what are
yeah,
you doing?
exactly. I'm not into that. So that's not the
Ryan
place
loves
for it.
bathroom selfies.
Yeah, that's not the place for it. There's no reason it should take, more than 2 minutes to put on a dress. There's no reason, like, you have to start learning how to put on clothes faster. If you want to be a professional model, like there's
Quick
no
change.
time
Yeah.
for the slow movement. And plus, when I see someone that's too slow over and over and over again, I sometimes, it's not that you can't get a job in this industry, but I would never send you anywhere because, I need people to be faster and more, focused and more, just doing it right. I mean, if they give you a dress or an outfit that's difficult to put on or something, okay, fine.
Like
But
a
a
wrap
simple
dress?
that's yours. It's not even, it wasn't even given to you. It's yours. Why is it taking so long? That's a big pet peeve of mine because it eats up time, especially with shoots like this with 40 people. 1 minute here, 2 minutes here, 6 minutes there, 4 minutes there. You add all that up, and now we're an hour behind because you can't put on a pair of shoes.
And then not only that, but now we're paying. What, Denise?
No, go. Let me tell you something. The one thing Ryan hates more than anything, he has a lot of pet peeves. His biggest pet peeve is running, "You have no idea." And like Alicia was about to say, like, we're paying hourly for the studio. It's not like someone's like, "Hey, here, come have at it and have fun." Like, we're paying
That
hourly.
one studio in LA was $1,500 an hour. I was like, what the? And then the makeup artist was extra. The hairstyle, I was like,
yeah.
Like, come on, guys. And the photographer, like, I gotta go. And I'm like, what? Because somebody was late. Here's two of my biggest pet peeves. Are you guys ready? Do not ever do this. One, how long is this gonna be?
Yeah.
What the
Can I give them my line?
Yeah.
You're mine all day long. When you
Yeah, don't
sign
make
up for a
plans.
photo shoot, you're mine all day long. From the time the sun rises until we're done. Doesn't matter whether you're scheduled at 1, 2, 3, you're mine all day. There you go. That's how long
Okay.
it's going to take.
Second biggest pet peeve, and I know Ryan, you love this one because like he freaks out. When talent are new, even if they're not new, and they want to go to the photographer's camera and look at every image.
No,
after they
oh my
take
God.
each
Okay,
one.
that's fine. That's
Okay.
second. In fact, that may annoy me more than the changing. So I may flip-flop my irritation level of changing.
Survey says. Okay.
That gets a good 9 out of 10 on how annoying I am.
9.
But what gives me a 10 out of 10 is the looking at the frames. Because here's the thing, I spent an entire career doing this, and you know how many frames I got to look at? 0. So if I could survive doing this for over a decade, 14, 15 years without, when I was in front of a camera, without seeing a single frame, because that was back then, you know, in the olden days of film, I'm not quite sure why you can't do it as well, because, you know, I'm tired of the conveniences of technology dumbing down the process of modeling. So yes, we have digital cameras. That's amazing. Great. Good for us. But it doesn't stop, but it actually hurts the modeling industry when you're constantly running back and forth looking at what you're doing, because even if it's great, you don't even know it. Even if it's, and then when it sucks, then you just keep repeating things that suck. So just don't look at anything. Let the photographer tell you. And I have to, you know, I have to work on the photographers too, because they're just trying to make you happy. So they're allowing you to look. But I'm going to be extra bitchy in Orlando and make sure it doesn't happen.
Uncle Ryan said a bad word. Look at Antonine and
What is
Uncle
Kaden?
Kobe.
He looks like a wet rat. Is he out of the bath?
He just got out of the bath. This is Uncle Colby. Uncle Colby's also Caden's agent. We'd like to announce right here that we're starting Colby's Kids.
His hair is so wet.
Colby's Kids and Babies.
Did he literally just walk out of the bath and walk up to you?
Well, he came in.
Oh.
Hi.
But Caden's our own success story. Ryan had a photo with Caden, I think it was in New Orleans, with my little boy, and somebody saw, because again, Ryan is super connected. They're like, who's that cute kid? He's like, oh, it's my business partner's kid. Oh, he'd be perfect for a catalog. Boom, Caden got booked. So what was really cool was Caden was one. We had to open up a trust fund for him, but Uncle Colby got this really cool job for you. And they sent the clothing to Ryan, then Ryan sent the clothing to us. Where was it from? China, Japan? Yay!
Japan.
And Caden got booked, and that money went right into a trust, and that was awesome. And Caden's very excited, even though he won't be touching it for 18 more years, but still. But it can happen. I mean, there's been so many amazing situations where, you know, even during the pandemic, I mean, Ryan, you've seen this over and over again. Real brands want real people. You know, and
oh yeah. I mean, that definitely, the pandemic definitely ushered in that whole real family watching TV and shopping at Target together and eating at Burger King together. And, you know, a lot of these families that you see in these commercials are actually real families. And that's something that you didn't see before the pandemic. Casting directors were not interested in your wife, your husband, your kids. They could care less. But because of the pandemic,
but it's the best casting now. Your kid really looks like you.
Yeah, because of the pandemic, they kind of had to, because they had to use people closely proximate to you, meaning who you live with, who weren't sick or, you know, had the virus. So they're like, you know, experimenting using families, and it worked. People responded nicely to it. So that's something that will stay, actually, even though now the pandemic has waned and they're having castings. They're still asking for real daughters, real sons, real moms, dads. You know, they're still asking for that, even though the pandemic is not as raging as it was 2 years ago. They're still asking for it. So it is one thing that has stuck, that actually it's a good thing. I mean, I think it's fun. If you're going to spend all day shooting, and why not be with your husband and kids? Like, you know.
Yeah. One of our talent, Maria, who came on one of our Zoom calls. When you're a member of the company, you'll actually get some really cool like meet and greets online as well. And she ended up getting signed to a huge agent in LA. She had no experience at all. In a year, she used to work at a church. Her salary was 30 grand for the year. That was her salary. Now she earns 30,000 for one day. She's been in like every commercial under the sun, Monday Night Football, AT&T, Target, Starbucks. But her husband during the pandemic started going with her on these castings, and he started getting booked as well, because they're a real husband and wife, and they knew that they were, you know, neither one of them were sick. And guys, this is this is an opportunity to change your life. And I really want to express that to you. We have the connections. The question is, are you ready to go for it? That's the part that concerns me. A lot of times people think that they want to get into this industry until they hear like, you're gonna have to be on set all day. What? I'm sorry, you wanted to be an actor. Like what did you think was gonna happen? It's like childbirth. Do you really want to talk about that? But you know, this is the unglamorous, glamorous life. For those of you guys that want to put in the work, you're gonna reap what you sow. You know, for those of you that don't want to do it, then don't do it. You know what I mean? I'm not here to help you. I'm here to help.
Yeah,
motivate you.
Billions is shooting now in upstate New York, and there's like a 6-day shoot, and they need the same people to be
Leslie Pina's ready.
for
Look at Leslie,
what?
she's ready.
For continuity.
Yeah.
Like it's and you got to commit to the 6 days, and there'll be long days, I'm sure. So
Well, and
Take-
long
take a
days are
while.
great for Leslie because she'll show up and maybe she can get some overtime, right, Leslie? She'll start saving money for the holidays. Guys, if you don't do this now, when do you think you're gonna do it? I mean, Deneen, we just opened up some additional time slots. I just got a text, breaking
Alright.
news. But Ryan, you will be in Miami. I know it's very
Mhm.
hot. For those of you
Marcel,
guys that get
hold
to
on.
come, I'm hoping
Marcel,
that
have you
Ryan-
scheduled an appointment to go to Miami? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I did.
No, you're
Marcel,
Um,
I'll drop the link. Schedule
okay,
it.
good.
Schedule a time. All right.
And remember, you're not just getting a photo shoot with us. There's a
Why
lot
is it so dark in
that
here?
goes involved.
All right.
Okay.
Well,
Yes, I will
Ryan,
be in
thank
Miami.
you so much.
Okay, thank you.
So much for coming back and chatting with us. We can't wait to. I can't wait for you to be on the East Coast in the same time zone. I'm so excited.
That makes me mad.
Couple-
She'll be on the East
couple
Coast.
days.
Well, I'll see you when you come to Florida.
Yeah, couple
Unless I
days.
come up to New York. Listen, I was in New York, like, what was it, 2 weeks ago? I don't even know. Well, I miss you.
Okay, I'll see everyone soon. I'll be there in a couple days.
Okay.
Send us
Okay, see
pictures
you.
of your road trip. Enjoy not
I
eating your
will.
gumdrops.
Okay.
All right. Goodbye.
Well,
Okay, see ya.
thank you,
Okay, bye.
Ryan.
Okay, bye.
Awesome.
I love when
All right,
Ryan
guys.
brings his South Beach wardrobe. It always has some kind of neon yellow, hot pink. Do you remember that time we wanted, well, we had that yacht. We did like a whole entire photo shoot with our inner circle. Literally, how many of you guys would love to be on a yacht where you're like laying on the front of the boat? I don't even know all the terms of a boat, but like it was fun. And we were going up and down
It
the
was
coastal through the ocean. And Ryan, we have pictures of Ryan like trying to drive the boat.
All right.
But again,
right,
this is all
so-
about experiences.
It is. So here's my question for you. If you've scheduled, that's awesome. Type scheduled in the comments. If you have not, let us know if you have questions, like why have you not scheduled? Are there any questions that we can answer for you? If you have questions, type them in the comments, raise your Zoom hand. We would love to answer questions about anything that might be holding you back. And I just want, Alicia, you alluded to this, and I kind of want to take it a step further. And by the way, Sava, I love your background. He's like Miami in the background. He's already got Miami on the mind, which is awesome. So this is what I want you guys to realize. Alicia talked a little bit about this, like she touched on it very briefly. So your biggest expense in life is actually not investing in yourself. It's not knowing how to create more money. So why am I saying that? How many of you right now are financially exactly where you want to be? Like you're financially set. You never have to work another day in your life. You know, like you're not, I'm just here because this is really cool. If that sounds like you, then you know what? That's awesome. But one of the only recession-proof industries in the world is the entertainment industry. And I want you guys to think about that. Your greatest expense in life is not more, like if I asked you, most of you would say mortgage, you would say rent, you would say so many different things, right? Your biggest expense in life is not knowing how to make more money. The only way you're going to learn how to live the life of your dreams, to get the big platforms, to change the world, is by making an investment in yourself. So the question I have is this: what's holding you back from being resourceful and making your dreams come true, turning your dreams into a reality? What's holding you back? You all told me you had a story you want to tell. You all told me that you have a story that the world needs to hear. What's holding you back from taking the step right now to making that happen? And I like Norman quoted Les Brown. I actually just read this in his book last night. The richest place in the world is the graveyard. And today, Eric talked about this in the morning. The scariest day of your life is the day you die and meet the person you could have become. I'm going to say that again. The scariest day in your life is the day you die and meet the person you could have become. Do you want to leave Earth with potential? Or do you want to leave Earth knowing you gave every freaking thing you had to do this? You gave everything you have. Because you know what? Alicia always jokes with me about Tom Brady. The one thing I could tell you about him, like him, hate him. What?
I love Tommy.
Yeah, love him, hate him. I don't care where you stand. What I can tell you is this. Every time that man takes the field, he leaves everything on the field. Question I have for you is this. Are you going to leave your life and take all the ideas with you that you have? Or are you going to leave everything on the earth? Are you going to leave everything on the field? Are you going to give it all now? Time is your only non-renewable resource. I see someone, I'm over 50 years, nearing 60 years. Okay, great. That's awesome. Some of our biggest success stories started in their 50s. One of the highest paid models is actually 70 years old, over 70. What? Stop it right now. That's the truth. So the question I have for you is this. Why are you willing to leave something, leave your potential inside of you when you were born for more than that?
Angel, I don't see you scheduled, Angel. You've been trying to do this for a while. Bianca, did you schedule? Let's see. I'm going through.
And don't talk to us, oh, I don't have the money. You can do what you have to take. We have people, literally, one of our talent that came to Atlanta was selling platelets to make sure he got himself there. What are you willing to do to stop this from being a dream and making it a reality? What are you willing to do? That's the question I have for you.
Georgia, I don't see you scheduled. Estina.
Don't talk the talk, walk the walk. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, think about it, Deneen. They've been on a boot camp now for 2 days. They know that, I mean, we're the real deal. They know that we can help them. So the question is, I need you to give me a script to play so I can have a chance. Estina, why would I do that? What? Have you been on this call? What? That doesn't even make any sense. I'm
gonna unmute Norman. Norman, unmute yourself.
Okay, there we go. Hello, Alicia. Hello, Dan. So we've been here for 2 days. I've been with Truth Management VIP Ignite for 2 months. I've been to the showcases that Allie brought up earlier, and I'm not going to mention the names. I'm going to hang my head in shame for buying into those scams and throwing away $10,000. But I want to say for those who aren't signing up, I'm going to do the opposite. I hope you don't sign up. Keep the way clear for those who want and are willing to put in the time. Because this is a job. This is a business. And like our speaker this morning, his name just went out of my head, even though you just mentioned it.
Eric Sorensen?
Yeah, Eric. You know, what resonated with me was a year and a half ago, I went through a major depression. You know, I ended up in the VA mental hospital because I was that close to just saying my life's over, my life's done. And I had to take a serious look and say, why am I not happy? Because I've never followed or chased my dreams. I've never said I'm all in until I found VIP Ignite. and I'm all in.
And what was your immediate thought when you came on our calls?
I remember the first call, and you got mad at me for this because I was at the showcase and I had sent you an email saying, hey, I'm going to be on and off all day for the first boot camp. And you're like, you're where? And I said that IP word, and you're like, oh, yeah, we won't go into that call. But was on with Les Brown, and I'm like, hey, I know him. And in the chat, he popped up, Norman, haven't seen you in a while, as a DM. Okay, great. I hadn't talked to the man in years. Awesome. I love Les. But that little bit, I was able to drip those 2 days from my first boot camp. Then my second boot camp, I was already a member of VIP at that point. But I have learned more in the last 2 months than I have in 5 years of dabbling and searching and checking these showcases and just going through that back vault. It's amazing.
We have some of the cast of The Walking Dead. So like, for an example, let's say Marina had a casting and Ryan's like, I need a self-tape, right? And that's my best Ryan Colby voice. And Marina's like, I don't know how to do it. Just go with it, Marina. She can literally go into the vault, and we've transcribed every single word from because they're spoken, you know what I mean? Like, it's a video. Every single word has been transcribed. So if Marina just went into like searchy and she typed in self-tape, every single like conversation, Monique Coleman from High School Musical, part of us, some of the cast from The Sopranos, The Walking Dead, The Goldbergs, like you name it, we got them, right? I would love to type in like a curse word and see how much comes up when I talk, but you know, but it's the truth. And that's what, like, when talent, it's just not going as fast as I'd like. And I'm like, okay, well, let's check out the vault. I'm going to check out your username and password. Oh shit, look at that. You haven't even logged in. You know what I mean? Like, what is wrong with you? You've had access to all of this. And, and I follow a lot of the talent on Facebook, and, and I watch them, and you could either do this 100%. And I really want to stress this to you. And Norman, I've been so proud of you. Norman's been working really hard, and it shows, like, the fact that, like, I know your name, and that's not me being arrogant. Like, I don't really get to know a lot of the talent because I do these calls, and I don't really get a chance to do like one-on-ones. I don't have the time, nor I'm just not that I don't want to say I'm not friendly, because Denise would beat me up over that. But I'm just not good at like the whole nurturing thing. I'm like, this is how it is. You know what I mean? And a lot of times I'm very abrasive. But you have been knocking it out of the ballpark. Plus, on every single call, you're always right. Like Leslie Pina, you know what I mean? Like, you guys are shining bright lights. You make me proud. I know Michael's so proud of you as well. But I expect things out of you, Norman, big things. And not only that, but I know now, like, you're also like giving back and mentoring some of the new people when they come in, and like, kind of like, hey, this is what we need to be doing. And it's kind of like you're turning into like a team captain. And I love that, because I know that I can trust you to go to set and to work with these people, because like you said, Les Brown, I mean, it's $250,000 to hire Les Brown for a speaking engagement. We don't pay him. We're producing his new show. You know what I mean? Like, he's part of VIP Ignite. So
I'm having a Deneen syndrome here. Just give me a second.
It's your allergies.
I'm
It's allergies.
calling it a Deneen syndrome from now on. I like that.
And I
have a syndrome named after me. I love it.
But I think about you, Norman, and you served our country, and you did go and spend all this money on these, and I don't want to call showcases a scam. And I'll tell you right now, he went to IPOP. That's what he's referring to, but it's 10 grand. You walk up and down a runway with a number pinned to you, and that's really sweet. But a lot of times you're holding up pictures. You can't even talk to the agents. There's no like constructive criticism, because I flew recently to Vancouver for 36 hours. They paid me a lot of money to fly for one day. And these kids spent 5 to 10 grand to walk up and down a runway, and they're all holding these photos, walking past me. I'm like, can you slow down? And I called Deneen on FaceTime. I'm like, this is what I deal with. And I went because I wanted to help people. And you know what? The one thing that really pissed me off when I went to the showcase was I started to tell some of these kids that they were doing it incorrectly. A lot of these fake photographers had like the Calvin Klein watermark on their photos. These like 20-year-olds were wearing like Calvin Klein underwear. I'm like, you understand you're not a model for Calvin Klein. Like, and the fact, or even like the Vogue Italia, I'm like, that's not real. Like, anybody could be a Vogue Italia. It's not Italian Vogue. There's a difference. And so like when I've noticed, and again, I'm not I'm going to say this again. I'm not bitchy. I'm very passionate about seeing
Mhm.
people succeed. But sometimes like they would look at me like, oh, you're being so mean, or I didn't know better. I'm like, I own Colby Models with Ryan. Like, what are you talking about? Like, we've managed 6 or 7 of the guys and girls from Top Model. We work with some of the biggest names in the industry. Like, you're at a fake showcase. And it drives me nuts when I see people making these mistakes. But getting into this industry, especially working here, it's too real for a lot of people. Because you could blame the fake showcases, but what happens when your dreams can actually be tangible? Like, oh my God, they want me to go to Romania to be in the new Wednesday series. You effing go. That money that you're earning would change not only your life, but your family's life. And, it's kind of like, and I don't want to ever, compare it to going to service, but for me, like, I'm going on a trip today or this week for 8 days, and I feel like an asshole. You guys met my kid already. You met my mom. How can you do it? You're a mom. But those 8 days of me traveling with Mike this week, my company, as far as VIP Ignite, will benefit from years to come because I went and I gave it 100% for those 8 days. Or what am I going to do it half-assed for 20 years? That's how you meet people like Les Brown. That's how you work. We're working with the former president of the United States. And I don't care about political beliefs, but if I can help anybody fly above the noise, our goals are a couple of things. Keeping kids safe on the internet. Really showing like the dark side of this industry. No one ever talks about this business. Deneen follows from her heart. She's faith-based. I mean, I want to help. And the problem is there's so many really bad companies out there that exist and they pay people off. Just like, and I'm not going to go into this, but like a lot of those like opinionated, like review things like Yelp and Better Business Bureau, Ripoff Report, some of the most unscrupulous criminals in this industry, they pay for A+ ratings. Did you guys know that? Any company that has to pay for an A+ rating on any of those websites, it's because you're not an educated consumer. We already know out of 1,000 people, 1 will qualify for a high fashion agency. If you were on Yelp, that means you have 999 haters bashing that company. You just weren't good enough for that agency. There is one Carrie Washington. She's the effing best. She's amazing. One Viola Davis. Are there people every day that want to get into this business that will never get to this level? Hell yeah. They're going to hate because they ain't. And I hate to sound like that. And so like when you're trying to get into show business, it's not about you. This isn't carpet cleaning. Not everybody's going to have the same path to success. I know Norman has access to the vault. I go and I check and see his progress. He's busting his ass. Why? Because when he shows up to the calls, he knows he is coherent to what they're talking about. He's able to answer those questions. Whether or not he knows the answer, he's finding it. He's turning into the teacher's pet. You know what I mean? So I really want to express to you guys that if you're gonna do this, do it. Or just don't do it at all, please. And like you said, I don't want bench warmers. I'm not here to baby you. I'm not here to tell you, you can do it. You know you can do it. You have to light your own fire because I'm not doing it for you. Do you understand that? The hardest part about this industry is meeting legitimate people. Okay, we did that. Now what? Well, you better come to the table. I can introduce you to anybody you want to meet. Who do you want to meet?
Nathan Dwayne.
What?
Nathan Dwayne.
Okay, that's great. I know his agent. So then let's just say I introduce you. What's he going to do for you? What's he going to do for you?
Oh, shoot. He would be like the Michael Caine of today in my book.
Yeah.
He has done so much. He's not the character actor, but he just brings so much to every different role he does. I study him and everything he's done. Michael Caine, I do the same because you can see the differences, from one character to the other. You see the depth of himself that he brings to the role, because you see what he does in real life and who it is in the character, and you can connect those points, making his character real.
Yeah.
Because he's bringing himself to that role.
But let me ask you a question. Being that he plays a character, if you met him, like I have a friend who just met Tom Cruise, and that's amazing. Okay. I highly respect that guy, even though he's a little bit crazy. But as far as crazy, he's also crazy enough to do all of his own freaking stunts. Am I right? Like you cannot, like his work ethic, kind of like Christian Bale, impeccable. Right? Could you learn the method of acting from this individual? Yes. But can this individual introduce you to people? Perhaps, but it's his agent, his publicist, his manager you have to win over. And remember that people that come to me, yeah, I can introduce you to everybody that you want. But the question is, are they going to like you? And that's really why you have to be a likable character. You have to put in the work. So there's a lot that goes involved here. And I want you guys to understand, people who pay attention. We spend a lot of money and time on professional relationships and getting access to these amazing people. Each of them have been, these are cultivated relationships. You know, we lived in New York City. We had a house in LA. We're investing $1 million in Broadway. We, you know, own multiple offices. We do this kind of stuff so that we can get access to these amazing people. Like when I met Les Brown, he's like, tell me about yourself. And it's Les Brown. I was like, oh my God. I called Danita. I was like in tears, like, how do I do this? And she's like, calm down. You've got and like sometimes I call Danita quite a bit for pep talks. But every single one of you that lasted 2 days, you and I both know you want to do this. But when this call ends, this offer ends. Like it's not open to the public. Do you guys, this is like a 2-day model and actor spring accelerator offer. So for anybody here that did not schedule, I'm not here to sell you, honestly. Because you're just going to keep searching and go to iPop. What do they charge? 10 grand? You can walk
anywhere from 6 to 15 grand. It depends on the agent that signs you for iPop, which aren't agents.
I know.
But you know that, I know that. But one thing you said earlier, we are not here to do a handout. And you're right. But look at the cost of this event. $29,000. More than that. But that's just calculated. They reduced it down to just under 3,000 and then brought it down even more by another 1,000. That's not a handout, but that's one.
We're investing in you.
That's not a handout. That's one hell of a hand up.
Yeah.
Do you want a handout or a hand up? Because a handout, you're going to throw it away. A hand up, you take it, you're going to go to a whole new level.
Yeah. And Kim, we don't have to go over that organization. They offer showcases. And if you don't know what a showcase is,
then Google it. How about that? We're gonna leave that comment on the side. We're not answering that question, Kim. Good luck. Norman, thank you so much.
Thank you
for sharing. I appreciate it. It's
and
always
all the
amazing.
kind words in the chat. I appreciate them. Marianne, Mike, Sava, Kim, Marjorie. I'll get it right. Marjorie, there we go.
Thank you so much, Norman. You're awesome.
So this is like what the showcases do. I don't know if you guys can see that. They walk them in a town with a number pinned to them and they hold pictures. They charge $6 grand for that, guys. You walk up and down a runway. Here, this is one of my favorites. I'll show you this real quick. Where is that? I have so many videos, Deneen.
I know.
I might have deleted it because I had so many things on my thing. But you know, again, when you're trying to get into show business, this is what's out there. So unfortunately, you know, we see this over and over and over again, and that's really why we have to be different. You know, we have to separate ourselves from the other companies, and that's why like people like Eric Sorensen, even Mark Christopher Lawrence, 2-time Emmy nominee, or Les Brown, they would never affiliate themselves with those brands. I can't even afford $2 grand. Well, Kim, here's the thing. You probably could afford it, but it's your mindset. Yeah.
And don't even waste here. We're done with that. Bye, Kim. Everyone say bye, Kim.
Bye,
Can't do
Kim.
it for another second. Bye. We've
here's
been
the
talking
thing,
all weekend about investing in yourself. We've invested 16 hours of our time in you. So you know what? We're not wasting another moment on Kim. I hope she has a great evening.
Yeah, I know
guys.
Kim's been on like a bunch of our boot camps, but like she can't seem to figure it out. So like I can't help somebody, you know?
We can only help. I'm gonna tell you guys one more story. Then we're gonna give you one more opportunity to schedule your interview with us. And then I'm going to announce a challenge and something exciting. Is that okay? Kim, how did you get back? Hold on. You want help? Okay, well, hold on. Everyone, once again, hold on, where is she? All right, everyone say, bye, Kim. Okay. If she comes back again, Alicia, okay.
I know, but here's the thing.
Right.
As much as I would like to help Kim, let me tell you what would happen. even if, let's just say I was nice and I said, here, I'm gonna wave a magic wand and I'm gonna let you go for free. Can somebody here type for me what would happen when now she had to book a flight to Miami, pay for her own hotel? And just so you guys know, for anybody here that's ever afraid of traveling alone, we have like a super fearless rebel community. It's like church on crack. A lot of our talent Airbnb it together. That's what a lot of our talent do. You guys are gonna make lots of friends. Again, this isn't until July, so you're gonna be on Zoom calls. So I promise you, for anybody here that like roommates and Airbnbs, that's the cheapest option in Miami. But then you're together, you know what I mean? And it's like, go sightseeing, go have fun, don't drink. And if you do, call me. But more so when she goes to Miami and now she's sitting down with casting directors or key shot and they want to work with her, what do you think she's going to do to them? Somebody type it, go. What do you think would happen if I paid for her to go, or I just comped her, which I don't do comps. Even if my son wanted to go to an event, well, no, he's my son, but you understand the drift. She'd fail. Why would she fail, Stacy? What would happen? She would embarrass herself. Hi, Darnisha. I talk to Darnisha all the time. But why would she fail? Somebody tell me what would happen. And this isn't about being mean, but I want you guys to see what would happen.
We have a lot of comments here. She would be hungry. All complaints, excuses. She would not show.
Yeah, she wouldn't show. She would not show.
She always wanted a handout. And you know what the thing is? Like, the thing that you guys have to understand is that we can't want this more than you. And we can't make it happen for you. We can give you the tools, resources, and connections that you need, but you need to show up. And someone who keeps making excuses, yeah, she would embarrass the company, right? Not only because she's undeveloped.
I can embarrass myself.
Like, when the thing I want you guys to understand is that when people work with us, when they come to these events, they understand that some of you are green, and that's okay. But you have to have the right mindset. We've been talking about this. Like, you have to have the right mindset. And saying, oh, I want help. Let me tell you one of my favorite stories. And again, I'm going back to Tony Robbins. He's like my spirit animal.
I'm gonna turn off my camera for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay, that's fine.
I have to go pee, just in case anybody wants.
You do that. Here, we'll there we go. All right, so Tony Robbins tells a story, and I want you guys to think about this. Okay, so there was this man who was a part of the Coast Guard. He went through all his Coast Guard training, and it was his first day on the job, and he was so excited to put his training to use. So a boat capsized in the ocean, and he was like, okay, I'm gonna go save some people. He's obviously not happy the boat capsized, but he's excited to put his training into use. So he gets on the helicopter and they're flying out, and they're approaching the scene of the capsized boat. And then he starts doing math in his head, and he's looking at the number of people that are in the water. And then he's looking back, and he's like, and he says to his commanding officer, sir, there's something wrong. And he was like, what's wrong? He's like, there are a lot more people in the water than we have seats on this helicopter. Like, what are we going to do? And his commanding officer said, okay, I have to teach you something now. In the water, there are 3 different types of people. The first group of people are screaming, help me! And they're like freaking out, and they're splashing, and they're tiring themselves out. And not only are they harming themselves, but they're harming people around them. We can't help those people. Then there's a second group of people, and they're just complacent. They're like, okay, I guess I'm dead. They just give up. They've already given up before we even start flying. Even before we got on the helicopter, they just gave up. They have no fight in them. And then there's a third group of people, and they're going to swim toward the helicopter. They're going to hear us approaching, and they're going to start swimming toward us. The only group of people that we're able to help are the people that are swimming toward the helicopter. So I have a question for you. Are you swimming toward the helicopter? Or you're like, crap, I just can't do this. Life sucks. Or you're like, pick me, oh my God, I can't do that. Which one are you? Sava, I know you are swimming toward the helicopter. Masharad, you're swimming toward the helicopter. Mike Trash, you're on the helicopter with me, throwing people up out of the ocean. But I want you guys to understand something. Like, you have to swim toward the helicopter. we've given you all the tools, resources, and connections that you need this weekend. Question I have for you is, what are you going to do with them? Is this going to be a memory? Are you going to look back in a couple months, go, oh my gosh, that was such an amazing event. Oh my gosh, I learned so much. Look at all the notes I have. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Or are you going to be the person who's going to be like, you know what? I got all these notes and I need to put them into action. But you know what? I need a guide. I need someone to help me. I'm going to go toward the guides. And you know what? I'm going to be successful because you know what? I saw what life could be in 5, 10 years. And you know what?
You get me
I'm available for that.
This.
Hold on.
Here, I got this.
Alicia, you're unmuted, but
Hi.
Hi. Your camera is not on. There
Here
you
I
go.
am.
Okay.
I needed iced tea. My kid, I'm like,
Okay.
where is he? It's so quiet in here. Okay.
All right. So we established that some of you are swimming toward the boat. So now this is what we're going to do. Diane, I'm just going to ask you one more time. After this, no more sharing. Share the link one more time. If you are someone who you're like, okay, you know what, Deneen, I need to swim toward the boat, click on that link. And that's the last time we're asking you. So this has been an amazing, amazing weekend. I wouldn't be me if I didn't give you guys some challenges. So are you guys ready for a challenge?
I'm
if you're ready
reading
for a
the-
challenge, like
Wait,
challenge
hold
in the
on.
comments.
Marianne says, trust me, you don't want to embarrass Allie. I saw her handle someone who did exactly what she told everyone not to do in California. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a
You
lot.
know,
And the
I
reason
like things done the right way. Just especially if you're gonna try. Yeah.
You like things done the right way because we want you to be successful.
This is true. Like
We want you to be
like there is no failure here. I'm going to pull you by your pretty hair and help you be that person that you want to be. I don't care if you kick and scream, because if you say yes to us, we're getting you there. Sid, do you agree? Look at Sid. Look at Sid. Hi, Sid. I'm just gonna take her off of mute for 1 second.
I do
love
agree.
you.
Absolutely.
Do I
I
scare you, Sid? You know. Do I scare you?
No, you don't. You're authentically Alicia.
Well, I
And you-
met Sid online. That sounds creepy when I say that, but she did a Zoom call. And I was like, hey, what are you doing next week? You want to go to New York? And you went. And just like that, magic. Now look at you. You're booking work. You're doing stuff. I'm so
I
proud.
am. I am.
You're part of the VIP Ignite family.
Yes, and it's a wonderful journey for so many reasons. And when I talk about VIP and truth in my journey, it's endless. And it continues. It's a part of us. It becomes a part of who you are. It's self-discovery, not only in your professional life, but in your personal life. And for lack of time, I don't want to go into my specific story, but just stay the course. Have faith in your higher power, yourself. Stay focused and keep up the momentum. Because there are going to be times when you might get thrown off course for whatever reason. But when you have faith and you know your why, you have a reason to keep going, and not only to keep going, but to keep up the momentum in the process. You can't stop. It becomes a part of who you are.
That's true.
And your why can change.
Yeah.
But if you don't do the work and trust the process, how would you ever know? And I think the most powerful thing that was said today is what Eric said and what Deneen said and what Allie is telling us. And I did write that down because I'm 65 and I worked in the transportation industry for 35 years. So the thing is you don't want to leave this earth. You don't want the scariest day of your life to be the day that you die and you look back and you say, I didn't do what I was meant to do. You don't want to find yourself in that position.
Yeah.
So
live your life to its fullest potential. You
Sure.
have the world as your oyster. Let's
That's right.
do
That's right.
this.
It doesn't matter, what age you start. Like someone wrote in the chat, I'm 15 years old. Well, it's never too late. You heard Leslie's story. You heard several stories today from all of us as talent, and we do support each other. So you have to invest in yourself. And I can't stress that enough, because VIP and Truth, they're here to help us, but we have to do our part.
That's true. You know what I love? We actually just had lunch together in Brooklyn. When was that? Like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. And we're sitting there at a table. Mikey was there, you were there. And all of a sudden on your phone, you're like, oh my God, I just got a booking. Like, it was just like that. I was like, let me see. And it happens. Like, that's what we do. And you got to it's called planting the seeds to have a greater harvest tomorrow. And like, again, it's when you plant a tree 20 years ago. So you've been with the company now, what is it, a year? 2 years? How many years? A year?
About 18 months now.
18 months, but who's counting? Yes. But I'll never forget her very first time coming with us. We introduced her to one of the actors from the movie Frozen. He won the Tony for Best Actor, which is kind of like winning an Oscar, right? But then she also got to meet Jerome Lamar, who heads Beyonce's team. He is Beyonce's stylist and designer. So getting to work with them, and Antoinette Stratton was there, who worked with Terrence Howard and all these amazing people, kind of taking Sid out of her element and putting her in VIP Ignite. I knew she was going to flirt. You knew you could do this. You said, I'm committed not only to my career, but to myself. And I'm going to do whatever it is I want to do. And you've been doing it. You've been booking work. Are you going on set this week? What's on?
No, I'm not. The last time I was on set was about maybe 2 weeks ago, and it was for a 3-day run.
Cool.
And it's very interesting, because that was my first time that I had ever been on set for 3 days. They were like 13-hour days, but it was very rewarding.
And she doesn't live in New York City, guys. She goes back and forth an hour and a half each way. So I don't ever want to hear you can't do this. Okay, that's you selling yourself that you can't do this, because you can.
And I'd like to say one other thing, if I may, Alicia. Sometimes in the business, in the entertainment business, it might be overwhelming. But however, don't give up. Just take one step at a time. And as I mentioned, as you continue to do the work and move forward, things will become clearer to you. Connections will start to be made, and they're connections that I can't tell you. It's something that you will experience on your own, which will continue to give you focus and momentum.
Yeah. Well, we're proud of you, Sid. We love you.
I
guess
you.
I'll see you in Miami. I feel like we're on world tour here at VIP Ignite. Orlando, Miami, New York. I don't know where we're going next, but I'm excited to see
you soon, Sid. We know that.
We'll see you soon.
Oh, yes.
And you can always just call me. Okay. Love you.
Awesome. Thank you,
Love
Sid.
you too. Love you both. Alicia and Denise.
Love you.
We had the best talent.
We do.
We really do.
All right, guys. So you've heard from some of our amazing talent. I mean, if we had all night, I would unmute everyone on here, like all the amazing talent that we work with. But I think you can pretty much tell that we're zealous for your success. If you saw my text messages, emails, boxers, all those things, like
smoke signals.
Yeah, smoke signals, all those things. So and I feel like Tom Brady, I feel like I've left nothing on the field this weekend.
This should be a new drinking game every time we say Tom, but I'm just putting it out there. I'm hoping I'm putting it out.
We'll have another quarterback soon, because he did retire. But enough about football. This has been an amazing weekend. I would stay here and talk to you guys for the rest of my life. And hopefully for some of you, I will be talking to for at least the next 20, 30, 40 years. Who knows, right? I mean, I plan on living to be 120 years old. So this is what I want to say. I want to give you guys a challenge. And I want to remind you guys, first of all, yesterday I gave you guys a challenge that it's due by Wednesday. And that is to write your own monologue and perform it in the Facebook group. So write your own monologue, film it, put it in the Facebook group. I'm going to announce the prize. This is the prize. For the person who wins, who Michael says, you know what, this is the best performed, best written monologue. Do you guys want to know what the prize is? If you want to know what the prize is, let me know. Type prize in the comments. Come on, I need to know you're still alive. I've been on my feet for 9 hours. Prize. Okay, this is the prize. We are going to award the person who has the best monologue an Amazon gift card.
Ooh.
How cool is that? You can take that Amazon gift card and go on with your bad self and buy yourself something cool. Everyone who submits, we're going to set up a call for everyone who submits with a surprise acting coach.
Ooh.
What? Surprise
Louisa's
acting
freaking
coach.
out. Louisa, I see you. I recognize you. I love you.
Luis gonna pass out, we know. Okay, so first prize, the
Of course, Norman would
grand
say he'd
prize,
buy a new
an
microphone.
Amazon gift card.
Yeah.
Everyone who submits, because you took action. This isn't a consolation prize. Because you took action on yourself, we are going to have a surprise acting coach come on and do a call with you. I will announce when we're going to do that on Wednesday. Okay. And I want to give you guys Wednesday at noon is noon Eastern is the deadline. Okay. Because you've already had 24 hours. I don't know what you guys have been. Oh yeah, you've been on a call with us for the last 9, but so Wednesday at noon is your deadline. Okay. So that's that. Challenge for tonight. Are you guys up for a challenge?
Other than making it through a 2-day boot camp. And just so you know, Wednesday is March 1st. Just so you guys know.
March 1st. You can put up 70 if you want. We're judging you on 1. How about that? The first one you post is the one that we are going to judge. But you could post 100. I don't care. Post them until the cows come home, but we're judging 1. All right. Zamari, you don't have to be there Wednesday. It'll be announced in the group. If you're in the group, you're good to go. All right. Your challenge for tonight is this. What was your biggest takeaway from today? And the reason I want you guys, and I'm going to ask you guys also, some of you wrote them out, some of you did videos. I want a video of what your biggest takeaway was. And here's why I want you to do it in video form. Because one day you're going to look back at February 26th, 2023, and you're going to be in your future selves, living your future life. I want you to look back, and I want today to be a landmark for you. I want you today to be a touchstone for you. So what I want you to do is I want you to do a video and let us know what was your biggest takeaway for today. And the hashtag will be future self.
I love that.
Hashtag is future self. All right. So guys, this has been amazing. Oh my gosh. I get goosebumps thinking about today alone, let alone yesterday. And I want you guys to know that we are so grateful that you chose to spend the time with us. And for those of you that were swimming toward the helicopter, we can't wait to welcome you on the helicopter. For the rest of you, we'll see you on another boot camp. Good luck. I love my 2 swimmers. I swear to God. I can't wait for Sava and Norman to meet in person. It's gonna be like the craziest, weirdest thing in the whole entire world. And I feel like best friends have been made here on Zoom.
But that happens years.
No, I know.
Mike and I sometimes we go through our very first event roster, and I mean we're still friends with a lot of our talent that went to the very first event, and they're all still like even Ryan Colby's still hanging out with people from our very first event. So lifelong friendships are made here at VIP Ignite, especially when you share the passion. So that's cool. Remember, you're the sum of the top 5 people that you hang out with. So think about all the people that you met this weekend: Eric Sorensen, Mark Christopher Lawrence, Jeffrey Gurian, everybody, Tanya. Imagine those are now your top 5 people. We just replaced your top 5 people before Saturday with these new top 5. How many of you guys want to trade up? Type trade. Just think about it. Before VIP, before this weekend, who were you talking to about advice? Like struggling actors, people on the internet, your parents, your friends, right? So we're gonna trade up. I mean, that's what we're gonna do.
It's mold me day, so let us mold you.
Yeah.
All right, guys. This has been amazing. But
you don't
have to go home, but you can't stay here on Zoom. We love you. I can't wait to talk to you guys. And just so you know, too, I'll be confirming appointments tomorrow. So look for an 856 number. Please, when I call to confirm your appointment, answer the phone or at least respond and let me know, because you know what? Your audition starts tomorrow morning when I call to confirm your appointment.
Yeah, that drives me crazy when you send a text and they don't even respond back. And I'm like, what? Are they coming or not?
Well, guess what? That's how we know the real from the not real.
It's true.
That's how we know who's swimming toward the helicopter and who's not. So
Those
your
are the people
audition
that
starts tomorrow morning.
That if there was a casting, they wouldn't respond anyway. So it's like better that they just weed themselves out.
Or yeah, hey, I have a casting for you. I need you to, I need you here at this time. And then they don't respond, you replace them, and they show up and they're like, why was I replaced? Well, you didn't respond.
Time kills all deals. I know if I text Gregory Bolton, he's gonna text me right back. Gregory. Right? You know, I know. Rome King, I love you.
All right, guys. This has been amazing. I cannot wait to talk to you guys. I can't wait to have you on the helicopter with us. The best is yet to come. Your future self has thanked you already for you being here. Take action. Have an amazing night, everyone. Thank you.
Guys, don't forget to follow us on Instagram. We're going to be traveling this week. We are always traveling. We're always doing something crazy. So be part of everything. We're excited to see you guys. The future is ours. 1, 2, 3, team.
All right, guys. Have a great night. Bye.
Good night, everybody.
Night.
Bye, Murphy. Hi, Montoya. Thank you, Diane.
Yes, Diane. Everyone give Diane a huge round of applause.
Cynthia finished.
And Melissa, everyone give Melissa a huge round of applause too. Thank you, guys. All right. Have a great night. We will see you all on your phone. Bye, guys.
No, you hang up. No,
I'm hanging up now. Bye.